Welcome to the channel, and if you are new here, please consider following the channel. I'd really appreciate it. The stream will start in a few seconds. Thanks again for joining me.
Dubai is getting worse and worse by the day. They want to act like nothing bad's happening. They want to sweep it under the rug. They want to say nothing's happening. You can't post anything. If you post stuff, we're going to put you in prison. I definitely can't go to Dubai again after some of the stuff that I've said. But at the end of the day, it is a serious situation. So ever since our last update on Dubai, the authorities have been doing their best to cover up any reporting and any video getting out of the attacks that are still ongoing in Dubai. They don't want you to know about them. But there was another massive attack that led to a huge fire at the Dubai International Airport. Massive. Okay. And they don't want you to, I'm going to join the UAE subreddit. Okay. Even though I'm probably not welcome in the country. This is the state of the country right now. It's bad. Yeah, that's the airport on fire. That's not how you wanna have your country be, you know. It's not how your emirate should be on fire. You shouldn't have it on fire. It should be not on fire. So Dubai's in a whole lot of trouble, okay? It is kind of over with. Basically, everybody that has been, you know, basking in the delicious Dubai chocolate is now in a horrible sticky brown mess, let's say. Okay, it says about 17 or so aircraft are holding to land, right? The flights are getting diverted. They can't even land there. People saying, why are people flying into Dubai? It's crazy. Interesting times. I see it more clear than this from my villa next to the airport, but I can't share it here. It keeps burning. So people are saying, I mean, you might want to be careful even making Reddit comments like this because they'll lock you up for that. Scary how the Dubai subreddit is deleting every post about this. Sort by new there. And there was one post about this every few minutes or so and it gets deleted. Apparently the Dubai subreddit is heavily moderated. The UAE is even playing a part in moderating the subreddit to try and maintain the image and hoping the rich white people will not leave the UAE and sell their investments.
Welcome to the next generation of website creation. Wix Harmony. Get the power.
But the rich white people are going to flee. Unfortunately, it says all flights have been cancelled. The airport is completely packed. You can't even get your luggage to leave. They're keeping you there in a war zone. It's wild some people defend the arrest of people for posting these things, failing to understand the only reason anyone has a clue as to what's actually going on is people posting. The rest is simply what the government tells you or allows you to know via propaganda. They would have you there just completely oblivious to the bombs that are imminently dropping on your head. And to make matters worse, people that are fleeing the country are just in an absolute panic. Some people have even completely abandoned their own pets, which is despicable. Brutal reality of pets being abandoned in apartments in Dubai as their heartless owners flee the city. How horrible is this?
Ming! Ming!
Is that a cat?
Ming!
That's disgusting.
Oh, I feel bad. Oh my god, what's happened? Oh, I've been hearing it the whole night. I think it's left there. Oh my god, somebody help me. But I'm gonna have to rescue it. Oh, Jesus.
That's so sad.
Please help.
It's just despicable. What kind of coward leaves their pet behind and flees the country, okay? I don't know what type of people are out there living their Dubai dream, but it's absolutely despicable, right? I'm a cat lover. I would not have that. I would go and rescue that cat my damn self. Absolute, just despicable behavior, to be honest with you. It's actually fucked. So basically, okay, mainstream news have officially now reported on that airport incident, and basically just chaos is just spreading all across the Middle East, and Dubai is absolutely not safe right now, okay? They won't tell you that in Dubai. None of these Dubai influencers will tell you that, but your boy Trapmore Ross will always keep it real with you.
Authorities in Dubai say a drone incident near the international airport has damaged a fuel tank on site. The Dubai government media office says a fire broke out following the incident, but has since been brought under control by civil defense teams. Officials say no injuries have been reported so far. Dubai's Civil Aviation Authority temporarily suspended flights at Dubai International as a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of passengers and staff. Now, Zain Basravi is monitoring developments live for us here in Doha. So we had that attack, but there have been more attacks overnight.
That is correct. Well, just in the last few minutes, the Crisis Management Authority of the UAE announced that air defenses are now dealing with a missile threat and urged people to remain safe, in place, and follow warnings and updates from official websites. So that was just at 7:51 a.m. on their X account on social media, and this comes after these early morning attacks on Dubai International Airport. As you said, a temporary suspension of flights after a fire on a fuel tank that was sparked by a drone impact. It wasn't one that was intercepted. What we understand from the official Dubai authorities is that it was when a drone made impact and sparked a fire on a fuel tank. Flights have been diverted. The airport has been closed. We have to remind people that this is the busiest international airport by commercial air traffic and air travel in the world. So disruptions to already limited flight schedules at this airport will have knock-on effects throughout the day, likely again throughout the week. And again, it was another busy morning. Qatar and Kuwait taking down multiple drone attacks in the last 24 hours. Bahrain this morning woke up to air raid sirens, and Saudi Arabia reporting that it intercepted 23 drones in the east of the country in 3 separate waves. That was after, in the early morning hours between 3 and 4 a.m., they reported intercepting 37 drones. That was in the early hours of this morning. But as we
So they're still getting hammered by drones, okay, and the official travel advisory is to be, very cautious and wary of what's going on in the UAE. This is the UK, all right, this is my country's travel advice, basically. And they're basically saying terrorism. There's a high threat of terrorist attacks globally affecting UK interests and British nationals, including from groups and individuals who view the UK and British nationals as targets. Stay aware of your surroundings at all time. UK counter-terrorism policing has information and advice on staying safe abroad and what to do if there is a terrorist attack, and you should reduce your risk. Terrorism in the UAE. Terrorists are likely to try and carry out attacks in the United Arab Emirates. Attacks could be indiscriminate, including places visited by foreign nationals. Terrorists continue to issue statements threatening to carry out attacks in the Gulf region. These include references to attacks on Western interests, including against UK citizens, and due to increasing regional tensions, Israeli and Jewish-linked sites could be targets for terrorists in the UAE. This includes residential compounds, military sites, oil, transport, aviation interests, crowded places, restaurants, hotels, beaches, shopping centers, places of worship, everywhere worth going, basically. It says maintain a high level of security awareness, particularly in public places and at public events. You've got to be careful out there. And reports are now emerging that apparently the Dubai authorities are actively arresting influencers and anybody exposing the absolute disaster and chaos that's actually going on in the country. This is going on. It says Dubai are arresting people to hide the truth. Leave Dubai now.
The headquarters of the hotel is totally locked down right now.
You can't exit here.
You cannot exit here. Missile hit here. Here.
No. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
No, that's why you feel like that.
Yeah, but my car is still.
Okay, notice.
No, it's in the parking area.
That's why, here no. Here it's closed now. If you want to the parking to the car, that's
okay, but why is the main entrance closed?
There's something that we want. Just wait.
Something happened.
Ah, okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. No one wants this to be captured because I think they feel a little bit ashamed, but I don't know what's the reason. It's crazy, guys. I think it's because they don't want their residents to be panicking. But as you saw, like half an hour ago, it was mental. Guys, literally half an hour ago, in this hotel here, Iranian missile hit, and people, as you could see, are laying on the floor, totally shocked by what just happened. And right now it's a restricted exit, but my car is there, so I think we can walk here. Well,
شنو الكاميرا هاي تصور؟ تصور؟ يبون هذا؟
I don't have the camera anymore. I just want my camera back and then we go. My car is in the hotel, So guys, basically here on the right side there was the missile attack and everything is being closed, secured off by police, fire department. We're gonna try to drive past it. Look at the chaos the missile brought. totally crazy, guys.
He's brave for doing
having
this.
a relaxed time in Dubai, and then just 2 kilometers from your hotel, a missile hits another hotel. Crazy. Oh, the missile attacked right there, and as you can see, there's a people have to evacuate, and we heard a big boom behind our hotel, and everyone is being evacuated right now. What the fuck? See here. Oh. What the fuck, dude? We had a big boom here. And now it's totally empty, so we have to go, bro. We have to go. Alarm is going off. We heard 3 big booms behind us. Alarms are going off. And everyone here on the terrace is evacuated right now.
The best open source model in the world just got even better. LTX 2.3 is not.
So look, they don't want you to know what's going on over there, right? They're trying to grab your phone. They're trying to, you know, they'll not let you go and look at what's going on in Dubai. They definitely want to cover up what's going on. But a lot of people have been broadcasting their experiences both inside and outside of Dubai. A lot of people have been taking to social media to basically show what it's like trying to get into Dubai, not just Tate.
And also people on social media tweeting about their experiences. So a lawyer traveling to Dubai tweeted this: I am on Emirates EK010 from London Gatwick to Dubai. We were just about a couple of hours from landing in Dubai when the flight had to turn back to Gatwick due to the airport closure. We are now on our way back to London after getting so close to Dubai. Obviously not a good advert for Emirates Airlines. Do you really want to book a ticket if you might have to get, you know, there's a considerable chance you're going to have to turn around? Or, I mean, do you want to get on a flight to a place where missiles are landing, I suppose, is the bigger question. So far, the UAE says it's had 1,800 missiles and drones fired into its territory in a fortnight. The country's Minister for International Cooperation, though, has given...
So, you know, it's on fire, all right? Things are blowing up. They don't want you to know about it. And people aren't even able to get into the country. People are flying there. They're nearly about to land, and then they're turning around and going back to Gatwick. Now, I probably would rather be in Dubai than Gatwick, to be honest, because Gatwick fucking sucks. If you've ever been to Gatwick, all right, not just the airport, but the surrounding areas, definitely a bit of a hellhole. But anyway, okay, the internet is flooded with influencers who are desperately claiming everything's fine, it's all good.
Scrolling.
It's all good. This is someone saying someone sitting in their mum's basement in the UK is making up lies about Dubai, while someone in India retweets it, spreading the false narrative further. Meanwhile, I'm in downtown Dubai. This is what it really looks like. Now, this is false narratives in a nutshell, but, you know, it still looks good. You can capture 29-second worth of footage without a drone going off and just try and make just try and whitewash the whole situation, make it look good.
If you're doom scrolling X right now or watching the mainstream Western media, you would think it was the end of the world. But in reality, this is Dubai, ladies and gentlemen. It's March 16th, a little past 8:30, and this is what's going on.
What's that noise?
Looks normal to me. Man, I love this city. I love you, Dubai. If you're
you got to shout over the bombs dropping. Like, it looks so great. It looks great. I love you. It's so good. Don't listen to those little bangs in the background. Okay. They're saying it's all fine. And one of the biggest proponents of Dubai being completely fine is, of course, Andrew Tate. Okay. The king of the manosphere. All right. And this sent me, this one killed me. Okay. Andrew Tate, ironically, basically saying he got a surprise gift from the government of Dubai. He wants the world to know he wasn't bought. He didn't get paid a penny. Dubai just rewards those people who genuinely love it, and that says everything about this place. This is literally you being paid to say good things about Dubai. This is you being rewarded. The lunacy that he even thinks that this is even a good look. I would have kept this under wraps if I was low key, basically trying to help Dubai fix their image. But look at the state of this.
A lot of people think I'm paid by the Dubai government to say nice things, and that's not the case. I am very impressed by the Dubai government. I love the place they've built. And this is just a very simple example of this.
This is a simple example. You know, you're the only guy getting this treatment, right? You're the only guy. You got to you get given a book of the Supreme Leader, some flowers, some chocolate, all of this kind of stuff. I wonder what's in this box. This is literally an example of what you're saying. This is you being paid.
I came to Dubai during the war, online, publicly, and said to everybody, I believe Dubai is safe. And the reason everybody is sticking up for Dubai is because the leadership, it's the only country in the world you can name where the leaders actually care about their constituents. People who don't live here think that everybody who's defending the place is paid, because they cannot fathom a government that people are loyal to, because they're being extracted from. They are farm animals on a farm being raped for taxes, and their government hates them. The people in Dubai love the leaders, because the leaders who are in charge of Dubai don't take your money, and they want you to be happy. And I put some videos up on my own accord, filmed on my iPhone, as well as filming my journey into Dubai, to prove that I believe it's safe and that I have faith in the leadership. This morning I come to my $35 million penthouse and I have a present waiting for me. Dear Mr. Tate, on behalf of Dubai Customs, we welcome you to your home away from home. Your visit during these times is deeply appreciated and reflects a strong spirit of solidarity, cooperation, and mutual respect. We are more than happy to receive you, and please accept our best wishes for your continued success and well-being. And we wish you a safe and comfortable stay. From the government of Dubai. I have a book here, Lessons from Life, Part 1, by the ruler of Dubai, who's done amazing things, whether you like Dubai or not, to admit that he's turned this entire city into a global metropolis from nothing but desert, and in a single lifetime. It's absolutely incredible what he's done. We have dates, we have tea. I have a little tea set here. You know, I've got enough dates, but it's nice to have more. We have some sweets, and of course, it's the gesture that counts. Name another government on the planet, and this is a genuine question, name another government on the planet where during a difficult time, when the country is in trouble, you fly in as a globally renowned celebrity and say, I believe that they're doing the best. And not only do they notice, but they bother to send you a gift. If I went to America during the Great Depression, or even now, I go to America while it's all falling apart, and I try and record the fact that I believe life in America is still good, do you think the American government's going to send me a present? What about...
Imagine being able to build anything just by...
It does sound crazy to say.
This fake aura that everything's fine. They don't need to. They don't want to. They're a truth-seeking country. This is not what's going on in Dubai. Everything he's saying is actually exposing how much nonsense is actually circulating around this situation. They don't need to do this. There's no... This is you being paid. This is literally you being paid. Oh, I didn't ask them to send me this. No shit.
England. What about anywhere in Europe? What about anywhere? There is no other government on the planet that will say, he is sticking up for us.
Because those places are safe.
Let's show we appreciate it. This is not paid for. The government of Dubai has never paid me a penny.
What about all this shit here? What's that?
Never. The fact is, they care about the people who love this place. And that's why they're the best government on the planet.
They care about their reputation, which is being... It's currently in tatters.
I am so monumentally impressed. You know, I became a world champion athlete. I would go away and win world titles and fly back to Heathrow and stand in line like a nobody. As a world champion with a British passport, I just stood in line and got hassled by immigration like a dipshit. They didn't care about me. All they did was say, okay, yeah, how much money did you win? We want half the money. Whereas I come here, they don't want any of my money, and they're thankful that I'm here. That's the difference between this government and every other government. That's why this is the best government on the planet, and that is why I am betting, no matter what happens, because life happens, bad things happen. No matter what difficulties come to this amazing nation, the government and the people who are in charge of this country are going to navigate them flawlessly, and the people who live here, like myself, who understand this is the future, are going to be rewarded for their loyalty. I am so monumentally impressed. I have never had another government say thank you to me.
Because no one's ever needed you to whitewash their image like this before. This is unprecedented. I've never had a government lavish me with gifts before. Yeah, that's because there's never been a scenario where a government needs you to completely rehabilitate their image for them. This is unprecedented, and you are a clown.
I am part of the reason the Republicans won the American election. And that's not hubris, because Kamala Harris says it herself. In her book, 107 Days, about her presidential campaign, she says, I lost the young men vote because of people like Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines. Kamala herself attributes her loss to me. The Republicans won because of me. Have any of them said thank you? Have any of...
He is so arrogant. I mean, he's like the definition. And I mean, sometimes I like watching Andrew. It depends on the context, but this isn't it.
Them sent me anything? No. Do you know what they've done? They've ignored me and stole as much money as possible via Somali daycares, because they're in on it too. They don't give a shit Whereas this government, you make one little selfie video saying, I believe it's still safe, when it is, and you get a present. I am
that's why it's corrupt.
So monumentally humbled. And once again, I'm proven completely correct. The government of the UAE is the last government on the planet that cares about the people who live here.
That last sentence is definitely not wrong. So, unsurprisingly, after absolutely just getting down on his knees and absolutely gobbling down the sheiks, all right, who the F is Mr. Beast, you be sucking off the sheiks. That's what they be saying about Andrew Tate. He fled, got out of there, went to Hong Kong. Don't know about Dubai. Let me just check in. Let me be there. Let me do a little rehab, get my dates, and get the fuck out of there. He's in Hong Kong now.
Never been to Underbridge Spicy Crab?
Hey, T. Yeah? Hong Kong Aikido?
Hey, you're 38, 39, I'm 37. We should really go out. Underbridge Spicy Crab. It's the best restaurant in town, Luke.
Get over it.
Never heard of UBSC
Get
before?
over it.
Get
over yourself.
Never heard of UBSC?
Get over yourself.
You know the best dish they serve here.
So much for Dubai, right? I thought Dubai was the safest place. You had all your families over there. Apparently not. Okay. So look, I think the Dubai situation is pretty out of control. I think I might do a full documentary about the Dubai situation because to me, I feel like this is really, really bad. And I actually feel like this is kind of the latest in a very long running, disastrous breakdown of, you know, a society that really was built on a house of cards from the beginning. And I think I might dig into that and do like a full blown documentary about it and put that on the main channel for you guys at some point. But yeah, let me know what you guys think of the fall of Dubai. It's definitely been, excuse me, a very satisfying downfall. I do think it shall continue.
Against Dubai. I mean, I don't know enough about the place to say. So, let's see here. This is, well, supposedly, Israel's been taking it pretty rough, too. And what is that? So I've got two different clips here. Let's just jump into this one from the Associated Press. This was, I don't know, less than an hour ago.
So much dust coming from here, so I told my husband, maybe the bomb is, the fall down from the rockets is from us, from our building. So I'm afraid, I'm thinking about that. So I saw that only here. So, but what we can do, that is happened, someone died. So it's so sad for what's happening.
We're in the heart of a residential community once again, which has been the latest scene of the Iranian barrage of rockets that have been targeting our residential communities nonstop since the start of this operation. Behind me, you have a building that, according to people that were inside of their apartment, and unfortunately the first responders that arrived inside declared their death.
Pretty rough, huh? Let's see, what is this one?
Prevent from being drowned. Now, there's a lot to cover. We got all the videos for you guys before we begin. Apologies for the slight.
I didn't realize how long of a clip that was. We could do without that one. What is this? Okay, so this says the U.S. is caught lying about the casualties in the war. Let's see what's going on here. I mean, I hope not, because I think the number's already bad enough as it is. But so I guess this clip came out last night from Breaking Focus on YouTube.
Up in the United States government, multiple casualties hidden from the United States of America in that initial strike where multiple U.S. service members were killed. But before we even get to any of that, Donald Trump on the campaign trail yesterday declaring victory, one might even say mission accomplished in the war in Iran. Let's take a listen.
Is that a great name? Well, it's only good if you win. You know, you can only do. And we've won. Let me tell you, we've won. You know, you never like to say too early you won. We won. We won the bet. In the first hour, it was over. But we won. But they gave me a list of names at general. Sir, you can pick the name you'd like, sir. I said, the name of what? The name of the attack on Iran, sir. And they gave me like 20 names. And I'm like falling asleep. I didn't like any of them. Then I see epic, Fury. I said, I like that name. I like that name.
We won. And if you want to see how much we're winning, let's put A2 up there on the screen. This just came out yesterday. The Iranian drone attack in Kuwait that killed U.S. service members in the early hours of the war was more severe than previously known. Dozens suffering injury that included brain trauma, shrapnel trauma, burns. More than 30 remained in the hospital yesterday. This was published yesterday with battle injuries. 1 at Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, 12 at Walter Reed here in the DMV area. 25 at Landstuhl in Germany. Of those, about 20 arrived on a C-17 military transport aircraft at Landstuhl on Tuesday with injuries the military designated as, quote, urgent and requiring evacuation. More than 100 medical personnel were sent to Landstuhl to assist. What's even worse is that we can see how they initially described the attack. Let's put that one up there on the screen. This is what several others sustained, quote, minor shrapnel injuries and concussions and are in the process of being returned to duty. A straight up lie there from the Pentagon. And if you want to see how bad it was, that drone struck the Tactical Operations Center and what it was like, you can see the injuries that he sustained. Let's take a listen.
I remember turning my head to the left and I seen the nose of that drone pop through. And as soon as it did, I knew what it was. It was either a missile or a drone. So I turned to my right, and that's when it blew up and just blew the whole building apart. Life is precious. Life is short. You never know when you're going to be put in a situation like we were in.
Wow. It's tragic. Sergeant Hicks, I mean, you could see the injuries to his face, to his hand. He's lucky to survive. But there's so many of his other, comrades who are now literally, languishing in hospitals. And they lied to us. They lied to us completely. Also, we should note, I think at least 5 were killed in this attack. We don't know the exact number, but don't forget about the other recent service members who we've learned about who were killed in attacks on Saudi Arabia. What's the wounded number there? What's the wounded number for all the bases that we're about to show people, which have been attacked, some 17 different bases or sites from the United States military, where we've had untold billions of damage, but more importantly, wounded service members. We have no idea the number of casualties. We know that the current number is somewhere around 150. That was just a couple of days ago, but you can see right there what the cover-up is currently happening right now, and it only continues to escalate.
Well, and here's the thing, like all governments lie, and actually democratic governments tend to, like small d democratic governments, actually tend to lie more because they have to bring their population on board, so they have more of an incentive to lie to their population. But this is something different from the Trump administration. And what's different here, and we've seen this, it reminds me of the lies around Renee Good, the lies around Alex Preddy, the lies that we've seen routinely from this administration, where they have to know that the video is going to emerge. They have to know that the service members who survived are going to come out and speak. They have to know that the family members who lost loved ones or whose loved ones are now gravely injured, not just with minor boo-boos, the way they tried to frame it to begin with, are going to ultimately speak. They know this information is going to come out, and yet they lie anyway. That is what is so incredibly wild to me. And so, I think a lot of people are being treated as conspiracy theorists for saying, like, are we getting the real story about the overall casualty number, the number of deaths, but specifically the number of injuries? And now, those concerns about the fact that this government just routinely lies about even things that are going to come out eventually, that concern has been completely validated. And so there's no reason that you should trust any of the numbers that they tell you. There's no reason you should trust anything they tell you, because if they'll lie about something so basic and so essential and so sensitive as the number of U.S. service members who were seriously injured in this initial attack, they will lie to you about absolutely anything. And so we have no idea. I mean, this is the information they're giving us now, but this one attack, this has been, reported out. Some reporter was able to get their hands on this, but we have no idea the overall number of casualties. We have no idea the amount of damage that has been done to our bases in the region. We have no idea how much. There was a leak yesterday, or to the Congress was briefed that this has already cost us over $11 billion. The amount that they are hiding from the American people, just, you can't even begin to wrap your head around at this point.
It's
Well, okay, so it looks bad that they didn't give us the details about the attack initially, where the service members died. It looks like they did kind of smooth over or try to, how many people were really injured. But I mean, I think, of course, in the long term, like more of it has to come out. But what do they call it? The fog of war. I mean, I think that especially when you're talking about things happening overseas, making their way to the right people, like say Caroline Levitt, that I mean, there's a delay, I'm sure, to say the least.
In legacy media, and I want you to know the truth. And that context is important to know as we go on with the rest of the story.
One quick thing here, guys. Every imperial fascist empire has an excuse and has different propaganda techniques and talking points. So the Germans would say not a buffer zone, but they needed breathing space. So now the Israelis are like, let's just switch it up a little bit and call it a buffer zone. Now, who would own the buffer zone? Israel would. Who would live in the buffer zone? The Israelis would. So wait, didn't you just take that land? Yes, but we'll get American media to lie and pretend it was self-defense.
Not us though, we're not gonna lie.
I'm reporting to you from the town of British Callaway, where 2 days ago, the Israeli army targeted a medical center with an airstrike, killing 12 medical staff. In recent days, the Israeli army has killed 20 medical staff and first responders in a series of blatant war crimes aimed at terrorizing the population in the south and in Beirut and in the Bekaa. Americans, all of this is happening on your dime.
Yeah, I would like to know, considering that we've heard now multiple stories about how Israel targets and slaughters medical staff and
Thank you, Fox, by the way. Thanks again.
Humanitarian aid workers, since we're all supposed to be so scared of Iran and what a threat Iran poses, Cenk, how many medical staff has Iran slaughtered?
None.
Oh,
None.
Interesting. Who's the real terrorist here?
Yeah, so Israel has of course done this repeatedly in Gaza. They're now doing it in Lebanon. In fact, their leaders have promised that they're going to turn Lebanon into Gaza, and they destroyed every building in Gaza. So the fascist empire is now moving into Lebanon. And let me guess, American media, self-defense? Come on, what a joke they are.
In fact, I want to go to graphic 4 here. This is Major General Uzi Dayan in an interview on Israeli press. This is quoted verbatim. He says, quote, "We need to act fast and with full force, conquer the territory there, expel everyone who is there, destroy everything there, and turn it into a death zone, which means no one moves around there." He's talking about Lebanon. Who are the real terrorists? Who are the real terrorists? I think the Israelis are the real terrorists.
Like some of these, of course, are pre-recorded clips, but what do you mean? I'm live right now.
Story, I'm going to give you the kill ratios of Hezbollah versus Israel.
Lebanon in the 1980s and attempted to steal land. That's what the Israelis do. They think that they're entitled to expanding their borders. In order to prevent that from happening again, Hezbollah forms as a militia to protect its borders. Something that we as red-blooded Americans would love if we were being invaded by our neighbor. But we're supposed to pretend like the good guys here happen to be Israel. Israel, not the good guys. They're looking to steal land and they want to disarm Hezbollah. In fact, they're demanding that the Lebanese government disarm Hezbollah. And since they're unable to do so, it would spark a civil war. Israel claims that they're doing this. Their only mission is to disarm Hezbollah and build a buffer zone, which is a euphemism for steal more land. That's the context that you're not going to hear in legacy media, and I want you to know the truth. And that context is important to know as we go on with the rest of the story.
Maybe I'll watch a little more of that in a minute. There's something about him. She doesn't bother me, but there's something about him. Okay, so I guess Tehran apparently did yesterday, finally confirm that their security chief was killed. This is a short clip, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So it says Tehran had earlier denied reports that he was killed. Handwritten letter dedicated to the Iranian troops was released after Israel claimed he had been killed in an IDF strike.
Potential. I call it the nuclear dust.
It comes as Donald Trump launched a scathing attack on NATO, claiming the alliance abandoned the U.S. In its time of need by refusing to help open the Strait of Hormuz.
I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake, and I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test, because we don't need them, but they should have been there. Well, I'm disappointed in NATO. That it's one of the reasons we have deficits and we help other countries. And when they don't help us, I mean, it's certainly something that we should think of. Very smart people. And I'd always deal with Congress anyway. But
No offense, buddy, but I'm beginning to wonder.
I don't need Congress for that decision. But, when you say rethink, I have nothing currently in mind, but I will say that I'm not exactly thrilled when we help them with Ukraine. Look, Ukraine would have been over in one day if we didn't help. I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought...
But didn't Trump appoint him? I'm so confused by this right here.
He seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard said it launched missiles at central Israel in revenge for the blood of Larijani and his companions. At least 2 people, does that say, were killed near Tel Aviv Wednesday morning. Wow. Can you imagine having to live in the middle of any of this mess? I saw this. I haven't watched any of it yet. It says Iran's new leader is gay, ... I don't see the question mark there, but wouldn't that be ironic? And I thought that was like I didn't think that was something Muslims did. What's going on here?
So news has come out that apparently the new leader of Iran, because Trump and America have basically decimated Iran, they've killed leader after leader, they've killed the leadership, they're supposed to take over from the leadership, they might have even killed the third layer of leadership. So now what Iran is apparently left with, there's nothing wrong with this, but apparently Trump has now been briefed that Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba, I think that's how you say it, Khamenei, is probably gay, and the president had this priceless reaction.
On to learn that U.S. intelligence indicates new Iranian Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei may be gay, and that his father, the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, feared his suitability to rule the Islamic Republic for that reason.
That's the ultimate revenge, right? The guy didn't even want his gay son to be leading the country. You smoked him. And now the gay son's in charge. Maybe this is what they need. I'm seeing rainbows in the chat. I'm seeing Iranian flags and rainbows side by side in the chat right now. So maybe this is what they need.
The Post can reveal. Trump couldn't contain a surprise and laughed aloud when he was briefed on the intel, according to sources. Others in the room also found it, quote, hilarious, and joined the president's reaction, while one senior intelligence official has not stopped laughing about it for days, said one person familiar with the briefing. The shocking claim was described to the Post by 2 intelligence community officials, and a third person close to the White House. All three sources say the implausible-sounding allegation is viewed as credible by U.S. spy agencies. Two of the sources said the intelligence indicates that Mojtaba has had a long-term sexual relationship with his childhood tutor. The third source said the intelligence indicated the affair was with a person who formerly worked for the Khamenei family.
He's
planning to publish your book. You could reach 3 billion more.
Did they say his nanny? His nanny?
Far from spines.
Bro, he's getting cracked by his childhood tutor. That's what's going down.
Oh yeah, okay, tutor. His tutor. So tutor like teacher. Okay.
Okay.
Mojtaba, who is believed to have been wounded in the same February 28th airstrike that killed his father and other members of his family, has made aggressive sexual overtures to men caring for him, possibly while under the influence of heavy medication.
Stop. This has to be trolling. They're saying that he got pounded so hard in the airstrike, he's now making passes at the medical staff helping him. This has got to be cap, right? They're saying that he's trying it on with the nurses. He's trying it on with the nurses, the male nurses. He says he's on heavy medication. He's in there. They're saying he might have lost a leg. I heard he was in a coma, but now I'm hearing he's making passes. He's making passes at the nurses. So I don't know what to believe at this point.
The Post sources said, U.S. spy agencies do not have photographic evidence of the 56-year-old's alleged sexual attraction to men, but the sources insisted the tip is solid, with one saying it was derived from one of the most protected sources that the government has. The fact that this was elevated to the highest of high levels shows you there's some confidence in this, added a second source. Mojtaba's purported sexual orientation had been whispered about inside Iran since at least the May 2024 helicopter crash that killed then-President Ibrahim Raisi, Ali Khamenei's presumed favorite to be the next supreme leader, sources said. Mojtaba's father and others suspected he was gay, and that was something that people were spreading to try to stop his ascension, one of the Post sources explained. Within the U.S. government, it's been a pretty closely held piece of information when
So, just get this, man. America has pounded the country so hard that the gay leader that they were trying to keep out, that he's all they've got left. All they've got left is the gay leader. And I respect it. I'm actually happy with that. Trump, they're genuinely saying that Trump laughed out loud. He LOL'd. They're saying, why am I smirking? It is funny. Saying others in the room found it hilarious. Now, it's not hilarious because there's something hilarious about being gay. That's not fair. That's not funny. All right. It's very, very serious. All right. Nothing funny about that. But I think it is funny when you're talking about a country that is like so hardline. They're oppressing all of the women. You know, they'd probably kill you for being gay in some of these very hardline religious communities. And the big man himself, the new supreme leader, you know, he's apparently getting busy. He's apparently making passes at the male nurses and things like that. That's actually insane. Okay. Mojtaba earned the nickname the power behind the robes. He served as his aging dad's gatekeeper, and he apparently, I mean, I hear it. This is all amid the news. Apparently another leader of Iran has been taken out. It might be Trump's ultimate troll to basically try and kill anybody in the Iranian regime that is potentially able to take over that isn't gay, and just leave the gays. Maybe that's the way of liberalizing the country. The only people that will survive are the gays and the women. And again, I'm for it, honestly.
Yeah, Brian, good morning. It's huge news. According to Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, top Iranian official Ali Larijani is dead. He was killed in a strike overnight, according to Israel's defense minister. This was probably the most significant strike, you could describe it, in the past week and a half, as the Israelis and the Americans are going after the structure of Iran's regime. Larijani was largely considered the de facto leader in the aftermath of the killing of Iran's former supreme leader, and uncertain questions about Mojtaba Khamenei, the man who was elected to be the next supreme leader. Larijani was serving as the secretary to Iran's Supreme National Security Council. I can also report overnight the Israelis, in a separate strike, killed the top commander of Iran's Basij forces. This is a wing of the IRGC. His name is Ghulam Reza Soleimani, and he was responsible for commanding the crackdown on protesters earlier this year across Iran. An official tells me this morning that over a dozen Basij officials were with him when that strike took place, taking out this top commander. It comes as the Israelis
So he got took out. There's a dozen people that were his top leaders that got taken out. They're eliminating absolutely everyone. So they're saying this guy was the de facto leader. This guy was actually calling shots, and he's gone. Okay, they're saying hell must be getting pretty crowded. Iranian here, you guys have no idea how happy I am at the moment because of this news. A lot of the real Iranians on the ground level are really, really happy about what's coming out. You know, it's for the average Iranian that's been oppressed, this is good news to them. I know the war has been a bit of a disaster, and there's definitely some pretty bad consequences that are happening. You know, Dubai's getting pounded. What they've been looking for other countries to kind of back them up and try and, you know, take up for them in this war. And unfortunately, it seems like a lot of allies of America that usually would, you know, ride or die for America have actually turned down Trump's offers or his requests. They don't want to help America in their escalating war with Iran. They think it's going to be a bit of a disaster. And some people are even suggesting that Trump is actually in direct communication with Iran and their authorities, maybe the new gay leader.
Too quiet. Turn your sound from 100% to 600% with Sound Boom.
To try and work out what's going on.
Now let's go to Steve Harrigan, who is live on the Iran-Armenian border with more on President Trump's push to rally allies to protect the Strait of Hormuz. Hi, Steve.
And Carly, Axios reporting for the first time since the war began that there has been direct communication between Iran and the U.S., citing an unnamed U.S. official saying that Iran's foreign minister has contacted U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff. The foreign minister denied that any such contact had taken place, but President Trump does say that Iran wants to talk.
They're negotiating. And we always talk. When, you know, somebody said, well, would you talk? Why would you even talk to them? I talk to everybody because sometimes good things come out of it. But I don't know if they're ready yet. They're taking a pounding.
In the meantime, President Trump continues to press allies to join a coalition to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Here's the president.
Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some are. And some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm, it matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job.
So far, Germany, Italy, and Japan say they will not be sending ships to the region. Carly, back to you.
Steve Harrigan, live from... So, Germany, Japan, I think the UK is also turning down Trump. They're not trying to get involved in this war. They're not trying to get involved in this fight. A lot of people think this is going to get worse before it gets better. And this could be, you know, a lifetime fatwa against the US people for what they did to the Iranian supreme leader. And then to add insult to injury, the new guy that's taken over is apparently gay. That's going to be a big problem. Now, all of this rejection actually comes ironic. Make no mistake, Russia would love nothing more than to destroy America. And if they can do it through backdoor channels, excuse the pun, they absolutely would.
Do you have intelligence or any information about this report that the Russians are providing Iran with intelligence, specifically providing Iran with intelligence on where American troops are, where American assets are, so that the Iranians can strike and kill Americans?
First of all, Russia gave drones already, these Shaheeds. They are using Iranian licenses, you know, that they built and produced a lot of drones. They gave them. I have 100% facts that that Iranian regime used against American bases and against our Middle East, and Middle East neighbors of Iran. They used these drones. We saw intelligence shared with us some details, and it was Russian details in these Iranian drones. This is the first. And the second point is my intelligence told me next that they think that they share information. My intelligence told me that they said if Europe and the United States can help Ukraine with intelligence in this war, it means that Russia can help Iranian regime. This is their point of view. on this. So it's a fact, and you see that it's not a big secret.
So Russia, it was no secret that Russia was kind of playing a part in their collaboration with Iran. Iran was supplying these Shahed drones to Russia when they were hammering Ukraine. And Zelensky's basically saying, look, the way that Russia see it is if the US and the UK can provide intelligence and help to the Ukrainians to fight against Russia, they got absolutely no qualms with providing intelligence, weapons, help to the Iranians to hammer the United States back. All right. And a lot of people want to bury their head in the sand about this situation, but that is what's going on. OK, and that's why this has all the hallmarks of World War III. So NBC News would publish a complete breakdown of the Allied responses to Trump's military demands, and it's not looking great for America getting support. People saying, not our war. The US allies are balking at Trump's Strait of Hormuz demands. Many European governments expressed reservations on Monday about providing military support to reopen the critical waterway. Yeah, they're not trying to help. They don't want to get involved in this mess. Apparently, Donald Trump is now I hate when articles do this. Donald Trump has now berated and threatened America's NATO allies. He wants these countries to help unblock the Strait. A defense minister. Okay, all right, Germany. All right, Germany. You know all about wars. It said that summed up the whole mood amongst the U.S. allies. Leaders from Berlin to London, which isn't that far, but expressed reservations about Trump's demand, and they indicated they have no plans to provide military support to reopen the crucial waterway. An international economic shock, something economists had warned about before the war actually begun. So Trump had called upon the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait to take care of that passage. And in an interview with the Financial Times, he went further. He said NATO would have a very bad future if members didn't help free up the strait. Now, Trump's wanted to pull out of NATO for a while. He feels like he's putting too much money and protection to help out all the other countries that don't pull their weight. But Russia, Putin, all of them, they would love for NATO to fall apart, and this would just be the perfect circumstances. They're already low-key and a little bit of a low-key helping backdoor by giving weapons and support and positions to Iran. If NATO falls apart, Putin will be licking his lips, okay? People saying it's a bit rich for Trump to be asking help for countries that he had previously insulted, said former Estonian President Toomas Hendrik to NBC. Estonian Foreign Minister Markus Šarkna, what a name, called on Trump to provide more information, said Europe needs to understand Trump's strategic goals. What is the plan? We still don't really know what the plan is, and that's one of the scariest things about that. It says, though often wary of risking the president's ire, many European governments have been reluctant to be pulled into the war with Tehran. Some, such as the leftist government of Spain, outright refused the demands. Spain will never accept any stopgap measures to keep the strait open because the objective must be for the war to end and for it to end now. Trump's not calling it a war, but everyone else is. It says, even in Italy, whose Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, has previously cast herself as something of a Trump whisperer, the government also declined to get involved. And Keir Starmer has been criticized by Trump for not taking part in the initial attack on Iran. Starmer told a news conference Monday he was working with all of our allies, including European partners, to restore the freedom of navigation as quickly as possible. Ultimately, we have to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ensure stability on the market. That's not a simple task, and we don't want to help. Starmer made it clear he wouldn't be drawn into the wider war and that any Hormuz mission should be a broader effort, including the US, Gulf states, rather than something for NATO. It's your problem, basically. You started this mess. You've got to clean it up. It says, meanwhile, Japan and Australia said they had no plans to send ships to aid Trump's request. Said there's other proposals on the table, such as top European diplomat Kaja Kallas on Monday floating a similar deal to the 2022 one that ensured Ukraine could get exports of grain amid Russia's invasion. That was crazy. They were talking about a food crisis for a little bit. And I'm hearing there might be a water crisis in the Middle East if they're not careful. I'll give you a Dubai update after this video. But it says the proposal to expand the mandate of a European Union naval force currently into the Red Sea to include the Strait of Hormuz was rejected by member states. For the time being, there was no appetite in changing the mandate of the operation. The wrangle over the strait marks the latest point of tension between the Trump administration and Washington's historic friends across the Atlantic. Last year, the president refused to rule out using military force to seize Denmark's semi-autonomous island of Greenland. Then he claimed incorrectly that NATO allies had not fought on the front lines of Afghanistan, which upset a lot of people. The people of the UK were pretty upset because we definitely shed blood to a fight in Afghanistan for you guys. It's a bit rich after you've been threatening Denmark and insulting the memory of around 1,000 NATO troops who fought in Afghanistan to say, oh, you all have to come and help us now, said Ilves, who was Estonian president between 2006 and 2016. If countries send troops and something happens to them, is he going to make fun of them again? It's a political non-starter from the get-go. I'm not sure what he expected. I don't think Trump thinks about the consequences of things he says. He just fires from the hip and he worries about cleaning it up later. Unfortunately, that's just is what it is. Much of the European skepticism over Trump's Hormuz demand stemmed from their wariness of the war itself. So the European answer must be the way to end the problem is to end the war, not join it, said Stephen Biscop, a director at the Egmont Institute, a Belgian think tank. He said the main thing was not to be intimidated by threats on NATO by Trump. Asked for comment on the European reaction, the White House directed NBC News to comments made by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who told reporters that these countries should help out because they are benefiting greatly from the United States military taking out the threat of Iran. She added that the president is absolutely right to call on these countries to do more to help the US to reopen the Strait of Hormuz so we can stop the terrorist regime from restricting the free flow of energy. Despite several ships being bombed as they attempt to cross the strait, Iran denies it closed the narrow neck of water entirely. After the US and Israel launched the war, it said it would attack vessels from those countries or their allies, basically. From the perspective, the Strait of Hormuz is open and only closed to our enemies, said the Iranian foreign minister. Now, there would be more kind of breakdowns about exactly what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. And one of the good YouTubers that's been covering this is Atriok, who basically broke down exactly what's going on there and how certain ships have been sneaking through the blockade quite intelligently.
The way you see an idea in your mind.
I'm talking about serious problems facing the American economy in 2026. Let's talk about oil. Now, a couple things we need to explain about oil before we move on. Oil is priced in barrels and sent around the world. And based on the price of a barrel of an oil, you can estimate certain things about how people in the economy will be feeling, because most economies run on oil. Almost all major economies run on oil right now. If the price of a barrel of oil is between $40 and $60, smiley face, people are feeling good, okay? Gas is cheap, fertilizer is cheap, plastics are cheap. Things are feeling, it's a stimulant for the economy. People just feel better. Things move smoother. It's big smiles. If a price of a barrel of oil gets to, by the way, this is where we've been. This area, maybe around 60, 65, but this is the area we've been in for the past few months, and it's helped cushion the blow of other economic problems. If the price of a barrel of oil gets up to 70 or 80, that's a warning. Now, this is a really good spot for oil companies. They love this spot because people grumble about it, people are angry about it, but it doesn't really cause too much political backlash, too much damage, and they get a lot of profit. Oil companies love this because nobody gets too mad at them, but they're still making money. So they prefer not to be here, but this is survivable. It's just annoying. If it gets to $100 or more, that is panic. That is when gas prices start to become really pinching for the average person, along with a whole bunch of other knock-on effects we'll get into. $100.
So apparently the oil price is above, I was seeing people talking about it's 120. So we're beyond the panic, and Iran want to push it to 200. It's unheard of.
$1 barrel is a panic. And if you don't like hearing it from me, because I'm an ugly streamer, and you want to hear it from a famous professional actor, all right, well, I got the show Landman for you.
Well, you want oil to live above 60, but below 90. And don't get me wrong, we're still printing money at 90, but gas gets up over $3.50 a gallon, it starts to pinch. If it's 100, every product in America has to readjust its price.
So what could possibly be happening that would cause us to be talking about crazy things, outlandish things, like $100 barrel oil? Well, it turns out this war in Iran has had some knock-on effects on the oil market, specifically regarding this little band of land called the Strait of Hormuz. We've talked about it before, but it is becoming very, very much in play. Now, this video will show you what has happened to tanker traffic, because I want you to understand, 20% of the world's oil goes from all of these countries into this Gulf, and then it gets on tankers, goes to this tiny little gap, and it goes out into the world. So much oil goes out here. This is tanker traffic in the past few days. Very, very active, slowing down, skirting the edges, and then basically non-existent. Then basically a crawl. The oil is no longer flowing, which is going to have many, many, many knock-on effects, okay? Now there's still, again, as the oil price rises, all the tankers stuck in here really have an incentive to try to get out. It's very profitable to get out, and being stuck here is also losing them a lot of money. So a few of them do try to run it. For example, this ship turned off its transponder at midnight and went for it. To avoid getting struck. A few people are trying to do it. And because Iran has said they won't strike China as free passage, they said China is our ally and China can go through. However, Chinese ships are still not going through because they can't get insured. They're too scared to do it because if they do get struck, it's billions and billions lost. They are all stuck in the strait. However, it hasn't stopped other less safety-minded tankers from pretending to be Chinese. Basically 10 different vessels. Without the insurance markets functioning, no tanker will do it because the risk is so catastrophic. The amount of money you lose is so gargantuan. But a few of them are going for it as pretending to be Chinese. Again, this carrier right here, which is named the Iron Maiden and is from Japan, changed its name to China Owner and made a break for it while hugging this side of the wall. And that is a real world thing that's happening now. That's the difference between generational wealth or being dead.
So it could be as simple as just changing your name of your ship to Chinese Owner. Now that is apparently working for some people. Okay, the gas prices are definitely going up. I'm seeing them go up. I'm definitely seeing them go up. But basically, it's all because of this Strait of Hormuz. It's all because of this situation. And, you know, Dubai is just right there, right near the tip of it. Pause. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the disasters going on in Dubai. But look, I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to speak a few more minutes, react to a couple more things about the Strait of Hormuz, because this is serious. People are underestimating how like dire this situation is. If oil gets to $200 a barrel, you might be on lockdown protocols again. Okay, and this exact strip of water has been a problem for decades. Okay, when it comes to the US and Iran and their tensions, ever since the 1980s, all right, this has been a massive problem. So here's a little throwback for you guys to
Saddam
understand history.
Hussein ordered his troops across the Iranian frontier after a series of border skirmishes.
War broke out in the Middle East in 1980 after Iraq invaded Iran. The US helped Iraq in its campaign against Iran by providing military intelligence behind the scenes. When Iraq wasn't able to topple Iranian forces over land, it turned its attention elsewhere.
History just constantly repeats itself. We're getting exactly what we had back in the 80s when Iran and Iraq were at war. It's just like getting involved in the Middle East is just never a good idea. Okay, I know we want to stop them having their nukes. You know, we're worried about all of that stuff. But the reality is, yeah, this is just playing out just like it did decades ago.
Iraq moved to cut off Iran's main export. It began attacking tankers carrying oil from Iranian ports in what became known as the Tanker War. Iran eventually responded by attacking oil tankers moving to and from the Gulf states, some of which were supporting Iraq. But with Iraq being aided by the West, Iran had to get creative. It turned to sea mines and planted them around the Strait of Hormuz.
So this is exactly what's going on now.
For the first time, Iran was using the disruption of oil moving through Hormuz as a weapon. But these disruptions finally drew the US directly into the conflict.
You, just you, building your app on base 44.
In 1987, the US stepped in to protect the flow of oil for itself and its allies by escorting tankers. Tensions between the two countries began to escalate. In 1988, a US naval ship struck an Iranian mine, injuring US sailors on board. A couple months later, a US warship mistook an Iranian passenger aircraft for a fighter jet and shot it down over the Strait of Hormuz, killing all 290 passengers.
Ronald Reagan has issued a statement deeply regretting the loss of life in what he calls a terrible human tragedy.
The Iran-Iraq War ended in August 1988, but conflict between the US and Iran continued for decades, and tensions and distrust grew on both sides.
So look, this is just a never-ending disaster, right? The way that this works, and the way all the oil comes from out of here to the rest of the world, and Iran have it in a chokehold, quite literally a chokehold, is, you know, it's just going to be a never-ending problem. I read a really good book once called Prisoners of Geography, and the premise of the book was basically that just like all of the global conflicts and all of the power in the world is basically based in geography. America is, you know, the most resource-rich, well-placed, diverse country. They've got this huge landmass. Their whole society is armed to the teeth. America basically can't be knocked off of their perch as the top dog because of the geography. The land's too good. The country's too good. It's too well placed. It's too fortified. You can't fuck with them. All right. And for that very same reason, you're never going to be able to solve this problem in Iran. This is going to be going on forever. It's been going on since the 80s. It cools down, then it heats back up. And it's all because of geography. It's all because of this goddamn choke point. And we're never going to be able to change that unless we nuke the tip of Dubai. Maybe we blast out some of Dubai and Oman and just make a little sidetrack over here away from Iran. It's never going to end. And basically, you know, apparently as a result of this situation, the US have basically very limited military options on the table. There's very little they can do. There's going to be very little they can do about this, full stop. And that is unfortunately why this war might rage on for a long time, if not forever.
And of course, we see the things we would expect to see at this stage, which is more attacks on both sides. The map changes every day, but it's a map that we can expect to continue in that vein for a while. More interesting at the moment is what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz, because this has now become a very hot issue and the politics of it are extremely delicate. Let's take the politics out of it for a moment and just think about the technical side. If any military was going to try to open the Strait of Hormuz, what would it need? Well, it would need three things. The first thing it would need is a series of air defense destroyers which could actually operate along the coastline, providing air defense against missiles or drones being fired from the Iranian side. The second thing it would need is a series of air attacks, probably on targets inside Iran, any targets that could operate against something on the coast. So it would need a very active policy of hitting things every time they saw them appear near the coast. And then the third thing it would need, and this is the most difficult, of course, is a convoy system. So we've made some guesses here. Supposing a convoy of 6 ships was envisaged, and these would be tankers. These tankers are supposed to keep at least 8 to 12 ship lengths apart when they travel through this area. Supposing that was cut by 50%, supposing they said, okay, 4 lengths apart is good enough. Well, at 4 lengths apart, given the size of these tankers, we're still talking about a convoy that would be about 12 kilometers long. It would still be a very large convoy, even with a warship at either end. So a warship at either end would need to be supplemented by sort of sheepdogs that are able to move in and out of the convoy to protect them against drones, against robot boats, against people in rubber inflatables just trying their luck. This would be a very large area to try to preserve. Now, of course, this is not to scale, but 12 kilometers of target traveling 600 miles right up to the Shatt al Arab waterway at the head of the Gulf is quite a long gauntlet to have to run. Are there any alternatives? Well, there is one clear alternative, which the Saudis thought about years ago when they faced this during the Iraq-Iran war in the 1980s. They built themselves a pipeline that goes from Abqaiq to Yanbu. And that pipeline is very efficient, but it won't take the amount of oil that still needs to be got out through the Gulf. And here is the problem. If they put tankers into the Red Sea, which they could, to load up at Yanbu, first of all, they've got to go out through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the foot of the Red Sea. And that area, of course, is threatened by the Houthis, who have said that we will attack shipping in that area. Now, they haven't done that yet, and we don't really know why they haven't done it, but that...
It's like, oh, the only other option... Oh, the Houthis have got... Houthis are going to destroy that one as well. Like, give me a break. Why can't, like, shoot a little pipeline up over here to the, like, Suez Canal? Shoot, I don't know. It's crazy.
Threat is still there. The other alternative is, of course, to go out through the Suez Canal. But the fact is, what is the depth permitted through the Suez Canal? In reality, it's 20 meters. And if you think about the big tankers that we're talking about, 20 meters is not enough. This is a very large crude carrier, a VLCC, and there are ultra-large crude carriers, even bigger than this. And a very large crude carrier requires a depth of about 12 for them to try to get out through the bottom or the southern part of the Red Sea.
So look, apparently Trump was sending like a aircraft carrier with like 20 with thousands of troops basically that were headed towards Iran. There's talk of boots on the ground, but I just feel like the problem with this is it could escalate even more. If the oil prices go up to $200 a barrel, Iran is actually going to have the whole world in a chokehold, and it's going to be very, very bad, okay? But just let me know what you guys think. Let me know if you think that we're going to be able to overcome this, or if this is just a never-ending disaster. They've been fighting about this since the 80s. It's been the same thing, day in, day out, and it just seems like it's never going to end. So look, I'm going to wrap it up here. That's all I'm going to say about...
Well, I'm going to keep going a little longer, Guy. So what do you guys think? What is this over here, the Young Turks? I can deal with Anna. I don't do well with, what's his name? Chink? I don't know. I don't do well with him. For some reason, he pushes my buttons, but let's see.
Everyone keeps asking me how I do my podcast alone. The answer, Riverside.
They want to negotiate. They want to negotiate badly. I don't think they're ready. Just on what I'm hearing, they want to negotiate.
So this says the Iran insists that a ceasefire with the U.S. is not on the table. That's nice to know.
Have never asked even for negotiation.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes.
Seems like President Donald Trump is wrong about Iran begging for mercy. And that's what this story is really about, because Dropside News has done some reporting on where Iranians are at when it comes to this war, and it seems to conflict considerably with narratives coming from the Trump administration. So before we get to the details, Cenk, your 2 cents.
So in this story, first of all, you're going to see one.
Wait, y'all, is his name Jank? Is she saying Jank? I'm sorry. I know that's totally off subject. What is his name?
Story, first of all, you're going to see why Iran wants us to use ground troops so badly. And you're also going to see the difference between real reporters, the ones that Dropside News, and mainstream media, and how they cover the same story and how one is clearly telling the truth and the other isn't. So it's an amazing story. Anna, tell us about it.
So Steve Witkoff, Trump's Middle East envoy and real estate guy, is at the center of this story. And so the framing in Dropsite News is very different from what you'll see in the legacy media and the mainstream media. So Araghchi, who is the foreign minister of Iran, not only made it clear on Face the Nation that he isn't seeking a ceasefire, Iran is not seeking a ceasefire, he even reiterated that during the foreign ministry's final press conference of the Iranian calendar year. Here's what he said. We don't ask for ceasefire, but this war must end in a way that our enemies never again think about repeating such attacks. They now understand what kind of nation. A new report from Dropsite News. It is the Trump administration that has been asking for talks. Two Iranian officials told Dropsite that Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, personally sent messages to officials in Tehran, including Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, last week exploring possibilities for resuming negotiations. Remember, the US and Israel is running low on missile interceptors. Iran knows that. They further write over at Dropsite that Iran has not replied to Witkoff. The Iranian officials told Dropsite that Iran has also received messages from the White House via third countries. In fact, a senior Iranian official spoke to Dropsite telling them that because of decisions made by Iran's top authorities, no response was sent to his messages. The message here is clear. Iran has once again closed the window for any direct negotiations. The authority to declare a ceasefire rests solely with the country's supreme leader. It's not something the foreign minister or any other official or organization in Iran would send messages about to a foreign party. Now, why would they want a ceasefire when you consider the fact that the new Ayatollah the old Ayatollah was murdered, as we all know. The new Ayatollah has lost, obviously, his father. His mother also died of her wounds. And the opening salvo by the United States in Iran was to slaughter hundreds of elementary school girls at an elementary school in Manap. Okay, 175 people total died as a result. And so these foreign ministry spokesperson, he says Iran entered the negotiations with open eyes. He said, demonstrate to the international community that it was not responsible for the conflict, he added. Now, less than an hour after Dropsite News published their piece, Israeli insider Barak Ravid tried to spin this as something entirely different. So what did his reporting say? A US official and a source with knowledge said Araghchi sent text messages to Witkoff that focused on ending the war. The US official claimed the outreach came from the Iranian side, but the US is not talking to Iran. But they add, neither of the sources spoke in detail about how many texts had been exchanged or about their content. Interesting. And again, Araghchi denied this, writing on X. My last contact with Mr. Witkoff was prior to his employer's decision to kill diplomacy with another illegal military attack on Iran. Any claim to the contrary appears geared solely to mislead oil traders and the public. So why is the US or seemingly trying to spin this? Well, one of the sources, a senior Iranian official who spoke to Dropsite on the condition of anonymity.
How do you give your book the best chance to succeed in?
Well, I hope everybody is seeking to find some kind of off-ramp right about now, because this is starting to get kind of rough.
From spines,
Many direct and indirect requests for a ceasefire have been coming from the US. Now that they've seen the Iranian side isn't responding to those requests, they're trying to make up for their embarrassment by twisting the narrative in the media. The responses that we provide to third-party countries for a ceasefire are being publicly presented by Trump as if they were his own positions. So basically, Iran is saying, no, we're not reaching out to the US, okay? We're done with the diplomatic talks. We see what the US does when we're engaged in diplomatic talks. They essentially engage in the military equivalent of a sucker punch and attack us. So no, we're at war and we don't want a ceasefire, we don't want negotiations. That's their perspective. But for whatever reason, Barak Ravid over at Axios has a completely different take, Cenk.
Yeah, so after another, both from the Iranian side and the US side and the actual facts on the ground to support their hypothesis that No, the Iranians are not asking for a ceasefire. In fact, they won't even return our calls for a ceasefire. Axios goes, yeah, bro, I talked to somebody in the White House and somebody in Israel, and they say that they want us to believe that the Iranians are begging for a ceasefire. So we printed it so we could lie to you guys and trick you into believing that this war is going to be easy. So you go further into the war and we get our objectives in Israel. Oh, that's really convincing. Okay.
Okay.
Unfortunately for her, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is kind of running out of options. She's trying to explain what is taking place in this administration, but she can only explain it by lying or by not telling the whole truth. Neither is particularly good. She has given up on coherence and she is just saying words from the English language. And
I think some of these people are just made, possibly. I wonder what's going on. I mean, I know how bad it looks on YouTube. I haven't seen in a while. Like, who is this? I don't even know who this is. Let's see, Steven Crowder, maybe. Well, there's somebody I really haven't seen. Steve. Yeah, no surprises there. Now, no real surprises there either, to be honest. Joe Kent, and you know, Joe Kent is the one that was running the anti-terrorist task force thing. So it says, Ben Shapiro says that Joe Kent's resignation letter is conspiratorial idiocy. Let's see what he's saying. I don't know why I'm going to listen, but
Joe Kent quit his job at the National Counterterrorism Center and issued a scathing letter designed to undermine President Trump. The letter is deeply, deeply conspiratorial. It states openly that, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Now, that is conspiracy trash. It's also
kind of seems true, Ben. Oh, Ben, it kind of seems true.
kind of strange since President Trump has said that it's conspiracy trash. So apparently, Trump is so deeply, deeply enthralled to those strange, powerful American lobbies. We're not going to say it. That he apparently has been so bamboozled by them that he's still under the impression that he's his own man. But here's the thing. President Trump is his own man. He makes his own decisions. And as per our usual arrangement, Trump's critics are cowards who are simply unwilling to acknowledge that Trump is the one making. And influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pre-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. Again, the idea here seems to be that President Trump is a moron, misled into war by nefarious Israelis and unnamed influential members of the American media. Don't say it. Again, apparently, President Trump has no agency and no thoughts. Kent's letter is replete with this conspiratorial idiocy, including, as we just saw, the idea that it was Israel that forced the original Iraq war, an idea totally and utterly unsupportable by any evidence, given the fact that the actual prime minister of Israel at the time, Ariel Sharon, opposed the Iraq war. This stuff is brain rot. Now listen, we should all be thankful for Joe Kent's long and honorable military service. We can also be glad that he's leaving, since his ideology is the same as that of Tucker Carlson, the guy who says that the war is disgusting and evil and who has been busy sexting with the mullahs. Tucker Carlson calls Kent a personal friend and, quote, the bravest man I know, the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism in the middle of a war.
Well, I guess it's a double good thing that we just learned that Iran doesn't want to surrender anyway. So, yeah, maybe we should listen to this guy. I mean, because Iran's clearly never going to surrender. This is going to be another forever, ever war. New proof of life video of BB. Everybody's so sure that all of the videos of BB have been AI. Oh, I guess that's what they're
Where's
trying to.
BB?
That's what they're trying to say here too. I'm guessing. It already looks that way.
The AI edition just dropped. Check this out.
Make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike. Yes, I'm alive.
I checked that, and I'm happy to see that.
So he
I
has
wanted to make
wrinkles.
sure because, you know, you guys get along too well.
I know, and
Bro's got 2 ear canals.
you know, but I have to tell you, I'm alive, but I have this card.
Oh.
And yeah, don't read it. So it's a punch card.
Mm-hmm.
Today I erased 2 names on this badge.
You know what the good news is? My name is not on the punch card.
Really puts the cuck in Mike Huckabee. They accidentally generated a red tie instead of a blue one.
Your name is on the list of the good guys.
Thank you.
And
Good
and,
boy.
What the president, the U.S. forces are doing is incredible. We're very proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And getting rid of these lunatics who'd like to develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city after wiping out Israel. They ain't going to do that. We're wiping them out.
I love it. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. Take care.
Thank you.
Well, it's a good thing Mike Huckabee is not on Netanyahu's punch card of people to kill. What a weird thing to say. Does anybody else think that Netanyahu's always saying like some really weird stuff? What does it say? Jewish Columbia student. What? Jewish Columbia student racked with fear upon seeing a Palestinian flag. How the media frames fear differently depending on who's experiencing it.
This isn't about what happened on the weekend. Why can't they just go up there?
They want our people dead. They want us killed.
And so part of it.
But you know, it is kind of sad for her because she's young and she may really, I'm not going to say have no idea. She's old enough to learn, to educate herself, but she has to realize that while she's offended, that they might be thinking, you know, she thinks that they want her dead. But in the meantime, look at all the people in Palestine that did die and in Gaza that did die versus the Israelis that died. It's very, very disproportionate. What is this? Women who voted for Trump 3 times.
If President Trump was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Trump. Let's take a listen to one more woman who we spoke with. If you could say something to President Trump, he was.
Well, so this says Joe Kent tried to investigate whether any foreign actors were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination before the FBI shut it down. Well, that's weird, huh? So it says here, Kash Patel and this is from the Daily Mail. Kash Patel shuts down Charlie Kirk foreign intelligence probe, an explosive feud with Trump's counter-terror chief. Now this was reported way back October 29th of 2025. That was a long time ago, considering. What is this? I don't know. No explanation. I'm almost scared.
Listen to this stupid fuck.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation.
If this was Joe Biden saying this shit, you guys would have lost your fucking minds. Rightfully so. If this was your grandfather, at the very least, you would have taken.
It is weird that he keeps saying it. I mean, it's a country. It is a country full of people. So, we're following Joe Kent today. Okay. Spring break, Fort Lauderdale. No, thank you. Oh, there's good old Ben again. Yeah, just think. Here we go. Deputy Director of the FBI.
This is Karate Man. Double leg. The jump kick. The side kick. The roundhouse. The tie kick. Body.
Yeah, he is kind of crazy looking. Sad part is that's a real clip. It's a real clip from his real podcast. Real clip. That is wild. Oh, what's he got to say? Let's see.
In its final hours. This dude has nothing else to lose. So I'm damn sure that he's not going to submit our country.
Oh, he's talking about Joe Kent. It's amazing how yesterday nobody had anything to say about him, and today, just because he's another person that's speaking out against the war, that's just, it's embarrassing. It should be embarrassing to Trump at this point. I mean, he does it to anybody who speaks out against him immediately gets the Trump effect
In its
here.
final hours. We have so many doomers and gloomers right now. And Trump has given us very little reasons to be upset other than him getting rid of appointees. It's his choice, it's his discretion, and we voted for him to do so. We don't know everything behind the scenes. We don't know everyone that's compromised. We're only seeing things from the people that's let go perspective. Now, how many times do you see someone that gets fired from somewhere has something good to say about their boss? These are humans. Although he's the president of the United States.
Fired him as soon as Joe Kent's resignation letter was published to the public like that and started making, he didn't resign, or he resigned only because we gave him the option. He knew he was getting fired. Trump didn't say that.
These are humans and these are human experiences. People are going to feel somewhat bitter when they're let go. It doesn't feel good. It's humiliating. There's no conspiracy about it. So many people are letting Trump go like I've never seen. And it's not the voters. Because if you look at the polls and everything, nothing's changed. It's not the voters. It's these people that's mainly on X that's trying to stir up conflict and division because they don't have narratives to sell people anymore about how the country is being destroyed. Instead of saying the country is cooked and destroyed, they constantly are talking about things that will happen. Oh, he's going to push us to World War III. Oh, he's going to get us all killed. Oh, he's going to sell us out to Israel. They're always talking about what will.
Oh no, a lot of us are saying we're already compromised. We've already been sold out to Israel.
Happen because things are so damn good right now.
Wow, is this guy on somebody's payroll? I mean, this doesn't seem very realistic for the majority of the people. I mean, really, that I see, that I know. I'm not talking about podcasters.
There's nothing. There are poison to our system. And I used to be considered the conspiracy theorist. Is that not crazy? The amount of people that have claimed they're letting Trump go, it shows me they never were here for it in the beginning. And it was simply about monetary gain. We have to let go things that don't serve us. And that's a lot of these people. A lot. And I don't.
Yeah, a lot of the people that are just going, it is becoming like a cult, right? Because just because you vote for somebody or you can agree with them on most things, I don't think it's natural to agree with any person 100% of the time. And that's absolutely abnormal, right? That would be cult-like behavior for real. So it doesn't matter. I've been a Trump supporter. That's cool. But when it comes to this issue, when it comes to the war, but especially when it comes to Israel and Israel pushing us into the war, that doesn't make you like it doing. But furthermore, this is why I'm a cartoon. So people can't look at me and wonder why I didn't like wash my hoodie or realize that I had, what has he done here? Wiped his hands on his hoodie? I'll hear him
Never
out.
call the council. No one follow who you want to follow, listen to their voice. But we need to take a look at the individuals that speak and saying we need to separate from MAGA. Wouldn't even have a voice if he wasn't here. So you see what happens? They think they can fight the master. And it's not about following blindly. But if a man has changed our entire perception of reality, completely changed how we view a president, completely changed how
He might have changed the way this dude viewed a president. He might have woke this dude up to, I don't know. I don't know. That hoodie's geeking me out. It's really got me sidetracked. This is scary. He did change. It's not normal for a president to change someone's perspective like he's talking about. I think this is almost unnatural.
we think a president can act and what they can and can't do. How has it gotten to a point that we still can't trust it? Because, okay, we don't trust the plan. What we do, vote Democrat? Vote for another neocon? Where's the person that's better than Trump? He is facing things that people can't even comprehend. Like, he has to think about 1,000 people at once.
Yeah, that guy's kind of crazy. I think I've seen his clips before. Obviously, I must follow him. Do I follow him?
This dude has nothing else.
I don't know. What does it say? A 2-week-old baby was hospitalized at Wilson Medical Center with a severe herpes Severe herpes infection after contracting the virus during a Brit Milah Jewish ritual circumcision that involved direct oral suction. What am I reading? That's a at guac. Is this real? Moment, but I'm not even going to do it. So, my friend and the legend who's been going viral lately for exposing Netanyahu's fake AI videos has made an X account. What, he didn't have one? Where were these videos? Is he a TikToker?
Who is missing behind me at the table? Who's missing? Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Look who is missing. Who is missing behind me at the table?
Oh, okay, so that wasn't yesterday's, it was a few days ago. What is this?
While everyone is focused whether this man is alive or a lot of things have happened. Let me tell you what you might have missed. Do you remember these towers? Good. Do you also remember who bought these towers a couple weeks before these planes flew inside the tower? No? Let me refresh your memory. This man bought the Twin Towers a couple weeks before the planes flew into them. But do you know what this man also bought a couple weeks ago? He bought this tower, the largest tower in Los Angeles. But the kicker is that the FBI has been saying this. California could be attacked by drones because of the Iran war. Yes, the FBI is claiming that Iran wants, instead of them being Iranian drones, they're most likely gonna be American Iranian copies of drones, because 4 drones were stolen from an American military base.
Is that true? Now, I have to ask Rock this one, right? 'Cause is it true that 4 military drones were stolen from Fort Campbell?
Checking that drone theft claim right now.
Sorry, y'all, I have to check.
Yeah, it's true. 4 Skydio X-10D military drones were stolen from Fort Campbell back in late November 2025. They went missing from a locked storage spot in a secured building at the 326th Division Engineer Battalion. The Army's criminal investigators, who apparently had legit access to the base. No public threat, though. These are small quadcopters with cameras, not weapons. Here's what the drones look like. Pretty like this at the gate. The whole thing's been in the news lately, but no wild conspiracy stuff. Just a targeted theft they're chasing down.
Okay, so that's crazy, but it does show that the guy in the clip is quite a bit wrong on at least that, because Grok just said that these drones aren't the type that are capable of it. They don't have them. Okay, anyway, so at least they know who took them, and at least we know that they are indeed not capable of, like, they're not bombing people.
Well.
So, yeah, that's enough of that clip. Deputy Attorney General Todd Bland investigating Jeffrey Epstein's international child trafficking network. Well, we already know that. Let's see what he says, though.
As I've said, I'm the biggest conspiracy theorist you'll ever find. So when rings, did investigators check for any connection between Epstein and the Pizzagate controversy?
Well, when you say did investigators track, the Pizzagate conspiracy
What are those
theory
socks?
has been debunked repeatedly by law enforcement, not by me, by law enforcement. And I know that there's been a fair amount of searches around those certain terms.
Sure, it was totally debunked. And then you look at what happened with Epstein, where a wealthy, well-connected man was actually trafficking underage girls in elite circles. And then you begin to think, maybe things aren't a real conspiracy theory.
Well, but again, the only thing we can do in a conspiracy theory, Katie, is investigate. Okay, so it's easy to say on X or to say, I think there's an issue here, but how do we, let's investigate. So we investigated all the times that the certain buzzwords associated with Pizzagate were in the Epstein files, and you can do the same thing. And users
I've read all the pages.
And many of those, at least as far as my understanding is of the conspiracy theory, don't line up with the conspiracy theory at all. If all of them, frankly. But so I'm not sure. I am aware that the word pizza is in the Epstein files, among other things.
Does a client list exist? Is
the government list?
Does an Epstein client list exist, and is the government in possession of it?
No, I mean, listen, everything, I can ask you the same question, right? Because everything's been released. So there's what's commonly referred to as the client list, if I were speculating, is the black book that has been released for years and years and years that was basically Epstein's address book. There was a list of masseuses. It's not a client list, obviously. A lot of those women were actually victims. That exists, but I don't even, to be honest with you, I don't know what a client list is, and I'm not trying to be naive, but what would a client list consist of? You mean clients, his personal clients? But no, I have not seen such a list.
Another theory is that Epstein is well connected to foreign intelligence services. Do you have any evidence of him being a spy or a plant for another foreign country?
No. There's no evidence of that, and we did look at that extensively, not only this administration, but
every administration that has been compromised could look at that.
And there's no evidence that he was associated with, well, let me just not say there's no evidence. The evidence that people say exists does not point to him being any part of foreign intelligence. Now, as I will say repeatedly, I did not know Epstein. On my investigation as a Deputy Attorney General for the past 11 months or so. So, but from what I have seen in the files and from what I understand happened during all the investigations, there's zero evidence of that.
Well, it's nice to know. Doesn't everybody feel better? What is this? In what world is this not blatant defamation? There was absolutely nothing anti-Semitic in it's Joe Kent's resignation. So it says neo-Nazi, neo-Nazi, Jew-hating Israel basher quits administration. Good riddance to bad garbage. Who wrote that? Alan Dershowitz wrote this, March 17th, yesterday. Wow. Joe can't. I mean, should we even read this? Why is this okay? Joe Kent, who cavorts with Nazis and blames the Jews for everything, has resigned. I don't think he blamed Jews. I think he was blaming the government of Israel. And why is it okay to call anybody that questions a government a neo-Nazi or a Jew hater? Okay, you could say Israel basher. We see people bash Iran every day. We see people bash lots of countries every day. We see Trump. He's bashed Canada. He's bashed everybody. What are we doing? Anyway, where was I? Sorry. Has resigned in protest over the Iran attack. In his letter, he invokes anti Semitic tropes about Israel, Jews, and the media they control, getting us in divorce. Now, you do know he knows, surely, there's people other than Jews that live in Israel. I mean, so questioning the Israel government is not like a hit on all Jews. Right, but Benjamin Netanyahu didn't oppose it, and he was still here. And he was the one begging our government to intervene. And he's the one that helped push and drag us into the Iraq war. They must think everybody forgot. I don't know. Anyway, so it says Ken is a liar, a bigot, Nazi lover. It's good that he's gone. He should be relegated to the waste bin of history, where he joins others of his disgusting ilk. Anyone who supports this evil man and his bigoted viewers should join him. Good riddance. What the hell? Isn't that Jeffrey?
As I've said, I'm the biggest
A
conspiracy.
list of masseuses.
Whoops. Isn't that Jeffrey Epstein's attorney? I mean, why are we listening to Jeffrey Epstein's attorney? Oh, some more. Here we go.
Folks, don't fall for the propaganda. Iran is losing. Not barely losing, they are getting scorched, actually. One by one, the leaders of the Islamic Republic are being eliminated. Generals, security chiefs, regime power brokers, all gone. The supreme leader of her son, Mojtaba Khomeini, an impotent, likely gay, half-idiot mullah, as his successor. Even daddy didn't want that to happen. Well, the problem is Mojtaba has not been seen in weeks, and he may be in a coma. Meanwhile, Iran's command structure is shattered. Their missile capacity has been slashed by 90%. Whatever is left of the regime is throwing a temper tantrum like a toddler. So the real question isn't why Iran is losing. The real question is why so many people in the West are pretending they aren't. Folks, don't fall for the propaganda.
Well, I don't know. Maybe because we don't know that they are. So what is this? University of Arkansas chapter of Turning Point USA announces disaffiliation from the TPUSA national group 1 week after Erica Kirk visits. What? Citing concerns about direction and losing sight of conservative values. Oh, that's not a good look.
Turning Point USA chapter at the University of Arkansas announcing it is rebranding and disaffiliating with the national group. The chapter's president said in a statement posted on social media, the executive board had become concerned with the direction of the national group. Says the chapter will now be rebranding to Young American Revival, focusing on advocating for Christian conservative values. Comes a week after Turning Point's CEO, Erica Kirk, paid a visit to Arkansas. Governor Sanders signed a proclamation endorsing TPUSA chapters in schools statewide. Turning Point USA chapter at the University.
Yeah, that's one more bad look for Erica Kirk, huh? What does this say? Israel is trying to make preaching the gospel illegal. Wait a minute. So, just a minute ago, we read and saw, like Alan Dershowitz say that Joe Kent is a neo. What is he? What did he say? He's a Nazi, a neo-Nazi, Jew-hating Israel basher. But he's a Christian, right? I'm sure. So they can try to make it illegal to preach Christianity in Israel, in the Holy Land. what do we call these people? I keep asking. So, like, does that make them anti-Christ if they're anti-Christian? If we're anti-Semites because we say we don't want war or because we don't agree with some of what Israel's doing, I don't think that means that you dislike Jews because you don't agree with Israel. I just don't understand. But this making it illegal to preach the gospel, nah.
Believers for sharing the gospel of Jesus with prison time. I wouldn't be surprised right now if there was a megachurch pastor somewhere in the United States that is going to try and convince their congregation that this is somehow a good thing. I feel like a large portion of the church in America is more loyal to this new nation state in the Middle East called Israel than they are to Jesus Christ himself. I mean, how often are we going to see pastors ignore what the Talmud literally says as it blasphemes Jesus? Furthermore, how often are we going to continue to take verses like Genesis 12:3 out of context while not reading the entire New Testament and the way Jesus and Paul refer to the Jewish people? It becomes blatantly obvious that Christians are God's chosen people, and that if we are going to pray for Israel at all, it should be for their repentance and not their military victory. Two ultra-Orthodox members of Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition have introduced a bill that would punish believers.
Yeah, that's wild. So this says Israeli forces seal Palestinian doors because they open on the streets reserved only for Jews. They block them off, forcing Palestinians to use windows instead. Let me see. That's crazy. Okay, I think we can all agree if that's what's going on there, that's insane. Yeah, pretty much. What is this? So Catholics for Catholics is basically just an anti-Israel movement posing as a Christian organization. What? Oh, mercy. What is this? Well. My opponents are again spreading lies about me. I strongly condemn Nick Fuentes' politics, especially in regards to our ally Israel. Yeah, that was in 22. I think Joe Kent has a little different way of thinking now based on his resignation letter, huh? Looks like. So it says, it's another post about it from the General. It says Trump's top counterterrorism official Joe Kent has resigned. Let's see what this clip is.
Hi, I'm Joe Kent, the Director of the National Counterterrorism Center at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Welcome to the first NCTC Ops Center update. I'm coming to you from the heart of our organization, the NCTC Operations Center Watch 4. 24/7, 365 days a year, this is the hub where terrorism intelligence is integrated, analyzed, and shared across the entire U.S. government, enabling tactical operations, informing strategic planning, and supporting President Trump's agenda of eradicating the terrorist cartels and gangs that have been terrorizing our communities for far too long, and thwarting transnational terrorist organizations that endanger our nation. Earlier this month, we provided crucial intelligence to the U.S. Marshal Service that led to the apprehension of a Sinaloa cartel leader who had been on the run since 1997. Our historic intelligence support put an end to 2 decades of drug trafficking and money laundering that harmed our community. Hi, I'm Joe Kent.
Okay, so I guess that was prior to his. So it says he states that Israel provided bad intelligence to drag America into the war with Iran. That's why Trump was surprised on the counterattack from Iran as well as bombing a school, all based on bad intel from Mossad. Is that true? Now, I didn't hear that part when they read the resignation letter, when I heard it read aloud, and I definitely can't zoom in on that. I'm not going to pull it up with the gist of it, but, I wonder if that's true. Did Joe Kent say that the reason the school was struck is because they got bad intel from Israel? I want to know. Where's Grok? Is it true that Joe Kent claimed that the reason the school was bombed in Iran is because the U.S. got bad intel from the Mossad and Israel? Sorry, guys, I gotta see though. Why is she not reading to me? Yeah, close, but not exactly. Joe Kent, the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center, did resign yesterday over the U.S. strikes on Iran, blaming Israel for pushing us into it with what he called a misinformation campaign from high-ranking Israeli officials and media. He said Trump got tricked into thinking Iran was an imminent threat leading to the bombing and compared it to Iraq's bad intel fiasco. He didn't name Mossad specifically, it's Israeli officials and Israelis in his letter. But plenty of folks online are framing it as Mossad-fed bad intel, especially after some ex-posts claimed the strikes hit civilian spots like a school based on that. Here's the key bit for resignation. Yeah, we already know about the letter. It says Kent's basically saying the whole thing was manufactured pressure, no real threat from Iran. Wild stuff for a Trump appointee to drop like that. Yeah, it is. But, I mean, if it is, then that's what it is, right? Oh, I like this guy. Oh, that's the one about Epstein? I don't know about that. I wonder if he's got any more recent ones. Let's see here. What is this? This is Tucker. It's a kind of short clip.
Things change is the moment at which like lots of Americans die. And that's why 9/11 was the most profound thing to happen in our lifetimes, because 3,000 Americans died on camera. And it was just like the worst thing still the worst thing I've ever seen. And I think every American felt that way. And so at that point, it gives the people in charge license to do things they would not be allowed to do, like create TSA or whatever, invade Iraq. And so are you concerned that, there could be attacks here in the United States, and like, what then?
I feel like there was already an attack in the United States, that Austin shooting. We haven't heard much about it, but it seemed pretty clearly linked to the Iran war. And if it goes on, I would be very, very surprised if there aren't others, which again, I think means that not only are we fighting a war for the benefit of citizens in another country, we're doing it by endangering the citizens of our own country for so many different reasons. And I do think if it gets to the point where, this really gets out of hand and you start to see mass casualty attacks in the United States, the history of the United States and other countries leaves no doubt that emergency measures will be instantly imposed. And those emergency measures don't go anywhere when there are emergencies. That was the history of the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was this radical, extremist, un-American law that we needed supposedly in the wake of 9/11. They assured us, oh, don't worry, it's going to be temporary. Here we are, 2026. It's part of our woodwork, and nobody ever talks about it anymore. That's how quickly these things can get normalized.
People keep saying, no matter who you vote for, you get President Netanyahu, and there's some truth in that. I mean, let's stop lying. There's some truth in that. The big decisions are influenced, if not made, by a foreign leader. Does that end after this?
We fight those who wield power to prey on the weak. Beast.
And if so, how?
There have been presidential debates in the past 30 years, most recently probably, or vice presidential ones as well, where the two-party candidates, when it came to Israel, started arguing about who was more pro-Israel. That's typically the limits of the debate that we've been permitted to have. One of the things that I'm so amazed by, and maybe I'm being naive here, but it's very frustrating and shocking at the same time. The Iraq War was one of the worst debacles, probably the worst American debacle in our lifetime. You had the 2008 financial crisis and all the other things. But that was what led to this whole unraveling of trust and faith in the integrity and reliability of American institutions that has caused so many things after that. But also just the what it did to that region itself. All the lies that the credibility of the United States with those lies, everything that we were told would happen, none of it happened. It gave rise to ISIS. It was, everybody acknowledges it was one of the worst actions in American history. And yet here we are 20 years later. And the thing that has really amazed me was, to the extent there was any kind of attempt to have a debate about the Iran war to justify it, it was based on exactly the same tactics, the same script, the same rhetoric, the same jargon, the same twisted rationale, and often the same people who sold the war in Iraq back in 2002 and 2003. I saw a Fox News clip. They excavated Condoleezza Rice from some underground lair or bunker or whatever in which she works these days. And they put her on, Brett Baird did, and she gave this 5-minute speech about how we have to go to war in Iran to, make sure they don't have weapons of mass destruction and nuclear weapons, and they fund terrorist states and will bring freedom and democracy to exactly verbatim what she was saying. And the debate has almost been identical. So I want to say, yeah, if this war goes really bad, it'll create this gigantic realignment. And maybe it will, as part of, these developments, that these events, very similar, if not identical, new war to the Iraq war. And yet here we are doing exactly that in ways that aren't even pretextually different. They're not even changing the script or the cast of characters.
Literally. And I guess one of the lessons I learned from the Iraq war is that, the groundwork is always laid for big changes, and you sort of see it being built, but you don't really believe it's going to happen. I remember being at the White House right before the start, in February of 2003. And someone told me, yeah, we're about to invade Iraq. And of course, I'd been advocating for it shamefully, but I didn't really believe it was going to happen. Even though I was on the side of it, I thought that's too crazy. That can't actually, they had nothing to do with 9/11. So why are we doing this? And this person said, well, of course we're doing. I'm what do you think this is? And so with that lesson in mind, when the ship started steaming toward the Persian Gulf, I was like, it looks like we're going to have a war. To take that same principle and apply it to the IHRA effort, the effort to constrain free speech, and we're getting to a place where people are going to be arrested in the United States for their opinions.
The one thing we have is the First Amendment, which we should be very grateful for, because if it were time to create a constitution now, we would not have that. And one of the ways I know that is that, I'm very familiar with a lot of other countries, including one I live in, where that doesn't exist. The UK doesn't have it. Obviously, all throughout Europe doesn't have it. But it is already happening in other countries. There were two bands in the UK that did a concert, and one of them said, death to the IDF. Not death to Jews, not even death to Israel, death to the IDF, the military of Israel that was fighting a war. And another one sang a song about Hezbollah and Hamas. They were criminally charged with terrorism. The courts ultimately, just in the last week, threw it out. We just saw the woman being arrested in Australia. This is absolutely the trend in the West over the past. I think the galvanizing event was the dual traumas of Brexit and then Trump's victory in 2016 over Hillary that made Western elites think we cannot tolerate any longer free exchange of ideas on the internet, dissemination of news, and it's just too unpredictable, and it causes too many dangerous outcomes that are out of our control. But for sure, this is the trend in so many ways. And yeah, the West is abandoning very aggressively their belief in free speech, not as some absolutist, concept in the way that I might affirm it,
right,
but just the basic notion that you can't be punished by the state for the expression of political views.
Sometimes baby steps turn out to be giant leaps.
How do you know when they're done? Yeah, that should be the first. The first thing
I mean, that is the rule everywhere in the world. I think. I don't know that there is a country in which free speech exists except the United States. And it's, as we've been talking about for an hour, it's definitely under attack. But despite the fact we have a First Amendment, we have a Fourth Amendment too, and it's routinely ignored. I've been the subject of, its violation, and you have too. So like amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights is ignored routinely. Do you think it's possible that the First Amendment will be overridden by the state to punish people for having opinions the state doesn't like?
Again, this is going to sound probably naive, but this is actually what my immediate reaction to it is. If you go to law school, which of course every judge in the federal judiciary does and has done, and you study, the history of jurisprudence or whatever, the idea that the First Amendment is the kind of, crown jewel of American rights and constitutional liberties is so indoctrinated into your brain. And it is before that as well. Like one of the things we're taught is that the reason America is exceptional, the reason America is different is because we have the right. So I'm sure there will come a day when judges will start to retreat from that. But for the moment, and you've seen some actually good cases where judges draw a line pretty rigorously. No, the state can't do this. The problem is that so much of the censorship now is through big tech companies, it's through online, and there are ways to circumvent it increasingly. And I do also think that, if these Western liberal democracies start embracing a true aggressive form of a framework of censorship, you have political changes in the United States, and I could easily see them starting to find ways to circumvent it too. None of these things are permanent. None of them are guaranteed. You have rights that you think are guaranteed on a parchment, and I've seen it many times. So as everybody who studies history, it's gone the next month or the next year, even though none of the processes to get rid of it were invoked.
Right. That's right. Or, and you see this also in a lot of countries where the husk of the old system remains in place. The Roman Senate is still, gathering, but it's not a legislative body anymore. It's a symbolic body or whatever. Its existence is designed to bolster authoritarian power. It's not a counterbalance against authoritarian power. Like you see that. I mean, judges in Zimbabwe still wear wigs.
Yeah, and in the UK too. Let me just add one thing: is that Naib, when it comes time to war, all bets are off, and we've seen that in a lot of wars. In the middle of the war on terror, Newt Gingrich wrote this article saying it's time to repeal and limit the First Amendment. There have been all kinds of measures designed to, accepted by courts. I mean, you can go find it. It's online. It's like 2006, we're fighting for the American way of life and our rights and liberties. And he's like, repeal the First Amendment. All of war propaganda is so effective. If you look at it rationally, you can deconstruct it transparently, but you don't really react to war propaganda rationally. It's designed to trigger like bad guys and feeling noble. And when that happens, people do start to think that if you're criticizing the war a little bit too excessively, if you're questioning the real reasons for the war, that this is somehow not just a irresponsible or destructive opinion, but it starts to ease into sedition or treason. We've seen this a lot in many different American wars, and I do think there's kind of a sense of seeing that now. I mean, not so much that I can point to somebody convicted or charged with sedition, but there's a lot of sentiment going around, not just from random accounts, but in mainstream ones, that this needs to happen.
Inflation makes credit card statements particularly scary. You work 40, 50 hours a week just to buy groceries and gas, things you...
Okay, Tucker. Let's see if there's anything new on YouTube first. Good old Lindsey Graham.
Defense agreement with, but here's what I want to say to Saudi Arabia tonight. I'm willing to do a mutual defense agreement with your country to give you protection in perpetuity. Under the agreement I've been pushing, and I hope we can continue to talk about, if you're attacked by Iran, we would go to war for you.
Those are some mighty big metaphoric britches on Senator Lindsey Graham these days, that he's now offering some sort of mutual defense pact to countries in the Gulf. I mean, I know that that guy's like buddies with Trump. I know that he's got his ear, but I feel like you're supposed to talk to the president about that. But this is becoming a little bit of a pattern for Lindsey Graham. He got the war he wanted. Iranians are being killed. He's had half staff for days now as a result of that. He got Benjamin Netanyahu, the war that he wants. He's so hyped on it, and he can taste the war with Cuba coming soon. He likes it. And so now he apparently thinks that he's the president, that he's in charge, that he gets to decide all of this stuff. But that's not actually how it's supposed to work, and it certainly wouldn't be in the best interest of the United States. He goes on to say in the extended comments, I'm not gonna make you listen to him for long, hopefully Gulf Cooperation Council countries, the larger Gulf states, not just Saudi Arabia, will get more involved as this fight is in their backyard. If not, consequences will follow. So Lindsey Graham is now offering them a mutual defense alliance that is not his to offer. Best case scenario, it's like the entire Senate's to help to negotiate, not Lindsey Graham. And then he's also saying, if all of you countries don't get on board and get involved in the war that I helped to spark, that's already caused your civilians to die for no gain to you, then there will be consequences. So he can offer the carrot, he can offer the stick, with neither the carrot nor the stick are his to offer at all. And by the way, he has been just in general on a real tear of some questionable statements. He said, when this regime goes down, we're gonna have a new Middle East and we are gonna make a ton of money. That, after all, is what we've been told the point of this war, right? I mean, constantly when they would come out, I mean, State of the Union, Benjamin Netanyahu, it's we're all gonna be rich, all money all over the region. That's what they told us, right? That's how they're justifying the spending of $1 to $2 billion, United States tax dollars every single day, is so some companies can make money. I guess what we're gonna take some tankers like we did with Venezuela. Has that benefited you, by the way? There's people making money in Venezuela. Oh yeah, no, the cabinet's making. Have you made any money? Weird how that works out. So no, super excited. We're gonna make some money there. Screw all that stuff about democracy, the Iranian people. We gotta get paid, everybody. He also said this: I will be with Israel until our dying day. And to that I say, then go be with them. One would think that you would be too busy being with, I don't know, the United Goddamn States until you're dying.
Oh, bad word, sorry. Yeah, and if not the whole United States, at least South Carolina that elected you.
You know the country you serve, the constituents, they're American, right? Can somebody please talk to Lindsey Graham and remind him of that? But anyways, as much as all of this annoys me, I'm not the only one annoyed by this. Megyn Kelly, who has been speaking out against Lindsey Graham's continued access to Donald Trump, said, when did Lindsey Graham become our president? In the past 24 hours, he's threatened Lebanon, Cuba, the Saudis, the wider Arab region, and now checks notes Spain. Yes, he did in that interview go on to threaten Spain. He said, let's get real. The problem with Lindsey Graham isn't just that he's a homicidal maniac. It's that Trump likes and is listening to him. And Trump's favorite channel is parading him around like a Hefner bunny in stockings on every show. So that's good. And I appreciate Megyn Kelly's commentary on this, and that she's speaking out against the warmongers like Lindsey Graham that want us to go to war with Iran. We're gonna be on opposite sides of it when she enthusiastically supports like the invasion of Canada, Greenland, or Mexico or whatever, because there's plenty of wars that she's gonna be on board for, but at least she's against this one. And I just wanna briefly point out that on Fox News, they have like a comment section or whatever, and don't ever read that, because it's a wretched hive of scum and villainy. But in this particular case, they're actually against Lindsey Graham. So they posted that interview or whatever, and they don't like what they're hearing. So comments included disgusting. The same people who never volunteer themselves are always the first to volunteer other people's children for war. Lindsey Graham says send their sons and daughters like he's mailing somebody else's blood to cover for Washington's addiction to disaster. That is the oldest scam in American politics. Rich cowards selling patriotism to families who will do the bleeding for them. And every time this ghoul opens his mouth, you can hear the empire demanding another sacrifice from everyone except the men who started it, which is not only right, but also beautifully well written for an online comment. How many MAGA men are gonna strong arm their kids into enlisting for Trump? Hey, It's possible that some actually will. Why doesn't Lindsey go to the White House and to that person I say, oh, but I have a feeling he's not going to do that anytime soon. Anyway, hopefully people will get through to Trump and get Lindsey Graham the hell away from him before he expands this war even more.
Okay. So this clip looks like gossip about Kristi Noem. That would be tragic. I kind of liked her, and then the whole thing, when they start like putting money in their pocket, it's hard to like them anymore.
Kristi Noem got canned for a number of reasons, but amongst all of it, the corruption and the killing of Americans, her affair certainly didn't seem to help. Her answers to congressional questions about it were absolutely pathetic, and Donald Trump apparently was watching and didn't like it. And so that all hurt. But I think for a lot of people, the fact that her husband was at the hearing hurt too, like on a personal level, that she's not even saying no to questions about the affair as he's sitting back there like a poor sad sack when everybody knows that this affair is going on. That just like hurts like on a pure human level. And it left, I think, some people wondering, why are they still together after all of this, after she's literally flying around the country with her bang jet with Corey Lewandowski? It's a strange thing to continue. Well, now his family members have started to talk to the New York Post about it, and they have an objective in revealing this information, which we will get to. But they say of the husband, he said that he decided about 20 years ago that it was his calling from God to support her in whatever she decided to do. So he has to put up with the humiliation. We will see if he sticks with her now. And so, yeah, no, he's weathered a lot of storms. I mean, not just the affair, but he stood by her after she capped cricket. And it's all in pursuit of her duty. Like God put her there to accomplish something. But like it seems to be that what he put her there to accomplish is advertisements and murdered Americans. Like at a certain point, I'm an atheist. I don't tell people how to worship, but I would start to question God's plan at a certain point if you believe that she was an example of it playing out. Anyway, the family member added, I think it's him honoring the calling from God, but it seems like there would be some limit to that. Brian is a Christian man and he believes that marriage is forever. He's very close with his children. I'm sure this is really hard on him, and I understand that it is very hard for the children, I'm sure. But you might wonder at this point, what is the purpose of them talking to the New York Post? They appear to believe, and they kind of state that maybe this becoming such a big story will finally free him from her, that if it becomes embarrassing enough. And you might think, well, why would they care? Evidently, none of the family likes Kristi Noem, and they're very clear about that. She doesn't seem to like them either. I don't know if maybe that's a defense mechanism on her part, that she's cheating on her, so she, in her mind, casts the family as the villains. I don't know. But the person says, I actually liked that he sat behind her while she was grilled on the ICE atrocities. I think he's ignored the reality. Maybe he has to face it now. Ugh. And yeah, and then says, what gets me is she couldn't say no. She couldn't even lie. And so
Yeah, that's tragic. What is this? Aspen Gold? I've not been watching as much Aspen lately. It's the pro-war stance has been kind of hard for me to take, I guess, a lot. But I like Aspen.
I might have to see that. Oh, I might have to see that. Oh, I might have to see that.
Ben Shapiro is undoubtedly an intelligent and influential commentator.
Yeah.
I've always liked and respected him, even when we disagree. I still do. He's stridently partisan and staunchly conservative, of course, but he's willing to criticize Trump and others in the administration when he thinks they've got it wrong. Well, one thing he doesn't criticize, however, is Israel, and he routinely gets very upset when other people do. It's such a blind spot.
I wonder why.
Well,
nobody knows.
Through the red mist of his rage, mystery. He sees an alternate reality where anybody who disagrees with him is a demonic, America-hating terror apologist who can only possibly be doing it for ratings.
Oh.
And it was brought to my attention that he was very upset about a debate last week featuring Dave Smith.
So last night on Piers Morgan, which is the Jerry Springer of political television, where people gather to
Hose mad.
chairs of one another and determine paternity. Piers Morgan, who has sort of made a mockery of the entire industry by putting on screen, whatever dregs are still willing to go on screen with Piers Morgan. He had on Dave Smith.
He's so mad. Why is he so mad?
Apparently his job is never to tell jokes, but to instead.
It's going to be a sombrero by 5 years, guys. I'm telling you. Like, it is gaining so much power. This is crazy. It is. He's eyebrow maxing? Yeah.
Takes. And also to hate America.
It's like that dad from American Pie?
Well, first, Jerry Springer was a very good friend of mine, and he was a beloved national treasure.
Jerry Springer was a beloved national treasure, and he was also a gifted and talented politician before he became a TV show host.
Actually hosted one of the most successful shows in television history. True. And became a media mogul worth hundreds of millions of people care about, featuring guests that people care about, to cover both sides of complex news stories in an engaging way. Do the debates sometimes get a bit combative? Yes. Do audiences tend to enjoy a bit of theatrical rough and tumble? Of course they do. That's why the Daily Wire, Ben's company, has an entire political debate show which is literally called Bar Fight. That's why Ben...
So wait a minute, he's running a show called Bar Fight and he's shitting on Piers Morgan? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
His own show features hard-hitting segments including Ben Shapiro destroys celebrity ice reactions.
Damn.
Ben Shapiro destroys the Golden Globe.
Damn, with facts and logic.
Shapiro reacts to woke TikToks.
He's that guy.
Ben Shapiro reacts to woke socialist TikToks.
Sounds like my channel.
Ben Shapiro reacts to woke religious TikToks.
Oh, they're so
When
stupid.
it comes to humiliating the industry, please tell me why the Pulitzer Prize Committee did not reward Mr. Shapiro for this masterpiece.
What the Run.
Oh no!
You could say that makes a mockery of the industry. Third, I want to examine the charge that I've committed a sin against journalism by hosting what Ben Shapiro describes as whatever dregs are still willing to appear on my show.
I got invited on Piers Morgan. Speaking of dregs.
Well, on the subject of Iran and US foreign policy specifically, recent guests have included Masih Alinejad, Lisa Daftari, Patrick Bet-David, Carla Sands, Rob O'Neill, Goldie Gamari, Jonathan Conricus, Alan Dershowitz, Alika Lebon, Ambassador John Bolton,
I don't do collabs, really.
General Mark Kimmett, a former UN prosecutor.
I like Piers Morgan a lot, though.
Iran of mass murder, Ambassador Mike Huckabee, former Vice President Mike Pence, Eric Weinstein, Josh Hammer, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, and the IDF spokesman Nadav Shoshani. Now, it's unlikely that Ben is talking about any of these people because they
I bet he's talking about people that... I bet Ben's talking about people that he disagrees with. I bet he's talking about people that don't speak favorably about Israel.
Either
that's what I think is going on.
Or to some extent, they are supportive of attacking Iran to destroy its regime.
Oh, yeah.
It's also unlikely he's talking about, say, Michael Knowles or Isabel Brown.
Because he employs
valuable
them.
Contributions to the show on a regular basis and do, of course, work alongside Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire.
That's right.
So what is he really talking about? Well, we know he doesn't like Dave Smith and flat out refuses to debate him, which strikes me as pretty cowardly. You can make up your own minds about why he refuses. And what Ben really... the Israeli government.
Take Piers Morgan, of course, suggesting the only reason that I was not appearing on his show anymore was his criticism of Israel, which is weird because I appeared on his show for literally months after October 7th, even though he was already critical of Israel.
That's not true. He was getting a lot of harassment and people mad at him because he wasn't critical of Israel. And then he had on pro-Palestine voices after that. And then people said that he was critical of Israel. So to the extent that Piers Morgan expressed any sort of sympathy to either side, he was accused of being a shill from the other side.
And I really haven't said anything on Piers or about Piers or to Piers for probably a year. I just stopped appearing on his show. Why? Well, honestly, he kept bringing on actual Nazis and the Nazi adjacent and then treated them all too often as voices worthy of a large audience. Like,
well, I mean, wait a second. So if they had a large audience, wouldn't that make them a voice worthy of a large audience because they had a large audience? Like Nick. I mean, we all know who we're talking. Like, what are we doing? We all know who we're talking about here, okay? Everybody knows it. So, Nick has people watching him all the time. This is, it's just so ridiculous.
For example, these people.
I believe that Jewish supremacy...
Oh, Dan. I think Dan is such an idiot. He's such an idiot. He's way too aggressive about Israel. And I think that I agree with Ben that Dan is a dumbass, but I don't think Dan is a Nazi. I just think that he hates Israel.
Is the greatest threat to America. And I think it's the greatest threat to the world today. I truly believe that.
You think... Is that... Surprise, surprise. Look who is.
That was very cool.
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
It's going to be the headlines tomorrow. Piers Morgan, Israel is ISIS.
Only amongst people who weren't listening.
Bassem Youssef is a fucking Nazi? What the hell are you talking about? No, he's not. What the fuck do you mean? What a dumbass. He's a piece of shit? You can say he's not a Nazi. He's a fucking Nazi.
That's how I feel about those young men in Gaza.
Norman Finkelstein's not a Nazi either. What the fuck are you talking about? The only one that you could even make half of an argument for is Nick. And you could make maybe 10% or 20% of an argument for Dan. Norm Finkelstein? Get the fuck out of here.
Ask me why I won't condemn them. Because those young men were born into a concentration camp.
You don't He's right. Norm's right. Absolutely, you should look at the fact that, they're radicalized because that's what happened. Like, blaming them and saying that they're victims of propaganda is something that's easy to say. That doesn't mean you shouldn't act against them. Like, oh my God, what a stupid idiot. What a stupid idiot.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours.
Oh.
Oh, what? Candace isn't a Nazi either. Come on now.
Here we go.
Has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people.
Listen, it's Piers' choice who he decides to have on his show and how he decides to conduct the kind of clown car battle royale.
The only person that you could even vaguely create an argument that they were a Nazi is Nick. Nobody else in that entire category was a Nazi in even maybe 10%, other than you could say Dan is because he really hates Israel. Like, other than that, Candace she's not a Nazi, but she's not a Nazi. Like, why?
That he does on a show every night. And it's my choice not to join that circus. We all make our choices and we all live with them, but some of us make our choices based on, actual principles and not the clicks.
Oh, he's making the choice based off of principles.
Last time Ben Shapiro appeared on Uncensored to discuss Israel's war on Hamas specifically was in March 2024.
Oh, that was a while ago.
I was being accused on a daily basis of being a paid-up Israeli shill.
See, I remember. Piers remembers because it happened to him. It's almost like nobody remembers what happened. I always remember everything all the time. But it's good that he did too.
He lacks the self-awareness to realize that many pro-Palestine contributors got very angry with our show for hosting so-called genocide enablers like him. That's exactly why I'm not partisan and don't want to be. There is more than one view on any emotive or consequential subject. And
I think Piers Morgan was also influential in bringing the Palestinian struggle to a mainstream audience with interviews with Bassem Youssef. I think those are probably the most approachable interviews for people that weren't familiar with the topic after October 7th that I think really had people listening and paying attention.
Possibly know you are right if you don't know what the other side thinks.
Like, and again, you can not, like, I'm not trying to take a side here, but I'm saying that in doing so, I think that Piers did give a lot of credibility to the Palestinian movement. I think he did.
That's precise.
And that's a good thing in a sense, right? I mean, they needed it. The Palestinian people needed it. That's not Hamas. It's not like he was bringing on terrorists. We're talking about the people of Palestine.
See why free speech exists as a principle we all defend.
Yeah.
And when it comes to principles, as Mr. Shapiro puts it, I'd remind him that I've left several high-profile jobs over my principles. Principles like my views on gun control and my belief that criticizing...
Yeah, your opinions on gun control are stupid, Piers. They're dumb as hell. What the hell's wrong with you?
Very liberal.
Remember Alex Jones? Yeah, he was right. 17-7 will commence again.
Pierce is liberal on guns.
A princess is an essential right. I give my opinions about everything based on the information I have at the time, and I change my views when facts change. Some people might find that highly irritating, but it's because I'm not an ideologue, and I never will be. Ben Shapiro calls our debate a clown show circus, and that's fine. He's perfectly entitled to his opinion. Many people do choose to watch.
Well, they were a clown show, and whenever he was on there talking about Israel, he got to be the main attraction. He got to be the elephant with the special fez hat.
Censored, including clearly Ben Shapiro. It's ironic that the clips he showed were not from our so-called battle royale debates, but from long-form one-on-one interviews, which we do a lot of the time. And it's outrageously disingenuous that the clips...
It's completely disingenuous that he's reframing like Piers Morgan's interview with Nick Fuentes as anything other than condemnation of Nick Fuentes. Piers Morgan clearly condemned Nick. He condemned him before the show, he condemned him during the show, and he condemned them after the show. But Piers Morgan at least has a semblance of dedication to the concept of freedom of speech. So he gave a platform to a person that had a voice. And I think that's something that's worth considering and it's worth respecting.
He showed did not include the parts of those interviews where I called out every single one of them about things I didn't agree with. His montage of the same interviews could have looked like this.
You sound like a Nazi.
I mean, why do you say that?
That's literally what Nazis would have said in World War II. You think if half your family had been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people? The comparison, which is more apposite, is ISIS and Hamas. They are both nihilistic.
Not to be the one, but and I watched that interview several times, but did Pierce just say 12 million people? Oh, oy vey.
Terror groups intent on killing as many Jewish people and others as they can possibly kill. That's not true.
As the numbers, okay.
It's just not true.
Piers.
Well, Professor, with respect.
Okay, I'm not going to.
It's not true.
Piers. Yeah, but you have to listen to what I say.
But you want me to believe you when you say you weren't aware of the scale of this for several days. I find that just, I'm incredulous. You want me to believe that?
This country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story
well, they weren't
of what happened.
Pretending to be refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust.
You can take the view, as many do, that interviewing people with extreme opinions is pointless. You can stick your head in the sand like an ostrich or hide behind your very big desk and wish they didn't have an audience, but they do. My view is that they already speak unfiltered to large audiences, and whether you like it or not, and at least on my show, these audiences get to see them being challenged. Ben Shapiro used to make a mockery of deplatforming when the person being deplatformed was
somebody agrees with them.
Ben Shapiro.
Yes.
Usually by shrieking protesters on woke.
See, I disagree with Piers about a number of things, but I respect Piers. Because he has, he had a bunch of shit to say about Andrew Tate. He brought Andrew Tate on for a 3-hour interview. He had a bunch of shit to say about Nick. He brought Nick on for I think it was a 2-hour interview or something like that. But
turned him into a cancel culture vulture with the very same sneering intolerance he used to loathe. If you disagree with him, you're a Nazi, he says, channeling Kamala Harris. Everybody knows my position on Israel. I vehemently defended Israel's right to respond and defend itself after October the 7th.
Yeah.
I became increasingly critical of Israel because its government's actions in Gaza became impossible to defend. We don't need to relitigate all of that now. But as Dave Smith correctly points out, it's not just me. Polling shows the American people have turned against.
Do you all see that chart? That's like a crazy, crazy visual.
I'm not gonna play the Rich clip because it's already in my head, bro. Like
Israel and its government in particular for precisely the same reasons. If Ben listened to some of the arguments instead of just throwing tantrums about them, he might understand why. Just as I continue to host people who defend Israel's conduct in Gaza when many people wish I wouldn't and say I shouldn't, Ben Shapiro does. He, of course, has my phone number and my email address. He could have discussed his differences with me in private, which I...
The fact that you get to make a video and debunk everything that he said. You enjoy this. This is such bullshit. Oh, I would have rather it go... No. Shut the fuck up. Nobody spends 40 years, 30 years in media like Piers does, and they don't enjoy this. What are you talking about?
My occasional messages for a very long time now. Oddly, since the very moment I started criticizing the Israeli government. And he chooses to get on his own podcast and throw pathetic pot shots at me instead. So let me use my platform to respond directly. The difference between me and you, Ben, is that I'm heavily criticized by both sides because I listen to both sides, and very often I criticize both sides too, without fear or favor. You're only criticized by one side because you choose to air only one side, and you choose to ignore or even silence the other. I'm a journalist. You are a propagandist. Oh, and facts don't care about your feelings.
We've got to have more Piers Morgan YouTube videos, man. This is great. I love it. Here, let me give it a like. I'm going to link it to you guys. That's pretty funny. How do you mind explaining the reason why Piers is respectful versus a lot of people that try to argue with you, not trying to bait you? Just want your take on here. I like the fact that he has a big platform and he uses it to talk about issues that he cares about. And I also like the fact that that platform is something that he offers to both different groups of people. I always respect somebody who's willing to get into the arena. Like, I'm not really much of a debater myself, right? I don't enjoy doing it. I don't like it. But I respect people that do, and I respect anybody who's willing to get out there and fight for whatever their values are. Now, that's really the truth. And so, like, whether you want to bring on, Clav, or you want to bring on, fucking Sneeko, or, I remember, I forgot, I'm just remembering whenever he tried to bring on Kanye West, and he's an asshole. Yeah, he is a dickhead, but he's a dickhead to both sides, and I think that there's a degree of, authenticity to that. There is. So I respect it. Sorry, guys. I do. I respect it. There it is.
Well, yeah, Asma's right about that. Because it is hard to find somebody that will let both sides talk. What is this? An hour ago. Oh, I don't want to get sucked in. What is this?
Might as well read today's Melty as well. What is this? There's a Melty of today? Oh no. What is this? Okay, so Asmon Grift, and it's a video of me talking, okay. Israel's wars are not our wars. True. I think that we play too big of a role in other countries' military shit. I also wouldn't support any sort of collateral civilian damage, bombing things, like the US bombing things that are inside of urban areas. I wonder what changed. I mean, I'm sure it probably wasn't the 30,000 civilians that they mass murdered and body bagged on the sides of the street. These are all the videos that I've made about Iran.
Before US intervention was even on the table, Asmon was already covering the Iran protests from the get-go. just like for Mexico, Afghanistan, Indonesia, Spain, Australia, Turkey, and many other countries.
Doing this in Iran, this isn't like the No Kings protest here in the United States. Every single person that's on that street is putting their life on the line. Unarmed Iranian people are risking everything to fight the secret police and rid themselves of 45 years of Islamo-fascist ayatollahs. I don't really see a lot of other creators really talking about the protests at all. You would expect to see tons of people going on and talking about this. The president has gone insane, and then they started killing all of their people.
After Asman made a dozen videos about Iran, Hassan finally started covering the protests and also admitting they were getting slaughtered.
Thousands dead as protests grip Iran. Is Iran collapsing? I think any further military intervention stands to alienate the Iranian people, and it stands to... And why did I change my mind? It's because the Iranian people were begging, screaming, so they wouldn't be mass murdered by their own government. That's the reason why I changed the opinion.
For context, an Iranian viewer of Asman sent him this video a few weeks ago, a video which also went viral in Iran.
As many of you may know, I currently live in a country where it's not doing well. I want to give a massive thanks to Asmongold. During the last few years, whatever major events happened inside of Iran, most big content creators didn't really talk about it. Only large creators who kept talking about it consistently was Asmongold. At one point, Asmongold was trending near the top in Iran for several days.
What?
So genuinely, thank you from me and everyone else who was watching your content from my country.
I am so happy this has happened. That's right. Just dramatically tremendous. You know what happened? Think about how bad it is in this country that you have bombs going off and you have people saying thank you. And then after that, turn off the internet. So it wasn't obvious that there was a massive amount of people that are pushing for this.
The Iranian people don't have open internet access, but you do. Why?
Well, because I'm the voice of Iranian. So this is why I have access to internet, just have our voice.
Hassan praises Iran shutting down protests, finds poetry in it. What?
A #1 leftist political streamer, by the way.
Just for context, this is when they started killing protesters on January 13th.
He lets it all out here. Here he is saying that, you can find poetry in 2,000 to 5,000 people dead.
You like Khomeini tweet when he responsible for killing so many people? Listen, sometimes you can find poetry in the strangest places. Yeah, Persian. I am Persian. I am Persian. I am not Iranian.
You went full retard, man. Never go full retard.
I mean, they're fucking base, right, guys? How about that? Yeah. Sit there and act like this is, like, super cool. I would probably kill myself.
Yeah, I think killing terrorists is really based. I think the fucking Iranian government is full of a bunch of psychopath mass murderers. Like, I didn't really want to intervene in Iran if, like, the people were ambivalent towards it, right? Because, like, who are we to tell them the way that they should have their government? But when you have them out there trying to get away from this regime that's oppressed them for almost 50 years, and on top of that, the regime funds terrorism.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
On top of that, the regime does terrorism. Then I think it's a pretty easy decision to do that. I think Hassan, he'd be safer in a world without the Iranian government too. Like, I mean, they might play him on the TV for propaganda. They're playing Hassan's stream on Iran state TV. They're playing his stream on state propaganda TV. But they probably don't agree with half of the other views that he has on things either. They're religious zealot psychopaths.
It's already unpopular and it's going to be even more unpopular, right? He's just a dumb fucking rat. He is an immoral person. He's a bad person. He's not even...
I don't see how I'm a bad person whenever you're the one laughing, talking about it being poetic that Khomeini posts something on Twitter after he's like killing his own people. Like, how's that moral at all?
I am Persian. I am not Iranian. He's a bad person. He's not very intelligent. He's not even banking on the inability of the right to punish him later down the line for his advocacy.
Why would I worry about getting punished for doing the right thing? Why would I even think about that? He's right that there's a lot of people that are angry at me. I make my decisions on things based off of what I think is the right thing to do. I'm just going to say what I think. I'll ask you a question, right? Like, when was the last time Hassan ever went against his audience? Had a big point where he was in contention with his audience? Never.
Asman is actually wrong here. The last time he went against his audience is when they were begging him to stop obsessing over Voldemort.
Watching Asmongold clips is now happening multiple times a day. I'm a 60-month sub and I watch all of Hassan's content, but this is the kind of thing that gets me to click away. Moderation is fine, but 1 to 2 hours per day focusing on that moron is genuinely tiring. He wants to assign ownership of the Iran war to Israel so he can protect more Islamic terrorism.
Just so we're crystal clear, Asman is against both Islamic terrorism and any Israel meddling in America.
You know, so we have to talk to Elon. Now,
For
if we
what?
can,
What do you want Elon to do?
we have to fight the fight and give direction to our non-Jewish friends.
That's the fucking problem. Yeah, that's the fucking problem. Holy shit. Whenever Iran, the Iranian regime, is destroyed, the world can improve and become a better place. Now, I think that he's afraid of that because it pokes a lot of holes inside of the hero worship that they have for a bunch of 2-bit dictators that kill their own people and an entire ideology that's built off of a lie.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Well, I mean, I could feel better, I guess, knowing Asman's reasoning. I already knew that, really, because I watched the stream. Excuse me, I watched the stream where he played that clip from his viewer. So, what is this? It's not looking so good for the Chosenites. We might have already seen that clip. But where is BB? Let's see, just in case.
A lot with John Mearsheimer, and he also works a lot with John Mearsheimer, whom we respect in the field as well. Jesus Christ, what is this? This is another tweet from Donald Trump. Okay, we got to read this. DD Geopolitics says Trump has a new Iran war strategy. It's not happening. In his newest crash out, and he really has been crashing out hard, he declared that all footage of Iranian strikes, burning ships, and downed aircraft is AI generated. He also threatened the press with treason charges for reporting confirmed military losses in an active war. That is the sentence, the cope reaching terrifying levels. Let's read this screed from Donald Jewish Trump. Iran has long been known as a master of media manipulation and public relations. I'm not going to do the voice because I really can't impersonate Trump, so I'll just read it and we can just marvel at its insanity. They are militarily ineffective and weak, but are really good at feeding the very appreciative fake news media false information. Now, AI has become another disinformation weapon that Iran uses quite well, considering they are being annihilated by the day. They showed phony kamikaze boats shooting at various ships at sea, which looks wonderful, powerful, and vicious, but these boats don't exist. Yeah, cope harder, Mr. President. Mr. Pedophile. It's all false information to show how tough their already defeated military is. This is just one long cope fest, isn't it? The 5 U.S. refueling planes that were supposedly struck down and badly damaged. Oh my God, he's really, this is hilarious. According to the Wall Street Journal's false reporting and others. Oh, others too, huh? So like everyone have been reporting it. Are all in service with the exception of one which will soon be flying the skies. So I guess what he's basically saying is that the Wall Street Journal actually is acting as an Iranian proxy, if you can believe that. The Wall Street Journal, folks, according to Donald J. Trump, is spreading Iranian disinformation, helping the Iranians win this war. I cannot believe that. No, I really don't believe that, actually. It's fake news generated by AI. For instance, Iran, he's just working overtime in the gaslighting, isn't he? Ugh. For instance, Iran working in close coordination with the fake news media shows our great U.S. Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, one of the largest, most prestigious ships in the world, burning uncontrollably in the ocean. Yeah, cope, Mr. President. Not only was it not burning, it was not even shot at. Iran knows better than to do that. Oh, so you're saying that Iran has the capability of doing it, but they're not. So you're admitting tacitly that the United States, the vaunted aircraft carriers that have protected the U.S. empire for decades now, can be touched by Iran, who you supposedly, allegedly, you say, has no military anymore. They've been completely decimated and devastated, but certainly they still have the ability to strike our aircraft carrier. Okay. The story was knowingly fake, and in a certain way, you can say that those media outlets that generated it should be brought up on charges for treason. Wow. I think Donald J. Trump should be brought up for charges of treason for starting a war of aggression at the behest of a foreign country. But hey, that's just me. The fact is, Iran is being decimated, says Trump, and the only battles they win are those they win. He's acknowledging that they're winning battles. I thought the war was over, Mr. Trump. He's telling us that they're winning battles to a war that the United States has already won. What the is going on in the White House? Oh my goodness. The only battles that they win are those that they create through AI and are distributed by corrupt media outlets. The radical left-wing press knows this full well, but continues to go forward with false stories and lies, all caps. That's why their approval rating is so low. Remember what we say, the president always projects things that are happening to him onto his adversaries. His approval rating is historically the lowest of any president in U.S. history, he continued. And I digress. And I can win a presidential election in a landslide, all caps, getting only 5% positive press. They have no credibility. I'm so thrilled to see Brendan Carr, the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, looking at the licenses of some of these corrupt and highly unpatriotic news organizations. They get billions of dollars of free American airwaves. Yeah, that's really funny. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is getting billions of dollars by selling off his public office to the highest bidder. They get billions of dollars of free American airwaves and use it to perpetuate lies, both in news and almost all of their shows, including the late night morons who get gigantic salaries for horrible ratings and never get, as I used to say in The Apprentice, fired. It's the reality TV show president. It's all about the ratings. Yeah, he started a war by bombing a elementary school, but what did the ratings do? Was it a widely covered story? What did he dominate the headlines? Well, then it was a success for Donald Trump and his brand. He's kind of salty, yeah, I'd say so. I think he's losing public support, he's losing the war, and he's coping about it. I mean, he's looking at an impeachment and being removed from office. That's what he's up against. And of course, he ends with his trademark, "Thank you for your attention to this matter." Emmanuel Macron has reported that 3 hours ago, he just spoke with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. Macron called on him to put an immediate end to the unacceptable attacks Iran is carrying out against countries in the region, whether directly or through proxies, including in Lebanon and Iraq. I reminded him that France is acting within a strictly defensive framework aimed at protecting its interests, its regional partners, and freedom of navigation. That is unacceptable for our country to be targeted. And what's going to happen if your country is targeted, Macron? You're going to shoot white flags at the enemy? Come on. You're France. The unchecked escalation we are witnessing is plunging the unchecked escalation. Somebody draw and quarter this man. The people of Iran, like those across the region, are paying the price. Only a new political and security framework can ensure peace and security for all. Now that I would agree, Macron. Moron. I would agree with him. Sometimes they, say things that are taken at face value, they're true. When they speak very abstractly, only a new political and security framework can ensure peace and security for all. Yes, and that political and security framework is being created right now by Iran. Thank you, Iran. Such a framework must guarantee that Iran never acquires nuclear weapons while also addressing the threats posed by its ballistic missile program and its destabilizing activities regionally and internationally. Freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz must be restored. I also urge the president to allow Cécile Kohler and Jacques Paris to return safely to France as soon as possible. Their ordeal has gone on for too long. Blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up, you yellow-bellied, spineless, coward bastard. I hate that man. Vassal. That's right. That's what sums it up for me. Eldridge, thank you for the super. Just give your ships to Iran right now, France. Exactly. Avoid the embarrassment, please. Remember when Macron says, we're sending a French aircraft carrier to the Middle East to support our interests in the region? Like, oh no, we're shaking in our boots now. France sent an aircraft carrier full of what? Shredded cheese and the finest wine. All right, more updates for you. So in response to Trump's claim that he's looking to ban top U.S. media and treason charges for fake footage of Iran hitting U.S. ships, well, the New York Times and the New York Post confirm this Iran deadly strike on a U.S. ship is real. Is real. Well, thoughts and prayers for the fire. So in response to Trump's tweet, Adams saying not a single country has agreed to help Trump. After Trump begged for help, not one country has publicly agreed to send warships to secure the Strait of Hormuz. How humiliating. It's like, does he want to lose? Is he trying to lose? If that's, you got to wonder. It's like, if everything that he's doing, is it on purpose? What is going? Oh, Rabbi Poo-Poo. Rabbi Poo-Poo says the Oscars can nominate all the pro-Palestinian anti-Semites they want. The Children of October 7th remain the film that should win the award. Actually, I should have read that in a different voice, more whiny. Oh, Rabbi Poo-Poo. Rabbi Poo-Poo is up to his ways yet again. Look at this Paramount exclusive. Everything I don't like is AI generated.
Oh, one other thing that was AI generated, they showed about 250,000 people in a square saying how much they love Khomeini. Totally AI generated. It never took place. The media knew it didn't take place, but they built it up like they have great support. They don't have support, and that whole
Man, if they don't have support, it's I mean, it's got a weird way of showing it.
rally that they had 4 days ago, that they said.
If they don't have support, if the Iranian regime doesn't have support, then why is the war still going on? Why isn't Trump handpicking the newest supreme leader of Iran?
It was fake. It was AI generated. AI can be very dangerous.
All right, Saeed, you win. Yeah, when Trump says it was AI, that's not artificial intelligence. That just stands for actual Iranians.
Be very careful with it, but the rally, because I was actually surprised to see, because I don't know how much the people hate this leadership. This leadership has destroyed the country. The rally that everybody, including ABC Fake News, your new network is the worst. But everybody put that rally on like, oh, and even I was surprised. I looked. It turned out, I found out today, it was a totally AI-generated fake news story put out by news organizations in the U.S. and elsewhere. Honestly, they really shouldn't be allowed to do it.
Local tax experts are here. Now you can meet with a Turbo.
They really shouldn't be allowed to do that. I don't want to listen to the TurboTax commercial, even though I need to do my taxes. I see some pretty cool video games. I'm going to have to start playing video games.
And I'm reminded of what Larry Johnson told us. He's like, whatever the United States government says at this point, just assume it's a lie. I mean, of course, we know Donald Trump lies as he breathes, so that's not too much of a stretch to believe. How Trump is trying to claim that, oh, whatever Iran says is AI. Meanwhile, what is everyone talking about on Twitter? What's everyone talking about across the world? Are these images and videos of Netanyahu that are being released? Is that AI? So trying to play that game, it's all about confusion. You know how Laura Loomer went to India and she deleted all her anti-Indian tweets, thinking no one would notice, and they got dredged up and shared, and it went viral. And then she went to this conference in India. I guess she was paid to speak at this event, and she got grilled by an Indian in the audience who was like calling her out on her Islamophobia. It was like, as Brianna Joy Gray put it, it was healing. So let me just read the caption. Laura Loomer went to India but deleted all of anti-Indian tweets, thinking nobody would notice. Well, this Indian uncle cooked her for being a raging bigot.
You then went on to say our country was built by white Europeans, not third world invaders from India. I think you should do more than just express regret. From what I can see, you're brazenly racist and Islamophobic.
Look, she's smirking. That soulless.
And I'm sorry to say that we have Atiti Devo Bhava in this country where we welcome all, but your comments smack of anti-Indianism, worse still, Islamophobia, and even worse, racism, which has no place, ma'am, in today's world.
Dude, he is fucking livid, and I'm here for it.
So get real.
Grill this,
ma'am. Sorry to say that, but that comments are unacceptable.
Don't be sorry, Indian man. You were cooking.
To me as an Indian and as a world citizen.
That was great. Now, there's another clip of this right after that Indian guy cooks Laura Loomer. One of the mediators here on stage, and I think this was an effort to troll Laura Loomer. She asks Laura right after that, she's like, do you need a drink of water? Now, this is funny. Whether she did this intentionally or not, I would think that she's trolling. The mediator was trolling Laura Loomer when she did this. I wish the clip showed it. I don't know where it is. That's funny to me because asking Laura Loomer if she'd like a drink of water while she's in India, because every post that she made against like Indian people was about how dirty their water was. So it's like, yeah, we know what you said about our water. Would you like to drink some water right now? And I think she turned them down. I don't know. Are you asking why was she invited? I have no idea. Like, who thought that was a good idea? I mean, the viral moment that came from her visit was her own humiliation. So why did she agree to go do this? Was it a trap? I'm sure she was paid handsomely still, so she's probably laughing all the way to the bank, but she's the object of ridicule, consistently, constantly. I love how people are like that. You can't take my comments in the context that they're being given. Okay, look at this chatter. Come on, the Indian caste system sucks, man. I'm not saying that I'm like pro-Indian in any stretch of the imagination. We're talking in the context of ridiculing an Israeli propagandist and someone that is very harmful to the Muslim community worldwide. She's racist, she's a bigot, and I will certainly take some delight in her public ridiculing. Okay, and that doesn't mean that that I pledge allegiance to India now. I mean, you got to think for a second. You got to practice media literacy. You've got to understand context. I mean, my God, someone clip what? Who cares? What was so clippable about what I just said? Here's a good take, I think, from Ahmed. Let's see. Our problem isn't with Netanyahu. Well, yeah, it is. But Netanyahu is a criminal playing his part. If he dies or is killed, nothing will change. We're not fighting individuals or a family. We're fighting an entire lobby, a whole system. I mean, I agree with this sentiment, but I still also think that Iran demonstrating the technical capability of assassinating the leadership in Israel is a big deal. It's a big deal. It sends a pretty big message. No, it's not going to strategically, advance. I mean, it might, nominally, partially advance their cause, but it's not going to win them the war. And I understand that, but I still think it's a big thing. I wouldn't want to downplay it. Yeah, I'm Indian now. Yeah, exactly. I saw that clip. I was like, oh, cool. This Indian is based. So apparently I sign on with all governmental policies of India and how they treat their domestic population and how they integrate into the world community and all this stuff. I mean, thank you for straw manning the entire argument. Yeah, so this is another thing that was really suspect. I said, does anyone have a translation of this? Because I don't speak forked tongue. But... So we should also acknowledge that this security meeting by the Israelis, and I think this happened yesterday, and people are saying this is the first time we've ever seen an Israeli security meeting being held without Netanyahu in this seat right here. Why is it Israel Katz? Also, another interesting thing here. Itamar Ben-Gvir is the national security minister. Why is he not a part of this cabinet meeting concerning the defense of Israel? That's kind of weird, right? Where's Ben-Gvir? Where's Netanyahu? And also, I want you to note the body language. Look at this guy. They just, well, let's play it. And look at their body language, but especially this guy. I don't think he looks up one time. Seems like he mentioned Netanyahu.
Maybe the guy's tired. They're having a war. Well, they're kind of always having a war, but...
Yep, they look dejected. Look, he finally looked up. It looks like he's got some cross-eyed. I mean, at least the general on his right is like sitting at attention. He's at least his posture is forward. It's like, that's what you'd want from people that are defending the country, right? Like looking you dead in the eye, looking at the camera. And this jack off over here on the left, on his left, is slouched. He's looking down. You're right. They look dejected.
Okay, this one says 12 minutes ago.
This is a cluster bomb as it detonated midair over Tel Aviv while we were... This is a cluster bomb as it detonated midair over Tel Aviv while we were filming. Looking like a meteor shower, each light is a small bomb falling indiscriminately on the city. At least one hit an apartment building, killing an elderly Israeli couple, according to first responders. Others hit a train station, causing only damage. While in Iraq, the U.S. Embassy has come under repeated fire, pro-Iranian militias claiming responsibility. As now an internal message reviewed by NBC News reveals the State Department has ordered all embassies and consulates worldwide to immediately conduct security reviews. The latest barrage came after Iran promised revenge. Israel yesterday announced it killed Ali Larijani, a powerful hardliner who helped oversee a crackdown on anti-government protesters in January. When Iran's Basij forces, its internal enforcers, killed thousands. The Basij commander was also assassinated. As the U.S. military continues its fight, U.S. Central Command announced it dropped multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions, bunker busters, on hardened missile sites along Iran's coastline near the Strait of Hormuz, saying the weapons posed a risk to the vital oil shipping corridor.
We knocked out things that nobody thought were possible to knock out. Today was a very big day already.
While Israel's war in Lebanon is escalating. The Iranian-backed group Hezbollah claiming to fire new, heavier weapons at Israel. Israel leveling this building in Beirut this morning after issuing a warning for residents to evacuate first. Several mainstream Israeli politicians are calling for parts of Lebanon to be turned into the next Gaza. We've managed to get a little bit closer to the blast site, and you can see the apartment specifically that was hit by one of those little bomblets. That's where the fatalities took place. Israel's defense minister...
Dude said one of those little bomblets. What is a bomb? I don't want to get hit by anything having anything to do with a bomb, a bomblet, any of it. That whole building that looks horrible.
Just announced this morning that Israel has killed Iran's intelligence chief and said that more surprises are coming that will escalate the war against both Hezbollah and Iran. Craig?
Our chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel on the ground for us in Israel. Richard, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning on NBC or take Today when you're on the go. Just follow the Today podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Spring, the unofficial news.
Also, it says Marjorie Taylor Greene did an interview on CNN, and I know everybody. Right now, I literally just got a notification, no lie, in response to something I posted or reposted about Marjorie Taylor Greene. And people are calling her a traitor and a liberal, and, you know, I don't think that's the case, but I literally just, it says 11 minutes ago. Yeah, but I just saw it, so let's see what they're talking about.
There's so much to talk about tonight with all the developments in Iran. I think first, though, you know, on the 13 service members that have now been killed during Operation Epic Fury, I wonder what goes through your mind when you think of those lives that have been lost already.
Oh, it's absolutely heartbreaking, Caitlin. I'm a strong supporter of our military and the great men and women who serve. I think they're some of the greatest among us, and their families who are so concerned about them right now. These are 13 lives that I believe should not have been lost. This war is not something that Americans voted for in 2024. As a matter of fact, we voted for the opposite. We voted for no more foreign wars, no more regime change. And we were told by many members in the administration throughout the campaign, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, and others, that they believed that going to war with Iran would be a terrible idea. It was something that Charlie Kirk himself had said over and over again. And Donald Trump, President Trump, I voted for him 3 times.
I just want to point out that while everybody's saying she's a traitor, and in my comments to the video I posted earlier, they're in my X comments right now saying she's a traitor, and, you know, posting the liberal pig in the rainbow shirt and all this nonsense. But she doesn't sound liberal, and she's still calling out, you know, the Tulsi Gabbard and J.D. Vance and other people, Charlie Kirk. I mean, I don't know.
Fought for him to become president, and I still want him.
My thing is that she's still conservative in every aspect that I see, and America first. Maybe more America first than some of MAGA or some of the MAGA that's left, let's say. I think America First and MAGA might have 2 different perspectives from what I'm seeing. Anyway, America First would be America First always, not America First after we help another country, you know.
To be successful, but he told Americans for over 10 years and even longer that he thought foreign wars and regime change was really a bad direction for America to go in, and we trusted and believed him that we wouldn't be doing this. But, you know, this was an unprovoked war, and Israel pulled us into it, pulled America into it, and so those are 13 lives that should not have been lost.
Yeah, and of course, when the president was asked about that, he argued that maybe he forced Israel's hand in this matter. But I mean, now here we are, 13 days in. He's planning on sending more troops to the region, we're told. It's not clear exactly what they'll do while they're there. A Marine group.
Yeah, I heard 5,000 Marines to be exact, which is insane.
Is that something you support?
Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I like many millions and millions of Americans are outraged by this. He never came to America and addressed the nation and gave clear reasons why we would go to war with Iran, especially after he told us back in the summer that he had completely obliterated all of their nuclear capabilities and had even chastised any news organization or media that said otherwise. But here we are in a war with Iran, and it doesn't make any sense. And I'll go further with this. Why are we sending thousands of more U.S. military troops? Why are we sending more of our military resources? Why are we pulling military resources away from other sectors of the world where it's much needed and putting it all there to fight Iran and to have this war in the Middle East? And the reality is, there are so many innocent people dying. I mean, the little girl's school is such an outrage. It's horrific. And Americans, we don't want to think of our military as being responsible of killing little children. This is absolutely something that Americans should not tolerate. And we are owed answers. They keep saying that they're investigating, but it is such a serious situation. I drove by an elementary school today, and there were children out on the playground swinging on the swings and playing on the playground. And I thought to myself, I'm so thankful that our children are safe, but I can't imagine living somewhere where school children or people's children have been bombed or killed. And this is something that has so many people outraged, because I'll go back, Caitlin, we did not vote for this. We voted for an end to foreign wars, and that's exactly what we should be seeing.
On the school, so you don't think that their answers so far have been sufficient on who's responsible for that, given the evidence that points to the United States?
I don't want to ever think about our military doing something like that or making that type of mistake or however it happened. But everyone has seen the video. Everyone has seen the still shot of the Tomahawk missile. So no, I think they need to come out and talk about it. There's so many things that are so concerning about this war, and Americans have not been given enough answers. Here we are. Here's Americans at home right now. We've got families getting ready to go on spring break, and gas prices are skyrocketing. Inflation has barely stabilized, and people voted for lower grocery costs. Well, we're going to see costs at the grocery stores going up because diesel is going up and oil is going up because of this war. We've got 30% of the world's fertilizer goes through the strait. That affects our farmers that are struggling already. We voted to put Americans first. I'm a conservative. I'm the America First wing of the Republican Party. That's how I voted. That's what I fight for. That's what I want to see happen. I want to see Americans put first. And we've got the Republicans in Congress right now. They can't even fund Homeland Security. Our own Border Patrol, ICE, TSA agents, and others are not even getting paid. But yet here they are told that they're going to be voting, and they'll vote for it. Believe me, they love the war. The neocons love the war. They're going to pass a supplemental to fund the war in Iran. What is that going to be? $50 billion or more, while the war is costing us approximately $1 to $2 billion a day. But yet we're not even funding Homeland Security, and Americans are still struggling. And Caitlin, I got to tell you, I'm still waiting on Mike Johnson to roll out that Republican health care plan that he boasted and bragged that he was going to have, because Americans can't even afford health insurance right now.
Yeah, I think you
health insurance, hell, car insurance. And if you're in Florida or apparently California, homeowners.
Said that this is not what the president's supporters voted for. I mean, you're someone who campaigned for him endlessly on the campaign trail. You know what those voters wanted. And when you talk about just gas prices, they're up 74 cents almost per gallon in Georgia in the last month. The administration said today they have a plan when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, which is, basically choked off at this point, which is why those gas prices are so high. We're 13 days in. Do you think that they have a plan?
What's she going to say? Is she going to say they have a plan? I think she's going to come with a politically correct answer and say, I would like to think they have a plan. I don't know. I don't think she's much of a plan truster anymore.
Your entire yard.
I don't know if they have a plan or not, because they've never made a clear case to the American people why they are bombing Iran. They've never made a clear case why they're supporting Israel while Israel is bombing Lebanon, and while Israel totally grazed Gaza, killing thousands and thousands of people and children. No, I don't think they've made a clear case for this at all. And the reality is, this is something that Americans are so fed up with, and we voted to end it. That's what we voted for, to end all of this. Here we are over a year into President Trump's administration, and we're in a full-scale war with Iran that doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. So no, none of it makes sense.
You're someone who once said you thought that there was no one more deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize than President Trump. Obviously, he's long sought one. Do you think that there's any way he could still get one given this war?
At one time when he wanted to be the president of peace and he wanted to end wars and constantly talked about no more foreign wars, no ending wars, of course I thought he deserved the Nobel Peace Prize. But do I think he deserves it now? No, absolutely not. And I don't think this is what the American people want. Look, I think there's a big divide, Caitlin, between the baby boomer generation and like Gen X, my generation, and the millennials. Our generations have been the ones that have been sent to fight these wars in the Middle East, and our generations have paid a huge cost, and we want to see it over with. But yet it's the baby boomers that are in power that are just clinging to power, living out the end of their days. It really angers me, Caitlin, because I feel like they're ruining it for the rest of us. They're leaving us with tens of trillions of national debt. Only 7 years from now, Social Security is going to be bankrupt. So me and you, our Social Security payments are going to be basically a tax, and we may never see a Social Security check. So the direction of America and the divide between the generations, where many baby boomers are supporting this war because that's what they've been told on television, where many of us, we get our news from alternate sources and international news, and we know what's going on. Here's the message for the rest of the world. The younger generations of Americans, we don't want war with the world. We want peace. We desperately want peace between all of our nations. We want good trade. We want to have good business deals. And we want to be able to visit your countries and you come visit ours. This is not what we want. This is not what we voted for. Yeah. And I'm certainly praying for our military troops, and I'm praying for the administration to stop the insanity.
The president said today he would feel it in his bones when this war should end. Is that a clear exit to you?
I have no idea what that means. The same way I have no understanding of what he means when he says he doesn't think he's going to heaven. So those are statements that I find concerning. So I honestly have no idea what that means.
Do you miss Congress?
Absolutely not. This is an institution with a 13% approval rating because it fails Americans over and over. And I'm a very conservative. I always had a strong conservative voting record. And you know what? Congress doesn't serve America. It's America last. And I really believed in serving America first. So it was a land of frustration for me. And I like to get things accomplished for the American people. But as everyone knows, and your viewers at home are watching, Congress doesn't really get anything done for the American people. So no, I don't miss it at all.
TurboTax.
Well, at least she's being honest there, I guess. So I wonder if, let's see if there's any update before I go over to X. Or actually, while I'm thinking about it, yeah, so the notifications I got while we were watching Margie Taylor Greene, these are them, the ones I was talking about. So, it says, we want you to have nothing to do with anything of MAGA. You're a quitter, you're a traitor. Shows pictures of her being interviewed by different people there at the View. The same person then, responds to my post again saying, you've literally never done anything but act like trailer trash. And I mean, Margie Taylor Greene, she's from Georgia. She might be a little country, a little southern, but trailer trash. Anyways, so this person had a decent take, finished the video because it's too painful to watch. She's not a traitor. She's not a quitter. Listen to yourself. She stood up for mine and yours and every other person's children. I'm a father first. I want to look at any of the Epstein files videos with the minors in it. The Skippy video broke my heart. And even until now, I've never finished the video because it's too painful to watch. But then you've got people. She's gone liberal. The biggest threat to America is the white female liberal. I'm not going to argue that point, but I am going to say that I don't think that's MTG. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. This one, this is from Mary or Marie. What is your last name? I don't know. I'm going to hit follow. It's a new person anyway. She was the best of MAGA, but then she started using her brain and saw what a scam it was. Too bad the rest of you fried that tiny blob huffing gas and smoking meth. Bummer for you that gas prices are rising. That's a pretty good one. That was 9 minutes ago. We have this response. Oh, mercy. You just came back retarded. The difference between Trump and Jim Jones is that Trump would charge you for the Kool-Aid. I've seen that one before. That's a good one. I'm not only the president, but I'm also a client. Zionism, an inherently violent and terroristic movement for colonizing Palestine through the theft of Palestinian land and the ethnic cleansing of indigenous Palestinians in order to create a Jewish supremacist settler colony. Wow, that was a mouthful. Okay, I don't know. They're obviously not responding to the same post. This is some more Margie hate here. MTG, we could have used your votes on bills and the people's business. Instead, you quit and now make nasty comments and let us know how you can't support someone who is giving his life to fight evil in the world. Ugh. We get it now. Go away. You can't help America any longer. Well, I mean, we just watched her. I don't think that's true. And I don't think she was making nasty comments about anybody, but I mean, maybe everybody else sees her comments as nasty. But I thought they were honest. Yeah, honest. I mean, she has the right to be disappointed, and she didn't lie. Where was the lie? That's the thing. It's like, well, we could have used your vote. We could have used your vote. So but since you're not there to always vote with the pack, and what's the point in having them there? She's right about that too. There's no point in having them there if that's what it's going to be. What a place to stop, huh? Right on Larry Loomer. What is this? Candace? Yeah, I wonder if today will get as unfair for fighting back. I doubt that's what he said for some reason. I don't know. I like this, what is it, Professor? I don't know how to say his name. Professor J? I don't know. I have to watch that later. I'm not logged in yet.
I
Can't save it.
You installed this?
Even
You installed this? Oh, it's an insurance company. More insurance we can't afford. Oh, commercials. Why am I not logged in?
Humiliating. There is no plan, says Adam. Let's check it out.
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. We have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. This isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. If we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us. We want them to come and help us with the Strait. My attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them.
We don't need them.
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us.
We need some help. We don't need any help. Now he's claiming that Iran is being unfair because they're fighting back.
So it's a little unfair. You know, you win a war, but they have no.
You know, you go through and you win this war, and the other team, they just didn't get the memo. They're still fighting. It's Mr. Trump already declared victory, guys. What are you not getting?
Right to be doing what they're doing, but
they have no right to be doing what they're doing. How dare they defend their country?
We're hitting them very hard, and today is a big day. We're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the Strait, and I think we'll get it going very soon. So it's a little unfair. You know, you win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing.
It's a little unfair. You know, when you win the war, they have no right to be doing what they're doing. Justin Trump says Iran war is a game of chess. This guy is just going off the rails.
Only because people don't understand to a large, it's a big chess game at a very high level.
It's unfortunate that President Trump doesn't know how to play chess. President can only play checkers, if that.
A very high level chess, the highest. And I'm dealing with very smart players. These are smart people. They don't.
Oh shit, he's being challenged. I think what he's trying to say is that he's really dumb. Don't you think? That's what we're reading between the lines. He's like, these are some very smart people. Maybe they're just average intelligence, and maybe you're just a
There, you know, when you deal with some of these people, you're dealing with high level intellect, very high IQ people. Much more.
The Iranians are very high IQ people.
They are, though, aren't they? I kept meaning to look that up. I'm asking Grok. Grok, what's the average IQ in Iran?
Checking the latest data on that. According to the latest 2026 rankings from the International IQ Test, based on over 1 million online tests last year, Iran clocks in around 104.8 on average. That puts it fourth globally, right behind South Korea, China, and Japan.
So yeah, that's pretty good. Fourth globally. I don't know if Trump knew that, or if he just thought Muslim and thought it would be more like Somalia or something. I don't know. I don't know if he was aware of what he was getting into all the way. Oh, that's a good clip. I want to watch that after this one for sure. Epstein clip.
AKA Trump admits that he's outmatched and he's a dumb clown. President Trump says he thinks he'll have the honor of taking Cuba. He says, I can free it or I can take it. I can do whatever I want with it, actually, to tell you the truth.
They haven't been back in like 50.
Yeah, we already saw that clip. That's a rerun. Houston serial killer. That's horrible. What is this?
Who is Paula White?
Paula White is Trump's pastor.
Okay.
That's who he picked as his pastor.
And she's a pastor? That's her official position. She's a pastor.
I don't believe women can be pastors, but who am I? I'm just a dumb mom in California.
So, is she's a Christian pastor, Paula
She's a
White?
Christian Zionist evangelical heretic, in my opinion.
Okay.
But yeah, she's Trump's. She runs the White House, the faith office, White House position, and she's on the Religious Liberty Commission with me, and very involved in all things Bibi Netanyahu. And so I got a call from.
How would you rate her authority as a Christian leader?
Oh, I don't take her serious at all. I don't think she's a Christian leader. I think she's a crazy person. Honestly, yeah. I think she's a heretic.
I think for people who think you're throwing those terms around lightly or slandering her, I think it'd be worth going online and reading about her and watching videos of her demanding money from her congregation on film with some other Christian pastor in a foreign country. Clearly, she's got a complicated personal life and saying things that bear no resemblance.
Oh, wait, Tucker's not going to show them? Oh, we got to show them. We got to show the clips. What are we doing? I mean, there's some doozies, but what is this? Trump's faith advisor now works in the White House.
Be saying no to God, and I won't do that.
We are in a spirit.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God, and I won't do that.
We are in a spiritual war right now. Let every demonic network that has aligned itself against the purpose, against the calling of President Trump, let it be broken, let it be torn down in the name of Jesus.
You want me to tell you what my thoughts are? The thoughts of the King of Kings, the thoughts of the Lord of Lords. I'm downloading heaven.
Yeah, that's her. That didn't, I was supposed to say it didn't look that bad. It looked pretty rough. It didn't look as bad as some I've seen.
Is the historic Jewish homeland where Jews lived for thousands of years. This is where the first Jew, Abraham, purchased his and Sarah's burial place, where God first speaks to Abraham, promising.
Yeah, I don't know what that
We lift up Africa. We lift up the patriarchs and the matriarchs. We lift up the church worldwide right now. We lift up the underground church in China, or the people being persecuted and killed for their faith that are in prison that we don't even know about. We lift up Africa right now. We lift up Nigeria and Congo, DRC. We lift up everywhere there is a killing, Sudan, Somalia. We could continue to go on and on. We lift up righteous governments to rise, presidents that are righteous men, for when the righteous rule, the Bible.
Oh, that's her. That's the most decent clip I've ever seen of her, honestly. But, I mean, she posted it, so that makes sense. Some of them, I mean, I've seen, people speaking in tongues before, but some of these go beyond that.
Your prophetic son is coming forth in Jesus' name. Woo! She's no joke. Shekata, you're strong. Fire, power, power. Woo! Fire, power, 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 fire. Ho, ho, woo! Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are people, they're timid.
And no, this is not AI. It's not a joke. It's seriously Paula White, Trump's spiritual advisor at the White House.
people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000. Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed.
All right, y'all. So I don't make it a point on this channel to regularly call out specific ministers by name who are in error. But when I see something so egregious, something so unbiblical, something so dangerous as what I'm getting ready to show you in this video, it needs to be exposed publicly for all to see. On Saturday, February 21st, 2026, Paula White hosted her annual Unleashed conference where presumably thousands of people were in attendance and maybe, possibly, certainly more. I think they had over 198 countries tuning in to be exact, online or whatnot. So what I want to do in this video is I want to react to several things she said and did during this particular day of the conference and show you just how unbiblical they are and
Fire for the Lord is lighting a fire, and ministry is just beginning for you. It was never over. God is moving you even into another arena. Faithful, you're strong. And it wasn't rejection, it was direction. Fire. In the name of Jesus, go pray over people. Keep praying over people. Keep praying. How many of you want to help me with Eddie James?
Okay, so Paula White has a friend whose name is Eddie James, who is a very popular worship leader, particularly within charismatic circles, but he also has a ministry called Dream Life Centers that provide recovery programs for at-risk youth and young adults struggling with addiction. So essentially what is happening here during this part of the service is that Paula is trying to raise money for his organization. How much money? Well, as you're going to see, her goal was to raise $100,000 in one night, but we'll get to that in just a moment. So let's start off with a real simple one to illustrate how unbiblical she is in this particular conference.
Let your spirit be energized. Let your mind be clear. You are getting a new season, a new day. Fight the good, the beautiful, the valuable, the noble, the worthy. Fight of Get ready. I'm going to pray over people. Get ready. Line up my pastors first. I need pastors up here. Bring my pastors up here. Bring my pastors. Get my oil. Give me my oil. Come on, give me my oil. Pastors, come over here. Get ready to line up.
All right, I think we've seen enough of that clip. So Paula White, several times in this video, starts speaking in tongues on stage in front of the entire congregation. Now, I'm not going to spend much time on this one because I got a lot of videos on my channel about this, but not just once, several times throughout this particular video. And there is absolutely no interpretation present whatsoever, not one time, which is a clear violation of Scripture. Now, I want you to notice what Paul says. He says, no more than 2 or 3 should speak in tongues. They must speak one at a time, and someone must interpret what they say. And then he goes on to say, but if no one is present who can interpret, they, Paula White and people who do this, must be silent in your church meeting and speak in tongues to God privately. Privately. So if there's no interpretation present, you should not ever be speaking in tongues publicly. You should be doing it privately, okay? Now, my question is this. Is Paul just trying to be some sort of Debbie Downer and quench the spirit? Oh, well, you don't quench the spirit. When the spirit is high, just let him move. No, he explains why earlier in verses 22 and 23. He says, so you see that speaking in tongues is a sign not for believers, but for unbelievers. Now, I could unpack that, but essentially he's saying, hey, the ability for a believer to speak in, even so, if
I'm going to skip around a bit here just to get the other clip of Paula White that I was looking for. I have a feeling he has it.
How many of you want to be a blessing? Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000. Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be mistreated.
All right, so this is a big one. So I want you to notice the spiritual and emotional manipulation that is taking place. So let me get this straight. So if I don't give right now sacrificially, children are going to die. So some people who may have been there, it's possible that they're probably thinking, well, man, if I don't give, someone's going to die. So you know what? I better give. Now, let me be clear. I am all about supporting organizations that help youth, orphans, those who have been trafficked, you name it. I'm here for it. But there is a difference between presenting the vision of an organization and kindly inviting your congregation to support. There's a difference between that and demanding that everyone in there give until we reach $100,000 and coercing them to do so by using strong language like, if you don't do this, kids are going to die. All right. So once again, everything we do on this channel, I try to be biblical. So let's see what the Bible says about this type of pressure. All right. 2 Corinthians 9:7 says this: you must each decide in your heart how much to give. And don't give reluctantly or in response to pressure. For God loves a person who gives cheerfully. All right. God makes it very clear. We are never to give because we feel pressured or worse.
Get in the arena. Get in the arena. I need you to stand. There's only 3 envelopes. I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on people till you're obedient. Get out of your seat. Come on and come bring up a seat.
Whoa. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. Okay, first of all, she seems to be bothered or irritated or whatnot, maybe upset because after all of this activity, all this begging, all this whatever is happening, that there's only 3 envelopes. All right, go back and watch it. And you can skip back and you can rewind it. She says, well, there's only 3 envelopes. So it's like, hey, y'all need to get going here, right? There should be more than 3. Only 3 people gave. Then she says this: I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on you until you're obedient and get out of your seat. Oh. My brothers and sisters, do you know how spiritually evil this is? All right, this is wrong on so many levels. First off, she's acting as if people's ability to get healed or receive a spiritual breakthrough or financial breakthrough is dependent on her laying hands on them, and it's dependent on them being, quote unquote, obedient, as she calls it, to give a sacrificial seed of offering. She's like, hey, I'm going to let y'all know, if you don't give, I'm not moving. I'm not going to lay hands on you. I'm not going to lay hands on you until you give, until you be obedient. Obedient, according to her, means do what she says to do. And if you don't give, you're not being obedient, assumingly to God. The book of Acts chapter 8 says this: when Simon saw that the Spirit was given when the apostles laid their hands on people, he offered them money to buy this power. Hey, let me have this power too, he exclaimed, so that when I lay my hands on people, they will receive the Holy Spirit. But Peter replied, may your money be destroyed with you for thinking God's gift can be bought. You can have no part in this, for your heart is not right with God. Repent of your wickedness and pray to the Lord. Perhaps he will forgive your evil thoughts, for I can see that you are full of bitter jealousy and are held captive by sin. Notice, Peter rebuked Simon and essentially said, are you kidding me? God's power is not for sale. You can't buy a blessing, right? And that's basically my message. Like, you can't tell people, well, hey, if you give, you're going to get a blessing.
a seed. Eddie, don't worry, you're going to get it anyway. You're going to get it with or without the people's obedience, but I got to break some ground up in this place. I got to break it. Malachi, it was the least giving any Unleashed has ever had. The whole week was less than one night we've ever had. The lowest Unleashed offering was $59,000 on a night, I think. In a day. It's not even been 40 for the whole week. But that doesn't matter. God already raised it. God's already given it to me. It doesn't matter. I'm not doing this because I need it. I'm doing it to break something off them. I'm doing it to break a mentality. I'm doing it to break something. 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 I'm doing it to break something.
Okay, so now she says, apparently in all the years they've been doing this Unleashed conference, the lowest offering in a night was $59,000. Now, first of all, I don't know why you're sharing that publicly, but okay, fine. That's the lowest. Okay, well, apparently this year was a bit different. People have obviously wised up, praise God, and for the entire week, they've only raised $40,000 total, which seems to indicate why she's putting so much pressure on people to give, maybe because she's trying to make up for what she thought people were going to give but didn't. But it gets worse, and you're going to hear me say that multiple times in this video.
You need a breakthrough. You need things. You need a building. Come on. You need a wedding dress. You need some things, but you're struggling all the time financially. That's not the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God is not every wish and every want, but it is provision for the vision. The kingdom of God is there is no lack in Christ. He will supply all your needs according to his riches and glory. The kingdom of God, there are 30 people right now that can give $1,000, Pastor Todd. You and I know. You giving one? I'm giving lots of them too. Come on, I know what this is about. This is about freedom over my unborn great-great-grandchildren. This is about what I've done for these kids, God is going to certainly do for mine. That my lineage and legacy, I got too many prayers, too much in the arena, and too much seed in the ground. Come on, get up here. In the name of Jesus. Pastor Paula, if all I have is $10, then bring you $10. But you get something down here and say, I'm not going to leave until I put a seed and a sacrifice on this altar.
Okay, so now she's pushing the good old-fashioned give to get false doctrine. You need a building, you need a wedding dress. Hey, no problem. Just in her words, and I quote, get down here and sow a seed. Not, hey, I invite you to give to the, no, get down here and sow a seed. And whatever you do for these kids, God will do for your kids. Go back and rewind it. You might have to watch it again. I don't know if you caught that. Basically, she's saying, whatever you do for these kids, whatever you sow a seed and you bless this ministry, God's going to do the same for your kids and your grandkids and your whole lineage and stuff like that. As if she can promise that. You do this, God's going to do that. Do y'all see this manipulation? I mean, okay, let's just keep going.
I'll keep on. I'll keep on. You guys have no idea. I'll keep plowing this because I'll break every demonic chain, every spirit of poverty. Come on, how many of you get afraid? Come on, how many of you get afraid of giving sometimes? I break it in the name of Jesus. You're looking at your bills. You're looking at your checkbook. You're looking at what's ahead of you.
All right, did y'all catch that? So now she's presenting herself as having the power to break the spirit of poverty by saying, I break it. Not God. No. I break it. I'll break it tonight if you give.
God, whatever we did wrong with financial decisions, we redeem it and we ask for your forgiveness. We repent of being irresponsible. We repent for being materialistic. We repent for doing things for ourselves more than we did things for your kingdom. We repent for getting us in situations that we made bad decisions. Now, God, redeem us. We sincerely repent. Now, redeem us. Redeem our mortgages. Come on, redeem our budget. Redeem our income. Redeem our flow of finances.
Okay, so now she's essentially saying that if people are struggling financially, it's somehow their fault because, as she says, they've made poor financial decisions. They've been, quote unquote, irresponsible, as she put it, and they need to, quote, ask God for forgiveness and, quote, repent. And based on what we've seen so far, repent means to sow a seed? And if so, God will, as she put it, redeem our mortgages, redeem our budgets, our income, our flow of money or whatever. Guys, not everyone who is struggling financially is doing so because they were irresponsible or made poor decisions. That's just insulting. I guess Jesus needed to repent too. All right, next clip.
The Lord's about to release serious finances to you. He's going to release it. There's generational stuff. I mean, there's some serious stuff, but it's not going to come with these because it's for the arena you're going into. You'll be prepared. You're going to be prepared. You're ready for this fight.
Okay, so now she's prophesying, or as I like to say, prophesying over a man in the audience. And guys, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm over some of this stuff. Okay, so Lord, forgive me if I am not using the right tone. All right, so let me try to bring my tone back. All right. She's prophesying over a man in the audience, and she promises him that God is about to release, in her words, serious finances in his life that can and will impact generations. So guys, I'm sorry. I'm just going to cut it straight. No human being can guarantee that. All right. I mean, do you know how many times people have prophesied things like this to people? And some people, and some of you might even be watching, you're still waiting for things that have been prophesied over you some 15, 20, 25 years ago. Things that people said, oh, God's going to do this, God's going to do that, God's going to open this door, God's going to free you of this. And you're still waiting for it, right? Do you know how easy it is to make a general, vague prophecy that nobody can test whether it will come to pass? But to the same man, she continues and says this.
In Jesus' name. Now, you will not die prematurely. Your health will never fail. It won't happen. It will not happen. And any seed that has been planted in anyone, because what has been in your family, Craig will not die prematurely. It is broken. It is broken. Because God is the breaker, according to Micah. And the spirit of breaker has broken that. And it's not that it was a curse because your dad or your brother, it was because it was passed down and nobody knew what to do with it. But the Lord says, I have strategically positioned you very uniquely, and it is broken in the name of Jesus, by the blood of Jesus. I declare long life. Let him live to past 90. I prophesy it and I declare it. And he'll say, how do you just keep going like the Energizer Bunny? He's going to live to past 90.
Okay, so she promises this man that he will first and foremost not die prematurely, or someone named Craig, or I'm not quite sure who it was, also promises that their health will not fail, so they'll have perfect health, and then that they would live until past 90. Now, either this will be true, because I know how these things go, and she will appear to be a prophet. Now, I don't know how old Craig is, but we may have to wait many years. I don't know. Or if he does die before 90, more than likely it will be because he didn't have enough faith to trust God for his healing or something like that. But we always want to be biblical, all right? So what does the Bible say about this? Well, James 4:13 says this, look here, you who say today or tomorrow, we are going to a certain town and will stay there a year. We will do business there and make a profit. How do you know what your life will be like tomorrow? Your life is like the morning fog. It's here a little while, then it's gone. What you ought to say is, if the Lord wants us to, we will live and do this and that. God says nobody knows how long any of us are going to live or die. Nobody knows that, right? If it's the Lord's will, then I'll do this or do that. So when anybody declares or decrees health or long life, they're just making a claim. They're making a claim of sovereignty that belongs to God alone, which is why we need to avoid. Okay, next clip.
Pastor Brad and Rach, come up. Let's say the benediction. Tamron, where are we? What is it? Oh, wow. Eddie, come up here. And the best offering of the whole conference goes to Eddie James. Eddie, they gave $20,669.56. But I said I'm going to take care of a week. So Tamron, have a check cut for $30,000 for Eddie James to go home with tonight.
Okay, so you may or may not be able to spot what's unbiblical here, but let's go back. She originally asked for $100,000, but the people only gave a little over $20,000. So Paula says that her ministry is going to cut a check for $30,000. Now, once again, I know for some of you are like, oh, I don't see anything wrong with what she did, what she said, but biblically, it was wrong, and let me show you. Jesus says in Matthew 6, watch out. Don't do your good deeds publicly to be admired by others, for you will lose the reward from your Father in heaven. When you give to someone in need, don't do as the hypocrites do, blowing trumpets in the synagogues and streets to call attention to their acts of charity. I tell you the truth, they have received all the reward they will ever get. But when you give to someone in need, don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. Give your gifts in private, and your Father who sees everything will reward you. Guys, I'm not sure if this can be more clear. Like my 7 and 8-year-old kids could read this and clearly understand what it's saying. When we give, we are not to publicly boast or even mention how much we give. What we give should be a private matter between us and God, but that's not what Paula White does. She decides to violate this principle and publicly declare that she or her ministry or whoever is going to give close to $10,000 of her own money or money from the ministry. This is supposed to be a private matter, a private affair, not something that is supposed to be, publicly boasted about from the pulpit so everybody knows this is how much I gave. What did you give? All right. Now, the next two aren't clips, but there are reasons why I feel like Paula White or anyone like her needs to be strongly avoided. All right. Now, the final issue that I have in terms of specifically Paula White is related to character. And once again, I know some of you are going to come for me and be upset about this, but just hear me out and let's go to scripture. Paula White has been married and divorced twice. Now, I need to tread extremely carefully here because I know this is a very sensitive issue. So let me explain carefully and biblically. Divorce is a sin. We know this. But just like any sin, it can be forgiven. Divorce is not the unforgivable sin. There is grace upon grace and forgiveness and mercy and cleansing and healing for those who have sadly had to experience divorce, whether it was once, whether it was twice, 3 times, 4 times, or more. God can and will forgive you. Forgiveness is not what we're talking about here. Grace is not what we're talking about here. The question is, based on her life decisions or life experiences, is she fit for ministry, particularly a senior pastor role, even if you do believe that women are able to serve as senior pastors? Because there are certain sins that, yes, you could be forgiven for, but let's be honest, according to scripture, these things disqualify a person from stepping into that particular role because of how high a calling it is. So once again, what does the Bible say? Well, the Bible says in 1 Timothy 3:2, so a church leader must be a man, well, once again, that's one of the scriptures I go to, whose life is above reproach. He must be faithful to his wife. All right. Now, once again, as I mentioned, this verse suggests that a pastor or overseer needs to be a man, but Secondly, a man whose life is above reproach. Now, also, I understand it's not just as simple as using this particular scripture and stuff. It's very, very nuanced in terms of the female pastor argument. So that's why I have a couple of videos. Now, third, a man who is faithful to his wife. Okay, so a man have to be above reproach, faithful to his wife. When these conditions aren't met, the point could be made that a person is unfit for the role of senior pastor. Once again, forgiven, yes. Senior pastor, no. But let's keep reading. All right, in verses 4 and 5, he must manage his own family well, having children who respect and obey him. For if a man cannot manage his own household, how can he take care of God's church? This is the clincher, my brothers and sisters. It says that an overseer must be able to manage his ministry. Okay, so what's the conclusion of all of it?
The conclusion is that was a good video, and as usual, I got off topic. Where were we here? Oh, right here.
Resemblance at all to Christian doctrine that I think
she's a heretic.
Just because I was given some context to what Tucker Carlson and Kerry, who was on Trump's religious commission, were talking about. And this is the woman they were talking about.
Who is Paula White?
Paula White is Trump's pastor.
Okay.
That's who he picked as his pastor.
And she's a pastor? That's her official position? She's a pastor?
I don't believe women can be pastors, but who am I? I'm just a dumb mom in California.
So is she's a Christian pastor, Paula
She's a
White?
Christian Zionist evangelical heretic, in my opinion.
Okay.
But yeah, she's Trump's, she runs the White House, the faith office, White House position. And she's on the Religious Liberty Commission with me and very involved in all things Bibi Netanyahu. And so I got a call from...
How would you rate her authority as a Christian leader?
Oh, I don't take her serious at all. I don't think she's a Christian leader. I think she's a crazy person, honestly. Yeah. I think she's a heretic.
I think for people who think you're throwing those terms around lightly or slandering her, I think it'd be worth going online and reading about her and watching videos of her demanding money from her congregation.
And that's why I thought it was important to play a clip or two. There's many of them like the ones that the podcaster that I was just watching was showing. I mean, there's lots of clips of her and speaking in tongues, saying some pretty wild things. And so that's why, yeah, I kind of got sucked into to his little video where it was focusing on just one of her, I don't even know what that was, a revival or what it was, but she made it sound like it was a special event, like a revival. But anyway, but yeah, so you could find plenty. Tucker's right. You could find plenty of clips.
And on film with some other Christian pastor in a foreign country, clearly she's got a complicated personal life and saying things that bear no resemblance at all to Christian doctrine. That I think it's fair what you're saying, I guess is my point.
Yeah. So I got a call from the White House, Mary Sproles, another Mary, and I looked her up.
From Presidential Personnel Office.
Yes, PPO office. Yeah. I got a call in August, shortly after that phone call with the other Mary. And I'll never forget it. I answered the phone and she's like, "Hi, Carrie. This is Mary Sproles calling from the White House PPO office. I'm calling to ask you for your resignation today."
When was this?
This was in August. Yeah. This was in August. A few weeks after. Yes, very scary. And I remember I had like a tear just come down, but I wasn't sad. It was like anger.
Had you gone to any meetings of the commission at this point?
Our first, we had a first hearing, briefly, like a brief hearing on kind of the history of religious freedom in America. But our first hearing, the most important hearing coming up, the little boy that had to read the book, was a few weeks later.
Okay, so this is before you even served out your duties.
Oh yeah, no, it was before the first official hearing. It was.
And she asked for your resignation.
She said, "I want your written resignation today." And I said, "Who are you?" I thought this was a joke. Who is this person? And she goes, "I am calling on behalf of the White House." I said, "Why would you ask me for my resignation?" I just got on this commission. What did I do wrong?
Boy, you are tough.
I was
love
not.
it.
I was not going to go down without a fight because I knew.
Clearly.
I knew.
I'm just looking at your husband who's nodding. She's tough. Sorry, excuse me.
No.
Good for you.
Yeah, I said, I'm not resigning. And I don't know who asked you to have me resign. Was it the president? Because I think the president should ask me to resign if he wants me to resign. He appointed me, and only he can ask for my resignation. So I'm not resigning.
See, Dollar Shave Club just has great razors at a great price and no bull.
It's hard to believe that Trump chooses out of anybody. You know, he could have anybody there, but he chooses Paula White. It is weird.
Got off the phone.
Wait, but on what grounds was she demanding your resignation?
She did not answer any questions. She was just told. It was like a puppet. She was like, I got to just send the message. So I called her back.
So she said, we're asking for your resignation, but she did not explain why.
No. She said, it's just not working out. Yeah, literally. Now that it's coming back to me.
This was not a Tinder date. It's just not working out.
It's just not working out. And I'm going, this is serious. This is very serious.
Yeah.
So then I hung up, and then I wanted to make sure it was a legit person. So I called right back and I said, hi, Mary. I said, this is Carrie. I'm just curious, please. I know you don't want to give me information. I know you're just a messenger because I didn't want to be mean to her.
Of course.
But I said, who is telling you to have me resign? Who have you talked to? And I'll never forget it. She didn't want to say it, but she finally said it. She goes, I've talked to Paula White and Dan Patrick and Brittany Baldwin, who Brittany Baldwin used to work for Ted Cruz. So it's all making sense now, what's going on. So this is a witch hunt. They're trying to actively remove me. And they know that the only way that I could be removed is if I resign or if I die or if the president removes me. So in my mind, I'm thinking, does the president know about this? Or is this just the Dan and Paula trying to out me on their own? I think they thought, oh, if we ask her to resign, she'll resign. But I didn't resign. I said, no, there's no reason to resign. You should resign, actually. Why are you asking me to resign? So she told me Dan Patrick, Paula. So immediately, imagine how boiling I was. So I tried to get in touch with Paula White. No response. I tried to get in touch with Dan. No response.
Did you call them or text them or?
The weirdest part about this commission, I honestly think it's so fake and gay because we didn't even have each other's like phone numbers, emails. Like I had to literally ask like, hey, can I get Paula White's email? So I actually called her daughter-in-law. Her name's Rachel. She's a pastor, young woman. And I said, hey, Rachel, I said, I just got this disturbing call. I need to talk to Paula immediately. And she's like, okay, let me try to get a hold of her. Paula never called me back.
What?
No, I waited for like a week and a half. It was.
Isn't she required to in the New Testament? If you have a conflict with a fellow Christian. Is it Matthew 18?
Matthew 18.
Man, you're good.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a requirement from Jesus.
Yeah.
You've got a problem.
Go directly to that person.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I did. And she did not want to call me back. And then her daughter-in-law, I got her on the phone and her daughter-in-law.
But these are the people, right? These are the people that are surrounding Trump all the time. I mean, that part is scary when you think about that. What is this? We found out what Epstein and the Rothschilds did. You know, I think a lot of us have taken a little focus away from the Epstein files since all of this broke out with Iran. But I do want to watch part of this clip. I've seen this Evie chick, the channel Dangerously Informed with Evie. And then I want to go and see Steven Crowder's Louder with Crowder on Rumble. Where I don't have these insufferable commercials because I'm logged in where I'm not, for whatever reason, logged in right now on YouTube. And they have plenty of commercials on YouTube.
Might not go for.
railways, and wars. Today, their institution still manages hundreds of billions of dollars in assets worldwide. In other words, when people talk about old money, this is the family they mean. And if there was one man who spent his life chasing proximity to wealth and power, it was Jeffrey Epstein. A man who cultivated billionaires, politicians, and royalty. A man who seemed to move effortlessly through the highest levels of global elite society. When the files finally dropped, the name Rothschild appeared more than 12,000 times. The question isn't what Jeffrey Epstein wanted from the Rothschilds, it's did he get it? Old money, old power. For more than 2 centuries, the Rothschild family and its extended branches have been embedded into the architecture of global finance. What began in 18th century Frankfurt grew into a network of family banks across Europe. London, Paris, Vienna, Naples. By the 19th century, they were arranging massive government loans and underwriting some of the most important industrial projects on the continent. The name Rothschild became shorthand for something very specific: old money, old networks, and quiet influence stretching across politics, finance, and aristocratic society. The family has been at the center of conspiracy theories forever. And for an added creepy factor, they're the family who famously threw the surrealist ball of 1972 with these creepy ass pictures. Apparently it inspired Eyes Wide Shut. That's a whole nother thing. Today, the empire no longer exists as a single global bank. Instead, the Rothschild name sits behind a network of financial institutions and advisory firms managing hundreds of billions of dollars. And with that wealth has come something else: a reputation for secrecy, influence, and quiet power that has endured.
Okay, I don't see that going anywhere quick. I don't want to go down any rabbit holes at the moment. Well, why are there no recent videos from Louder with Crowder? Not in the last week, maybe lives. Oh, his show hasn't started yet, that's why. Okay, good reason. People just hang out there? People just really hang out there? Look at Grok Imagine. It's getting amazing. Grok Imagine really is good. What is this? An auction. Hey. Pristine auction? I don't know what that is. One less guest for Caleb Hammer's show. What?
Are our sons and daughters coming home? The consequences of this war are real. Why are our sons and daughters coming home in caskets for Israel? I witnessed this coming home to the Bay Area yesterday, and it was so heartbreaking. Why?
One last question, because he called it 60 years ago.
What does this say? For those calling Joe Kent a grandstander, just trying to undermine Trump, here is Kent more than 2 years ago, before he got a job in the administration, warning against an Iran war. He was always right. Donald should have listened.
Let me just ask you one last question, because he called it 60 years ago. You referred to what a war with Iran would do to the United States, and I don't know that a lot of people in this country fully understand what Iran is as a nation state. It's not Afghanistan. What do you think the immediate and then longer term effects of a war with Iran would be on the United States?
Immediately, it would be very bloody. I have no doubt that we could probably defeat some of their air defense and go in there and have another shock and awe campaign. But again, like we saw how the shock and awe campaign in Iraq really didn't actually work in the long run. So I have no doubt that we'd have some immediate results that people would cheer about here in the United States. But Iran, Persia has always been an empire. It's been around longer than any of the other players in the modern Middle East right now, and they are not going anywhere. And right now, Iran has a lot of internal problem. They have a lot of internal strife with the Ayatollah and that government that's only been in power since 1979. But again, if we start conducting strikes in Iran, everyone in Iran will rally around their leader and they will become even more revolutionary. And then we will have Iranian proxies throughout the entire region that will be conducting attacks just like we had in Jordan. And really in the long term, Tucker, the axis that has been built really since Putin invaded Russia and we decided that since Putin invaded Ukraine and we decided we were going to throw this massive sanctions package at them, China has come in as a major player and we are deeply compromised by China. They control a lot of our economy. They control global manufacturing. They're deeply embedded in Wall Street. And they've also made deals with the Iranians. They want access to Iranian petro, not to mention the fact that Biden killed off U.S. energy independence and now he's going after LNG. And the world's biggest LNG exporters are Iran, Russia, and Qatar. So this axis would become very powerful. If we get deeply involved and deeply entangled with Iran, we are playing right into China's hands because China would like nothing more than for us to be committing our military industrial base to a war in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, and then to be committing our conventional military power, our blood and our treasure back in the Middle East. That will make the Pacific, our actual border, extremely vulnerable to Chinese aggression, or China will simply just watch us bleed out economically as we bleed out on the battlefield on these couple different theaters. It's absolute insanity. It's opening up Pandora's box. And again, for what gain to the American people?
I mean, I think that's the most reasonable, common sense based, factual assessment I've seen of this from anyone.
Yeah, it did make sense. And so they said that was more than 2 years ago. So
Let me just ask you one last.
That was before he got his job in the administration. This says, yo, I'm almost blind, I swear. It says, an average Israeli woman. Well, I'm not going to read the quotes. We're going to watch it. Oh, I guess I have to, huh? Because it's another language. Yes, I have to, just in case somebody can't read them. So they're asking her, are you left wing or right wing? And she says, she's center. He says, what is it big to you? To wipe them out. 2 states for 2 people? She says, an atomic bomb so we can live. He says, can we live with the Arabs of Israel? She said, no, a good Arab is a dead Arab. Wow. That's crazy. What is this? An Israeli hero? Oh, no, it doesn't say hero. It says pedo. Oh, no. An Israeli pedo was caught taking over 200 photos of small children inside of the Miami airport. Cops were there and didn't even detain him. Why the privilege? That can't be real.
Yo, delete. Delete it out your phone. Delete it out your phone. I told you, look, you taking mad pictures of them little fucking girls. I told you. Delete it. Nah, don't hit him yet. Don't hit him yet. Delete. No, let him delete it first. Let him delete it first. No, that's robbery. Let him delete it first, bro. Let him delete it first. I told you I knew what the fuck I was saying, bro. Delete it. Those are babies. Delete it. All of it. Matter of fact, where's the police at? I told you I was watching them do it for the longest. You take and pick them girls that's like fucking 11 years old, bro. Like, you crazy. Delete all of it. Go to the delete it and then delete the delete. Yo, delete the delete before I beat the jacket off you, bro. Yo, chill, wait. It's all delete. No, it's not. Go to your delete. Go, yo, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. You gotta go. Get out, get out. Get out, get out, get out, get out before I beat you the fuck up. Get out. Get the fuck out. Get out right now. Get the fuck out. Get out. Get out.
Well, that was crazy. What?
The more they try to convince us that this man is alive, the more I think that he isn't. Watch this video, man. Yes, Mike. Yes, Mike. I'm alive. Watch this.
Well, Mr. Prime Minister, I wanted you to know the President asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike. Yes, I'm alive.
I checked that, and I'm happy to see that. But he wanted to make sure because, you know, you guys get along too well.
I know, and we shake hands with 5 fingers in each hand. You know, but I have to tell you, I'm alive, but I have this card.
Oh.
And, yeah, don't read it. So it's a punch card. Mm-hmm. Today I erased 2 names on the punch cards, and you see how many more to go on this batch.
You know what the good news is? My name is not on the punch card.
Your name is on the list of the good guys.
Thank you.
And what the President
boy.
and U.S. forces are doing is incredible. We're very proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And getting rid of these lunatics who'd like to develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city after wiping out Israel.
Now, a lot of people were saying that these were all AI videos. I don't think so, but not all of them anyway. But then I saw somebody explaining how these the good Hollywood masks work, and pointing out the difference in just the few things like ears but I do see how they're trying to do a lot of like the side shot, like they were talking about, because sometimes you can just tell the difference in the eyes, but other than that, so I'm curious if it's something like that. Although I think this is just a lot of people wishful thinking, to be honest.
They ain't gonna do that. We're wiping them out.
I love it. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mike.
What a bizarre thing to say, though. Like, here's my hit list. Knocked 2 of them out today. Thankfully, you're not on it. That's weird. Weird thing to say. Oh, we're still doing the Margie's Trader thing. Oh. Yeah, well, everybody can't agree with everything I post, but I like her. I don't understand. I mean, if she agreed with everything Trump said, that's the one you got to worry about. Where is Steven Crowder? What time does he do this show? I mean, if it's 10:14 where I am, Eastern time, I'm assuming at a regular time, right? Like 10, 10:30, 11, who knows? So let's see if there's anything new on Iran. What is this? The strange vision for Epstein Island and Zorro Ranch? First, let's see what this is.
In HR, you need something more.
It's a commercial. Yeah, gotta get on Rumble. No commercials for me because I'm not logged in here.
You're watching from, I'm filming this on March 18th, the morning of March 18th, and we have some stunning footage out of Israel as the Iranians landed multiple direct hits, including with cluster munitions overnight. The film footage, nothing short of absolutely shocking and appalling. We do have multiple deaths on the ground in Israel. There are some other reports that many more are trapped under the rubble. This goes to show the United States' war, the Israelis' war against Iran, and Iran's war against essentially the entire Middle East, as they're firing on everybody, is far from over, and the carnage and chaos will continue. So we got a lot of footage to get into, a lot to break down, as well as some moves on the Israeli and U.S. side as well. Before we get into it, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge.
Yeah, I always try to leave the, this is David, what does it say? David Hookstead on YouTube. It's got a pretty big following, although I've never seen the channel. I'm not on YouTube much anymore unless I'm streaming. But 378?
Huge boost to the channel. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. Let me know in the comments below, what do you think about the latest strikes? What do you think about Iran landing more and more direct hits? Is the Israeli air defense system starting to show serious cracks? Let me know in the comments below. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, X D Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Give me a follow on both. Send me any tips you got. You guys have been amazing with that. And now let's get to it. All right. So overnight in it.
Also, by the way, while we're plugging the follows, if you're new to the channel and you don't follow yet, whether you're on Twitch or Rumble, YouTube, we're on all of them. I'm on all those. And X, give me a quick follow if you would. It really helps. Now, let's see what he's talking about happened in Israel.
The Iranians launched a massive missile barrage, including the horrifying cluster munitions. Cluster munitions, of course, are the little bomblets. They break off into hundreds or dozens, however many are in the warhead. They kill indiscriminately. They are very, very, very hard to intercept once they have been released and are in the air. Iran's strategy now is pivoted away from more traditional ballistic missiles to more of the cluster munitions to try to defeat Israeli air defenses, and they certainly have shown some signs of success. So we got a bunch of these videos. Let's go ahead and watch. These are the cluster munitions raining down on Israel. Terrifying scene unfolding. And again, intercepting these is unbelievably difficult. The cluster munitions are down, causing significant damage and significant carnage on the ground. We have more footage of cluster munitions right here. You can see waves of them coming in right there over the sky in Israel as they hit targets on the ground, causing a devastating amount of damage. A horrifying reality for people in Israel and in the Middle East at this very moment, as the bombs just do not stop. And then right here, this is footage shows submunitions dispersing from an Iranian Khorashmar 4 medium-range ballistic missile carrying a cluster warhead over Israel. So more footage. Here they come. Here they come. I mean, look at how many are in the sky. Look at how many are coming. I'm just going to pause that right there. That is the cluster munitions once they're fully dispersed. That, I mean, just imagine looking up into the night sky and seeing that many bombs coming for you. It is, we pray for all the innocent people. We pray for all the civilians. This situation getting more serious with every passing day. And this right here is footage of what a cluster munition, a single one, that's just one tiny little bomblet, when it hits, what it can do.
Look at this pool deck. It's like a private resort with just a...
That's a beautiful pool. I would love to have that pool. Especially here in Florida. I just wouldn't want to clean it. I wouldn't clean it. That would be a problem, an expensive habit.
With absolute ease, when it hits, what it can do.
Whoa, look at that.
The ground with absolute ease right there. Fortunately, in this video, nobody was hurt. Nobody was in the impact zone. And then we have some footage of some interceptions here. This is a over Tel Aviv. showing the Israelis intercepting a ballistic missile at literally the last moment. Let's watch right there.
Why? Wow! Motherfucker! He's a ball!
So that was intercepted literally probably 100 yards above the ground level. Again, I cannot
You said, motherfucker, it was a bomb.
stress to you how serious this is. This is more looks at the damage of the cluster munitions. One impact right here looks like a second impact back with the car on fire. So multiple impacts causing serious damage across the region of Israel at this hour. And then we now have heard from the Israelis that 2 people were in a building that was hit by a cluster munition and did die. And this is a look at the damage. You see the holes in the wall everywhere. Home completely destroyed. Hole in the ceiling right there where the cluster munition blew through. Absolutely terrifying footage. And here's some interceptions. So you've got Israeli air defenses are up. And then boom, interception right there. Right here, air defenses are up. Roaring. And boom, interception right there. So they are certainly intercepting still the majority of the missiles that are being fired at Israel. But here's the fact of the matter. I'm going to tell you the truth, no matter, whether people want to hear it or not. The truth of the matter is when this war started, pretty much everything that the Iranians was firing at Israel was getting intercepted. Now it's March 18th. We're weeks into the war, and their air defense system is showing significant cracks. Every time the Iranians fire, they are seemingly getting at least something through, varying degrees each time, but they are now punching through the Israeli air defense system every time they pull the trigger, causing significant damage. Now, this is a crazy video over the skies of Dubai as ballistic missiles are fired and air defense is engaged. So you got interceptors up, interception. Missiles coming down. Another air interceptor just fired. An interception. All right, we got a third interceptor up. Bottom of your screen coming up. Third interceptor, and it's hit. So that is over Dubai as the UAE continues to get targeted incredibly aggressively by the Iranian regime. The air defenses, the Patriot batteries going to work. And then right here, the Iranians released video of them firing more heavy ballistic missiles targeting U.S. bases, U.S. assets, and Israel. Let's go ahead and watch the footage right now.
یا فاطمه زهرا یا فاطمه
More and more missiles in the air. There you go. They are now working their way to what is reportedly more solid fuel missiles, which are more powerful, but they do take longer to fuel up, exposing their launchers to the Israeli and American airstrikes. Now, the U.S. Embassy. The U.S. Embassy continues to be a top priority. We have footage here of the embassy, and I can confirm the embassy has been hit inside the actual perimeter. This is footage of a drone hitting the U.S. Embassy. Right there. Right there. So that is the U.S. Embassy. It remains under attack at this hour from Iran and Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. This is an interception. Right there. There's the C ring. Right there, massive explosion. Something to keep in mind, guys. Even if the drone is intercepted, the debris and whatever the charge, the ordnance is on it, can still fall out of the sky and blow things up. When you intercept it, you stop it from hitting whatever its main target is, but it's still going to fall out of the sky and likely, blow up on something, right? And this is pretty neat. This is footage of I have another video that's cool, but this is a Iranian Shahed 107 drone intercepted over Erbil, Iraq by U.S. forces. Let's watch. Right there. Completely annihilated. So American air defenses continue to put in work. Now, I'm going to put this on the screen. I want to warn you, this is highly disturbing footage of civilians in Iran, security forces opening fire on civilians in Iran. You can hear gunshots right now. Gunshots ringing out. Terrible, terrible footage.
Superior power and runtime are just a click away. Ryobi,
It is terrible footage. It all seems so preventable.
So civilians on the streets of Iran continue to be targeted. Horrifying. All right, this is a really cool footage of what is believed to be Israel's secret stealth RA-01 drone spotted over Tehran. Right there. That is believed to be Israel's secret drone over the skies of Tehran. And then big news here. Israel says it has killed Ismail Khatib, Iran's Minister of Intelligence, in an overnight strike. So a senior ranking Iranian official, head of their intelligence regime, Minister of Intelligence, has been eliminated. The problem with a situation like this is the Iranians, to their credit, we got to call balls and strikes here. So far, killing a lot of the leadership has not slowed down their ability to fire missiles. They're actually doing a surprising job of their line of secession, if you will. They just keep swapping guys in. So you just got to keep killing them until they hit a breaking point. That's just the reality of the situation they're in. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish they would just give up. I wish they would just surrender. But the fact of the matter is their ability to continue to fight has not been destroyed yet, because they are just shuffling the deck over and over whenever anyone is killed. And then major news out of the U.S., the United States announcing on Tuesday night, hours ago, U.S. forces successfully employed multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions on hardened Iranian missile sites along Iran's coastline near the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles in these sites posed a risk to international shipping to the Strait. So the United States of America went in, we bombed their missile sites, their anti-ship missile sites, which were in hardened bunkers along the Strait of Hormuz, dropping 5,000-pound warheads on them, 5,000-pound bombs, warheads on foreheads, in order to open up the Strait of Hormuz as it remains closed, and the United States gets to work to put an end to that. So as of this update, as of the morning of March 18th, Israel, cluster munitions raining down on it. The United States Embassy continues to be targeted, but air defenses continue to roar across Iraq and Israel to take these missiles down. We now know that Iranian civilians continue to be mowed down in the streets, continue to be killed in the streets. It is an incredibly brutal, incredibly violent situation. We now know that their Minister of Intelligence is dead, and the United States is bombing to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So that is where we are at as of this update. I know that was a lot of things happened overnight. I'm going to continue to be here to give you guys the updates as they come in. As always, make sure to like and subscribe.
The cooktop is cooked. Sayonara.
So many commercials. I wonder if Crowder's live yet. I'll give him a few more minutes.
Great, wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on March 17th, and we have major news as a major U.S. position continues to be under a large-scale attack.
ISIS-linked women and children.
Okay, so apparently this is, I didn't even know this was going to happen. Let's watch this. This is Tulsi Gabbard. It says Senate intelligence hearing on worldwide threats. Well, what do you know? So I guess Joe Kent, he resigned just in time to not have to do this hearing.
To justify the involvement of our nation's top spy. Instead, the predicate for the warrant was a slop of debunked conspiracy theories that had already been rejected repeatedly by courts, by independent investigators, and even by Georgia's own Republican Secretary of State. Yet the nation's top intelligence official was personally involved in this operation. This raises one very serious question. If the intelligence community is not being deployed to mobilize against foreign threats, why is it being deployed at all on a domestic issue? The DNI's appearance at this raid, as well as their involvement in seizing voting machines from Puerto Rico, suggests something that should also alarm every American. I believe an organized effort to misuse her national security powers to interfere in domestic politics and potentially provide a pretext for the president's unconstitutional efforts to seize control of the upcoming elections. Don't take my word for it. The president has repeatedly pushed for the nationalization of our elections, calling for federal government to override the state election laws and, quote, take over voting while continuing to make false statements about election fraud. And we have heard troubling rhetoric from senior officials that reinforce these concerns. As former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said publicly, we've been, and this is a quote, we've been proactive trying to make sure we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country. At the same time, the administration has brought into government individuals promoting conspiracy theories about our elections. The so-called White House Director of Election Security and Integrity, Kurt Olson, played a key role in efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Now Mr. Olson holds a position inside the federal government with the authority to refer criminal investigations and access our most sensitive security information, all supposedly doing his witch hunts around elections. As a matter of fact, according to the court filings, he helped trigger the FBI seizure of the ballots in Fulton County. So it's worth asking, why is someone whose career has been devoted to undermining the legitimate results of a democratic election now operating from inside the federal government with access to law enforcement and intelligence authorities? What exactly has he been empowered to do? As members of our committee know, this committee was created in the aftermath of the unconstitutional abuses exposed after Watergate. The guardrails have been built around our intelligence and law enforcement agencies over the past several decades exist for a reason. Without them, America begins to look more like adversaries emphasized in this year's annual threat assessment: China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and less like a democracy. Confronting these very clear and present threats to American security requires experienced professionals in intelligence agencies that are focused squarely on their mission. Instead, over the past year, we've seen actions that only serve to weaken them. Politically motivated purges at the FBI has resulted in the exodus of hundreds of agents and the reassignments of hundreds more from key national security areas like counterintelligence, counterterrorism, and cyber, and where they've been redeployed to? Immigration enforcement. In one troubling case, agents working on a task force focused on threats from Iran, clearly something that's pretty damn important right now, were dismissed because they had previously participated in the investigation of the president's mishandling of classified information. Elsewhere, the Bureau's budget is being slashed. Last year, it cut over $500 million, with the largest decreases from cyber, counterterrorism, and counterespionage. And the remaining scarce resources are being squandered on things like a $60 million jet for the director's personal travel so he can go golfing in Scotland or partying with athletes in Milan. In fact, according to a whistleblower account, those flights became so frequent they even delayed the Bureau's response to major incidents like the Charlie Kirk assassination or the shooting at Brown University. Credible reports also indicate that highly trained FBI agents from elite SWAT units have been reassigned to chauffeur his girlfriend, an unprecedented use of personnel whose training are actually intended for hunting violent criminals and neutralizing terrorists. Unfortunately, this dysfunction has not been limited to the FBI. Both the National Security Agency and the Defense Intelligence Agency, and this is no reflection on the two gentlemen sitting in front of us, were both left leaderless for months after the president fired their directors, one at the behest of a 9/11 conspiracy theorist, and the other for providing a fact-based assessment that contradicted the president's claims about obliterating Iran's nuclear program. Clearly, if the program had been truly obliterated, the president wouldn't be bombing again right now. And again, more than 1/3 of the personnel at CISA, created by Congress to protect critical infrastructure like power, water, and election systems, have been forced out. That seems like a real mistake.
Home renovation is more than just design and build. That's why we offer the most
time, the cost to the State Department. Thousands of American citizens were trapped in a literal war zone with little assistance from their own government. For a time, those calling the State Department hotline for assistance were greeted with a pre-recorded message that said, quote, "Please do not rely on the U.S. government for assisted departure or evacuation." This was a foreseeable security crisis. When you start a war of choice, when there was no imminent threat, you should be able to prepare to make sure you get Americans out of the war zone. That same attitude, pushing some of our closest friends into the arms of our most capable foes, has profound consequences. Two of our most significant allies, Canada and the UK, are currently working to sign trade deals with China because they no longer believe the United States is a dependable partner. That's a remarkable statement in 2026. And in the president's war of choice with Iran, a war that has already killed 13 service members, cost American taxpayers billions of dollars, and scrambled supply chains from oil to fertilizer to aluminum, nobody answered the call when the president asked our allies to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. As the president's own counterterrorism chief acknowledged in his resignation yesterday, Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States. And unfortunately, our allies have been alienated and distracted by the administration's unilateral threats like invading Greenland, and the result is clear. Americans have been left more exposed in an already dangerous conflict. Now, what I just outlined is quite a list, and it's a partial one at that. Matter of fact, we've got a full list we'd like to share with all the press. So what does this all mean? It matters because I believe the warnings contained in this year's annual threat assessment. I believe our IC when they say the global security environment is becoming more complex and that armed conflict is becoming more global. And I also agree with the assessment when it says that to succeed, we must think prudently and prioritize our efforts. On the topic of the annual threat assessment, I want to close where I began by noting that since the first time since 2017, in the aftermath of Russia's intervention in our 2016 elections, the annual threat assessment includes nothing about adversary attempts to influence American elections. Now, I don't believe this omission means that the threat has disappeared. It means that the intelligence community is no longer being allowed to speak honestly about it. And it raises serious questions, and I will be asking about your priorities, Director Gabbard, in terms of what you're choosing to prioritize instead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Before we go to the witnesses, now that we have a critical mass of members, I would simply like to remind members that we will handle questions as we did last year, seniority at the time of the gavel, and alternating between Democrats and Republicans. We'll have one round of questions, 7 minutes per round. I will not entertain questions after 7-minute time has expired. Furthermore, I expect to convene the closed session in our usual location promptly 30 minutes after the open session begins. Director Gabbard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Cotton, Vice Chair Warner, members of the committee, good morning. I'm here today to present the 2026 Annual Threat Assessment, joined by the directors of the CIA, FBI, DIA, and NSA. Before I continue, on behalf of the intelligence community, I want to extend our thanks to General Hartman for his 37 years of service in uniform and closing out his 37 years with tremendous leadership of the NSA. This briefing is being provided in accordance with ODNI statutory responsibility. I'd like to remind those who are watching what I am briefing here today conveys the intelligence community's assessment of the threats facing U.S. citizens, our homeland, and our interests, not my personal views or opinions. In this assessment, we're following the structure of priorities that were laid out in the President's national security strategy, starting with threats to our homeland and then shifting to global risks. The defense of our homeland is of the utmost importance to the American people, and efforts by this administration have shown over the last year the results of bolstering homeland defense in the security of the American people. For example, the strict enforcement of U.S. policies at the U.S.-Mexico border and regionally have served as a deterrent, drastically reducing illegal immigration. Based on Customs and Border Patrol data, January 2026's monthly encounters are down 83.8% compared to January 2025. Encounters declined 79% compared to 2024. The drivers of migration are likely to continue. Potential worsening instability in countries like Cuba and Haiti risk triggering migration surges, and smugglers who have long operated as transnational criminal organizations continue to view chaos as an opportunity for profit and will continue to look to profit from illegal immigration flows. These transnational criminal organizations continue to pose a daily and direct threat to the health and safety of millions of U.S. citizens, primarily and directly by producing and trafficking in illegal drugs. Under President Trump's leadership, fentanyl overdose deaths have seen a 30% decrease from September 2024 to September 2025. President Trump's aggressive efforts to more directly and actively target these transnational criminal organizations and reduce the inflow of fentanyl precursors has already had a significant impact, which is likely to continue. We've seen fentanyl potency also decrease, likely due to disruptions to the production supply chain. U.S. efforts to work with China and India to halt the flow of fentanyl precursor chemicals to North America are demonstrating some improvement, but there is more work to be done, as sadly, there are still tens of thousands of fentanyl-related deaths in America every year. Mexico-based TCOs like the Sinaloa cartel and Jalisco New Generation cartel dominate the production and smuggling of fentanyl, heroin, meth, and cocaine into the United States. Colombia-based DCOs and illegal armed groups like the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia and the National Liberation Army are responsible for producing and trafficking large volumes of cocaine to the U.S. and European markets, with now some indicators of attempts to expand their market to the Asia-Pacific region. Colombia remains the world's largest producer of cocaine, and Colombian criminal groups have expanded their trafficking relationships with neighboring Ecuadorian and Brazilian gangs. As you know, MS-13 is well established in cells within the United States and uses violence to intimidate the Salvadoran diaspora, engaging in murder, extortion, retail drug trafficking, firearms offenses, and prostitution, fueling increased violence and instability. These and other TCOs continue to present a very tangible and individualized risk of violent crime to everyday Americans and contribute to regional instability. As the President increases his focus on counter-drug and counter-cartel pressures, they're likely to seek ways to try to adapt their operations, including shifting production locations and trafficking routes and methods. The United States continues to face a complex and evolving threat landscape with a geographically diverse set of Islamist terrorist actors seeking to propagate their ideology globally and harm Americans, even as al-Qaeda and ISIS remain weaker today than they were at their respective peaks. The spread of Islamist ideology, in some cases led by individuals and organizations associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, poses a fundamental threat to freedom and the foundational principles that underpin Western civilization. Islamist groups and individuals use this ideology for recruiting and financial support for terrorist groups and individuals around the world, and to advance their political objectives of establishing an Islamist caliphate which governs based on Sharia. There are increasing examples of this in various European countries, and President Trump's designation of certain Muslim Brotherhood chapters as foreign terrorist organizations is a mechanism to secure Americans against this threat. In response to setbacks to their capabilities of conducting large-scale complex attacks, Islamist terrorist groups have shifted toward focusing on executing information operations to spread propaganda and inspire or enable individuals located in or with access to the West. U.S. counterterrorism efforts, primarily in Iraq, Somalia, Yemen, and Syria in 2025, were instrumental in removing key terrorist leaders and operatives, degrading the ability of al-Qaeda and ISIS to quickly reconstitute its leadership and plan large-scale attacks against the homeland and U.S. interests abroad. Strict U.S. border enforcement measures and increased deportations of individuals with suspected links to Islamist terrorists have reduced access to the homeland and removed some potential sources of future terrorist attacks. Since January, U.S. officials have only had a handful of encounters at our borders with individuals associated with terrorist groups. This is a positive trend. However, our interagency coordinated efforts to continue to identify, locate, and remove known or suspected terrorists who may already be in the United States continues with vigilance. In 2025, there were at least 3 Islamist terrorist attacks in the United States. Law enforcement disrupted at least 15 U.S.-based Islamist terrorist plotters. Roughly half of last year's disrupted plotters had some online contact with Islamist terrorists inspired by Islamist foreign terrorist organizations abroad. For example, in the recent attempt to attack a synagogue in Michigan, the shooter had familial ties to a Hezbollah leader. Al-Qaeda and ISIS pose the biggest threat to U.S. interests overseas in parts of Africa, the Middle East, and South Asia, where these groups operate. In the Middle East, AQAP in Yemen, ISIS-K in South Asia, and ISIS in Syria are among the most likely groups conducting external plotting. ISIS in Syria is likely seeking to rebuild its ranks, expand support networks, and solicit funds by re-engaging with and recruiting from the likely hundreds of ISIS detainees and thousands of ISIS-linked women and children who were either released or escaped from prisons and displaced person camps that were previously run by the Syrian Democratic Forces in northeast Syria. Meanwhile, state actors present a risk broader in scope by seeking new capabilities in kinetic and cyber warfare. The United States' secure nuclear deterrent continues to ensure safety in the homeland against strategic threats. However, the intelligence community assesses that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Pakistan have been researching and developing an array of novel, advanced, or traditional missile delivery systems with nuclear and conventional payloads that put our homeland within range. The IC assesses that threats to the homeland will expand collectively to more than 16,000 missiles by 2035, from the current assessed figure of more than 3,000 missiles. The IC assesses that China and Russia are developing advanced delivery systems meant to be capable of penetrating or bypassing U.S. missile defenses. North Korea's ICBMs can already reach U.S. soil, and the IC assesses that it is committed to expanding its nuclear arsenal. Pakistan's long-range ballistic missile development potentially could include ICBMs with a range capable of striking the homeland. The IC assesses that Iran has previously demonstrated space launch and other technology it could use to begin to develop a militarily viable ICBM before 2035, should Tehran attempt to pursue that capability. However, these assessments will clearly be updated as the full impact of Operation Epic Fury's devastating strikes on Iran's missile production facilities, stockpiles, and launch capabilities is determined. These nations collectively will likely seek to understand U.S. plans for advanced missile defense for the homeland, probably for the purpose of shaping their own missile development programs and assessing U.S. intentions regarding deterrence. Shifting to the cyber domain, the IC assesses that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and non-state ransomware groups will continue to seek to compromise U.S. government and private sector networks, as well as critical infrastructure, to collect intelligence, create options for future disruption, and for financial gain. The IC assesses that China and Russia present the most persistent and active threats and are continuing their R&D efforts. North Korea's cyber program is sophisticated and agile. In 2025 alone, North Korea's cryptocurrency heist probably stole $2 billion, which the IC assesses is helping to fund the regime and include further development of its strategic weapons programs. Financially or ideologically motivated non-state actors are becoming more bold, with ransomware groups shifting to faster, high-volume attacks that are harder to identify and mitigate. Innovation in the field of artificial intelligence will likely accelerate these threats in the cyber domain. The IC assesses that it will increasingly shape cyber operations, with both cyber operators and defenders using these tools to improve their speed and effectiveness. For example, in August of 2025, cyber actors used an AI tool to conduct a data extortion operation against international government, healthcare, and public health emergency service sectors, as well as religious institutions. Moving to the Arctic, the IC assesses that Russia, and to a lesser extent China, aim to strengthen their presence in the region through increased maritime trade, natural resource extraction, and military activity. Russia, which has the longest coastline in the Arctic, has long sought recognition of its polar great power status and is deploying more military forces and building new permanent infrastructure. China, though not an Arctic country, is engaged in more limited efforts in the region to advance its own strategic and economic interests. The IC assesses that China is the most capable competitor in the field of artificial intelligence. The IC assesses that AI capabilities are rapidly advancing and changing the threat landscape, as this is a defining technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human learning comprehension, problem solving, creativity, and autonomy. It will be critical to ensure that humans remain in control of how AI is used and of the machines that may threaten to autonomously violate the interests of the American people across all domains. AI adoption at scale across the spectrum of usage poses serious risks. AI has the potential to aid in weapons and systems design and has been used in recent conflicts to influence targeting and streamline decision-making, underscoring the risk and likely threats that could manifest on the battlefield. Early developers in quantum computers will give countries an extraordinary technological advantage over others to quickly process national security information and break current encryption methodology used to protect sensitive finance, healthcare, and government information. The global security landscape is volatile and complex, with armed conflict growing more common and posing potential threats against U.S. interests. Strategic competition and regional and smaller powers are becoming more willing to use force to pursue their interests, heightening the risk of conflict. The IC assesses the space domain is becoming increasingly contested, with China and Russia developing counter-space capabilities to challenge U.S. space efforts. The threat of nuclear proliferation and advancing chemical and biological warfare capabilities continues to grow. I'll turn now to our neighborhood in the Western Hemisphere, where flagging economies, high crime rates, pervasive organized crime, migration flows, corruption, narcotics trafficking, all of these present a spectrum of risks to U.S. interests, and where strategic competitors seek to gain greater influence in the region. The IC assesses that Latin America and the Caribbean almost certainly will see hotspots of volatility in the coming year. Since Maduro's arrest, the IC assesses a shift in Venezuela's leadership towards cooperating with the U.S. to open its economy, to develop the country's oil and gas extraction capability, and we've seen their movement in releasing political prisoners. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement review in 2026 will likely increase uncertainty in many Latin American countries, especially those that rely on Mexico as an export destination for intermediate goods for manufacture and onward export to the U.S. China, Russia, and Iran are likely seeking to sustain economic, political, and military engagement with Latin America. The IC assesses that China's demand for raw materials is likely to continue to drive its economic outreach, while Russia likely wants to expand its current security and diplomatic ties with Cuba and Nicaragua. The IC assesses that China aims to elevate its own political, economic, military, and technological power to increase its own regional positioning and global influence to fend off threats to their interests. While there are challenging areas where interests diverge, President Trump's diplomatic engagements with President Xi to work towards U.S. interests have enabled progress where those interests align. The IC assesses that China continues to rapidly modernize its military forces across all domains in pursuit of its goal to achieve world-class status by mid-century. This includes building a force with the aim of being capable of deterring U.S. and allied forces in the region, and to achieve their stated objective of developing the ability to seize Taiwan by force if necessary. However, the IC assesses that China likely prefers to set the conditions for an eventual peaceful reunification with Taiwan short of conflict. The IC assesses that an increasingly confident North Korean regime remains a source of concern regionally and globally. Its weapons of mass destruction, its conventional military capabilities, illicit cyber activities, and demonstrated willingness to use asymmetric capabilities poses a threat to U.S. and its allies, particularly South Korea and Japan. North Korea's partnership with Russia is growing, and in 2025, Kim took steps to improve ties with China, still North Korea's most important trading partner and economic benefactor. The IC assesses that North Korea's support for Russia in the war against Ukraine has increased North Korea's capabilities as their forces have gained combat experience in 21st century warfare along with equipment. In 2024, North Korea deployed more than 11,000 troops to Russia to support combat operations in Kursk. Pyongyang continues to develop and expand its strategic weapons programs, including missiles that can evade U.S. and regional missile defenses. It is continuing to work to increase its nuclear warhead stockpile and maintains biological and chemical weapons capabilities. Russia retains the capability to selectively challenge U.S. interests globally by military and non-military means. The IC assesses that the most dangerous threat posed by Russia to the U.S. is the potential of an escalatory spiral in an ongoing conflict such as Ukraine, or a new conflict that led to direct hostilities, including the potential deployment of nuclear weapons. The IC assesses that Putin continues to invest in Russia's defense industrial base, as well as novel capabilities that may pose a greater threat to the U.S. homeland and forces abroad than conventional weapons. Russia has advanced systems, hypersonic missiles, and undersea capabilities designed to negate the U.S. military advantage. Moscow also relies on other tools to exert pressure, using gray zone tactics to further its goals and compete below the level of armed conflict. Russia is also building an extensive counterspace capabilities to contest U.S. space dominance. Its development of a nuclear counterspace weapon poses the greatest single threat to the world's space architecture. During the past year, the IC assesses that Russia has maintained the upper hand in the war against Ukraine. U.S.-led negotiations between Moscow and Kyiv are ongoing. Until such an agreement is met, Moscow is likely to continue fighting a slow war of attrition until they view their objectives have been achieved. In the Middle East, conflict and instability will shape security, political, and economic dynamics in a variety of ways. The IC assesses that Operation Epic Fury is advancing fundamental change in the region that began with Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, and continued with the 12-day war last year, resulting in weakening Iran and its proxies. The IC assesses the regime in Iran appears to be intact but largely degraded due to attacks on its leadership and military capabilities. Its conventional military power projection capabilities have largely been destroyed, leaving limited options. Iran's strategic position has been significantly degraded. The U.S.-led maximum pressure campaign and snapback of European sanctions added additional pressure to an already bleak Iranian economy, resulting in mass protests earlier this year that Tehran suppressed by killing thousands of protesters. Even if the regime remains intact, the IC assesses that internal tensions are likely to increase as Iran's economy worsens. Even so, Iran and its proxies continue to attack U.S. and allied interests in the Middle East. The IC assesses that if a hostile regime survives, it will likely seek to begin a years-long effort to rebuild its military, missiles, and UAV forces. Prior to Operation Epic Fury, the IC assesses Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained during the 12-day war and continued to refuse to comply.
That's awful. These commercials are the worst.
And is engaged in active conflict with the U.S. as of today. These four countries, the IC assesses, are likely to continue their selective cooperation with each other, which could bolster their individual capabilities and threats to U.S. interests more broadly. However, currently these relationships are primarily bilateral on selective issues and depend on broader circumstances, divergent sovereign interests, and in some cases, concerns over directly confronting the United States. These factors, the IC assesses, are likely to constrain their relationships. Finally, conflicts on the continent of Africa are likely to persist through 2026 due to poor governance, economic demands, and external support. Tensions continue between Ethiopia and Eritrea, which could rapidly accelerate to conflict. Contentious national elections in Somalia could distract the federal government away from counterterrorism actions against al-Shabaab, which continues to conduct terror attacks while providing funding and propaganda support to other elements of al-Qaeda in Yemen. The civil war in Sudan continues even as external negotiations occur. ISIS in West Africa and the Sahel have increased the intensity of their attacks against local security forces, expanding their areas of operation and moving closer to cities with a U.S. presence. The IC assesses that African governments will likely use their wealth in critical minerals to seek partnerships that deliver them meaningful benefit. Concurrent conflicts and crises across the continent will continue to put U.S. citizens at risk and cause further instability. In closing, as leaders of the intelligence community, we remain committed to providing the President and policymakers with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to inform decision-making and to ensure the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gabbard. General Adams, Camden, Arkansas is the home of brand new production lines for the Israeli missile defense interceptors. Could you please explain how critical Arrow and Iron Dome systems being built in Camden are for not only Israel's defenses, but the defense of hundreds of thousands of American citizens and troops in the region?
Chairman Cotton, thank you for that question. And I have to say that the Arrow system and the Iron Dome system are critical defensive systems that prevent adversary power projection from impacting the targets in the friendly areas in Israel. The Arrow system itself is the high altitude, primarily against MRBMs, and it's proven to be very, very effective against those systems. The Iron Dome is more of a closer in system, protecting against rockets and things of that nature. But the combination of those two with U.S. systems creates a shield to prevent those attacks from the Iranians impacting key areas in areas where they're protecting.
Thank you, General Adams. I was recently in Camden with Secretary Hegseth as part of his Arsenal of Freedom tour, and they are great Arkansans who do great work to keep our nation safe. General Hartman, we've often spoken about our pressing need for more cybersecurity manpower and part-time formations, such as the Arkansas Air National Guard's 223rd Cyberspace Operations Squadron are a great way to grow the force. What recommendations do you have to grow these cyber protection teams and develop more capacity for local and national missions?
Chairman Cotton, thanks for the question. I did hear a little bit about the great team in Arkansas there, and I know 855 CPT operates from that formation. And so for us, certainly looking at a number of different initiatives. One, ensure that we can share all of the relevant top secret classified information and other sort of indications and warning that the organizations need. But I will tell you, I'm an advocate for an ability to establish some sort of joint reserve cyber organization, and so that at Cybercom we can have the intelligence that they need, and to ensure that we control some level of funding at both Cybercom and NSA that can be used to mobilize those personnel to handle the most difficult problems that we're faced with. And we have been working with Congress on some of that language and the department, and we appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, General Hartman. As I said in my opening, we only have this one public hearing a year, even though the committee hears from each of you several times throughout the year in classified settings. So we don't often have a chance to tell the American people what great work their intelligence professionals are doing for them. So Director Ratcliffe, could you take the opportunity to maybe join in the excellent briefings that Secretary Hegseth and General Kane have provided on a regular basis over the last couple months on the military aspects of both the Maduro raid and Operation Epic Fury, to explain the CIA's contributions to those operations?
Thank you, Senator. You know, last year when I was here in my confirmation, I promised you all, and you had all asked for, a more aggressive CIA, one that was focused on core mission, getting back to the business of stealing secrets, to be able to provide our policymakers with a decisive strategic advantage that would allow and advance and contribute to foreign policy and national security successes. To the credit of the CIA workforce, the CIA has delivered. Some of those successes have been very public. As you mentioned, Senator, Operation Midnight Hammer, Operation Absolute Resolve, flawless military operations like that are hostage to a flawless intelligence picture. And the CIA, as you know from classified briefings, contributed in myriad ways to the success of that. But what I would say to you is those successes are just emblematic of the phenomenal progress and success really by every measure, every metric, every standard across every national security space with regard to the work of the CIA. Senator, you mentioned some of it in your opening. The increase of our asset stable and our human sources up by 25%, our FI collection across the board, our foreign intelligence collection up by 25% overall, and in important categories like China, for instance, up 100%. In areas like tech and AI, up 45%. On the counter-narcotics front, our operations up by 70%. And with regard to counterterrorism, those are classified numbers that I'll share with you in the classified portion of this hearing, but they're off the charts good. The best way I can summarize it, Senator, is I had a 32-year veteran of the agency retire this year, and he said to me, I hate to go. I don't know if this is the best year that the CIA's ever had, but it's the best year I can ever remember. And I think that reflects the current morale of the CIA. It's a workforce that knows it's doing a great job. It knows that it's being allowed to do what they signed up to do, which is provide that decisive strategic advantage to our country for great successes that everyone can see. So I thank you for the opportunity to let me recognize the CIA workforce.
Thank you. Director Ratcliffe, I want to address one specific threat from Iran, the threat of an intercontinental missile, which is really just the combination of two technologies, one thrust to get something into space and a reentry vehicle to get it back to Earth. Iran has always had a space launch program, which is flimsy cover for the first part of that intercontinental missile program. I haven't seen any Iranian astronauts in space lately. And second, they have medium-range ballistic missiles, which already have a reentry vehicle. So if you crudely married those two technologies together, I've heard some analysts say that Iran could have had a functioning intercontinental missile to threaten the United States in as few as 6 months. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, you're right to be concerned about Iran's development of longer-range ballistic missiles, Senator. If Iran were allowed to develop at the IRBM ranges, which is 3,000 kilometers, it would threaten most of Europe. And yes, as you mentioned, we know that Iran is gaining experience in these larger, more powerful booster technologies through its so-called Space Launch Vehicle program. If left unimpeded, yes, Senator, they would have the ability to range missiles to the continental U.S. It's one of the reasons why degrading Iran's missile production capabilities that is taking place right now in Operation Epic Fury is so important to our national security.
Thank you. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, the whole country knows that you were recently involved in an FBI operation to seize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia. Yet this was despite the fact that the warrant showed no foreign interference or nexus. Matter of fact, the warrant was based entirely on conspiracy theories that have already been examined and rejected repeatedly. Now, where is the authority for you to involve yourself in a domestic law enforcement activity?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I appreciate the question. As you know, I've addressed every issue you've raised in detail in a letter, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to do it in this forum. As you stated, Congress provided by statute, ODNI, with the responsibility of election security and counterintelligence in 2021. As you also know, ODNI has purview and oversight.
I know the history very well, but could you just
I am addressing the question. ODNI also has purview and overview over two domestic related agencies, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, both of which have purview over election security responsibilities to ensure the integrity of our elections. I want to correct one of your statements that you've made multiple times, which is false. I did not participate in a law enforcement activity, nor would I, because that does not exist within my authorities.
You were present on the scene. Are the photos of you on the scene false?
I was at Fulton County, sir, at the request of the president, and to work with the FBI to observe this action that had long been awaited. I was not aware of what was in the warrant or was not in the warrant.
And what was the president's specific request for you to go to? What was the specific request that was made by the president for you to show up in Fulton County?
To go and observe the FBI's activities on this issue.
So why?
When you look at the fort, your question, sir.
Do you have the answer why the president was knowing about this affidavit before it was even served?
I'm not aware that the president knew about an affidavit before it was served.
Then look at this Shark Coatings garage. It's new, fresh.
What a horrible time for a commercial. Now I have to go back.
Those of you on the scene false?
I was at Fulton County, sir, at the request of the president, and to work with the FBI to observe this action that had long been awaited. I was not aware of what was in the warrant or was not in the warrant.
And what was the president's specific request for you to go to? What was the specific request that was made by the president for you to show up in Fulton County?
To go and observe the FBI's activities on this issue.
So why?
When you look at the fort, your question, sir.
Do you have the answer why the president was knowing about this affidavit before it was even served?
I'm not aware that the president knew about an affidavit before it was served.
Then why was he sending you to Fulton County?
This occurred the day that the FBI had it approved, their warrant approved by a local judge, and they began to execute this. To address your question, sir, about the foreign nexus question, in order for us to better understand the vulnerabilities in our election systems that may exist today as we look to 2026, and yes, we are very focused on trying to make sure that this election is one that the American people have
Director Gabbard, I've got a number of questions.
Director
Gabbard, I have a number of questions. Let me ask my next question, please. You have not provided any of the required reports or briefings to this committee on foreign interference. This is the first threat assessment since 2017 that didn't even mention foreign interference. Last year when you were already confirmed. It mentioned it at high level. Are you saying there is no foreign threat to our elections in the midterms this year?
As I stated in the outset of my remarks, this year's annual threat assessment matches the prioritization of threats and
Please answer the question, yes or no. Is there foreign threat interference to our elections this year?
Laid out.
Are there foreign...
Please allow me to answer the question, sir. The intelligence community has been and continues to remain focused on any collection and intelligence products that show a potential foreign threat for those who are seeking
so far there has been none then, because you've made no reports.
System.
Excuse me, ma'am. If you want to ask the questions, you should have stayed in Congress. Please answer the question.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. I'm trying to answer your questions.
So you're saying the failure to provide any reports or the failure to have any mention of a foreign threat assessment, I would draw the conclusion there must be no foreign threat to our elections in 26. So that brings me a question that I have for both you, ma'am, and Director Patel. There are reports that in 2020, the president was preparing an executive order to potentially seize ballots or bring in federal forces. There is a published report that there is a similar EO being drafted right now about 2026, citing China. Director Patel, do you have any knowledge of that draft EO?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I do not, sir.
Director Gabbard, do you have any?
I do not.
Thank you. Let me move to Iran. Now, I understand, and I appreciated Director Gabbard, your comments yesterday about agreeing that the president has sole authority, I guess, in his bones to declare whether something is an imminent threat. I didn't agree with your friend, Mr. Kent, but I didn't, again, I agreed with him yesterday on the fact that there was no imminent threat. I guess what I'm concerned about, one thing is, even in your printed testimony today on page 6, and your last paragraph on page 6, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There's been no efforts to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. You omitted that paragraph from your oral opening. Was that because the president had said there was an imminent threat 2 weeks?
No, sir. I recognize that the time was running long, and I skipped through some of the portions.
So you chose to take
my oral delivered remarks.
You chose to omit the parts that contradict the president. The president continues to say as well that he had no idea, was shocked that the Iranians had moved to take over the Strait of Hormuz. Did you provide any intelligence that would say that it would be that it was not likely that the Iranians would try to move on the strait?
I'm not aware of those remarks, and I think those of us here at the table can point to the fact that historically the Iranians have always threatened to leverage their control of the Strait of Hormuz.
Why would the president say he was amazed?
I'm not aware of those remarks.
What about the comments the president made that thought that he was surprised again, reports that Iran struck the adjacent Gulf states?
Again, I'm not aware of those remarks. We have been and continue to provide
Did you brief the president? Did you brief the president? Did you brief the president if he starts a war of choice that the likely result would be that Iran would strike adjacent Gulf nations and close the Strait of Hormuz? Did you brief him on those two facts that I think have been consistently the assumptions of the intelligence community?
I have not and won't divulge internal conversations. I will say that those of us within the intelligence community continue to provide the president with all of the best objective intelligence available to inform his decisions.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, you just testified that ISIS and Al-Qaeda are significantly weaker. And reflecting that view, you have devoted declining budgets, personnel, and emphasis on countering terrorism. Yet, the fact is that ISIS is growing and operating in Somalia, Afghanistan, Syria, Pakistan, and Iraq. Al-Qaeda is surging in Afghanistan, the Arabian Peninsula, and throughout Central Africa. The Houthis in Yemen and the rest of the Iranian proxies remain a serious threat. Focusing, as you have done, on great power competitors seems to have diverted resources from the fight against terrorism, a fight that's very much still going on. As I have said repeatedly, it is terrorists who want and can kill Americans today. We've just seen the terrorists in Michigan attacking the synagogue. In addition, it appears that a more stovepiped effort in the Intelligence Committee has returned. How are you ensuring that Americans are safe and that you are countering counterterrorism threats to our homeland and to U.S. citizens abroad?
Thank you, Senator Collins, for your question and the opportunity to clarify the comments in my opening statement. My reference to the size of ISIS and al-Qaeda organizationally is smaller and weaker than it was during its peak over a decade ago. However, I completely concur with your remarks about the threat of ISIS, al-Qaeda, and other Islamist terrorist groups around the world, and the threat that they pose to U.S. interest service members and directly to the homeland. Our ODNI National Counterterrorism Center has been at the forefront of ramping up, and I believe is more active today than it has been certainly in a long time. We are dedicating every resource that they ask for, as well as the counterterrorism elements across the IC, to make sure that we are never taking our eye off of this persistent threat to the American people. The change in tactics based on the current environment is something we continue to be most concerned about. Where increasingly we are seeing less indicators of large-scale organized complex threats or attacks, and instead efforts focused on individuals either who have been radicalized by Islamist propaganda and may not have ever had contact with ISIS or al-Qaeda, for example, and others who have had contact, of which we are able to have more indications of. This remains and will be, and as we come to present our budgets to you, a foremost and primary priority. The integration across the intelligence community on the counterterrorism threat occurs every single day, with our teams working very effectively together to thwart terrorist attacks as we have over the last year.
Director Patel, I'm going to follow up on this issue with you. ISIS targets potential recruits online through social media, gaming platforms, encrypted messaging apps. ISIS even facilitated a network online to smuggle illegal immigrants into the United States. Since April 2021, there have been more than 52 jihadist-inspired cases across 30 states. What measures is the FBI taking to prevent foreign terrorist organizations from recruiting or influencing Americans, while also ensuring the protection of individuals' right to privacy?
Thank you, Senator, and I think you said it best. They have transferred their capabilities in terms of personal recruitments to online recruitments, which makes any terrorist organization, including ISIS, all the more powerful. What we have done is extended and expanded resources to environments like the Threat Screening Center, which allows us to collect biometric capabilities from all over the world. We've had a double-digit increase in that and a double-digit increase in intelligence production. But what we've also done in the CT space specifically is expand the number of agents and intel analysts that go online and detect based on our biometric capabilities and intelligence that we have from the interagency. And what that leads us to is what we saw in December of last year, Senator, where we at the FBI stopped 4 terrorist attacks, 4 in California, Texas, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, 3 of which were ISIS-inspired. We were able to detect these individuals both online and in person using our covert platforms, and we shuttered a bombing campaign in Southern California and 2 mass casualty events for New Year's Eve.
Director Gabbard, the intelligence community did not detect an extremely serious breach affecting our telecommunications industry due to the Chinese Salt Typhoon incursions for a very long time. In addition, the Chinese Volt Typhoon threat poses a terrible threat to U.S. critical infrastructure. Specific sectors throughout the United States have been overlooked and underprotected. What are you doing to deal with the threat to critical infrastructure, our electric grid, our communication systems, given this huge miss by our talented intelligence community?
Thank you, Senator Collins, for the question. Working with our partners at NSA and others to detect these threats and how they may be evolve or developing is something we're continuing to work on. Building strong partnerships with the private sector, whether it be in the telecom industry, the financial sector, the healthcare sector, the energy sector, is something that I'm rebuilding. We've seen some of these ongoing relationships falter over previous years. I've personally been astounded by some of the conversations I've had with leaders from these industries who are just as concerned as we are about these threats to our critical infrastructure, and yet don't feel that they have the connectivity or the information to be able to secure their own infrastructure. So in short, building those stronger partnerships, integrating and being able to share information intelligence where we can is critical for us to be able to secure our country from these threats.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, last year your agencies testified, and I quote, Iran's large conventional forces are capable of inflicting substantial damage to an attacker, executing regional strikes, and disrupting shipping, particularly energy supplies, through the Strait of Hormuz. In other words, every problem we're seeing now was not only foreseeable, but was actually predicted by the intelligence agencies. So, Director, in the lead up to the start of this war 3 weeks ago, did the intelligence agencies stick to their assessment that in response to an attack, the Iranians had the capability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz?
Thank you, Senator Wyden. The intelligence community has continued to provide the president and his team with the intelligence related to this operation in Iran before and on an ongoing basis.
So right now, we're in a global energy crisis. We're paying more for gas. The economy is in danger. And it seems to me, and I heard you discuss this with Senator Warner too, that there's a lot of hedging going on with respect to entirely foreseen consequences of the war. And that strikes me, Madam Director, as what amounts to a historic mistake. Now, my second question is, did the intelligence agencies assess that the Iranians could respond to a regime change attack from us by attacking U.S. forces and other Americans in the region?
The IC assessment has always taken very seriously the threat of the Iranian regime's missile capabilities and how our American troops within the region may be put at risk.
Again, it seems to me with Americans dying in the war, it's hard to see how you can sit here and say that the intelligence agencies couldn't provide a clear warning that if attacked, the Iranians would respond by attacking our people. Now, on Monday, Madam Director, Donald Trump was asked about Iranian strikes on the Gulf states. He said, and I quote, no, the greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit the Gulf states. You all are supposed to be the greatest experts. That's what we have you there for. Director Gabbard, did the intelligence agencies assess that Iran could conduct strikes on our own partners in the region if it was attacked?
The intelligence community has continued to assess the potential threats to the region, the existing threats to the region, and providing those assessments to the policymakers and decision makers.
Let me move on to several others of you with respect to 702 of FISA, and I'm just going to start with you, General Hartman. When Congress last reauthorized Section 702 of FISA, it included a provision that expanded the type of companies and individuals who could be forced to assist the government in its spying. Has this expansion resulted in any intelligence, General Hartman?
Senator, thanks for the question. Just to be clear, this provision provided us an ability to collect foreign intelligence on personnel outside of the United States.
What is the major 702 issue in terms of expansion? What was the effect of what was done?
Senator, I would prefer to talk to you about exact specifics in the closed session.
I'm happy to do that. Let's understand, though, this is a dangerously broad provision that could be used to rope in anybody with access to a cable box, a Wi-Fi router, or a server. It was jammed into the 2024 reauthorization bill at the last minute. Senators were told they had no choice but to support it. And now, 2 years later, we've just had testimony from a very respected individual who's saying, so far it has had no value. So colleagues, we are getting ready to have another discussion on this, and this ought to be a warning to every senator that not every new spying power that is sold as urgent and critical actually is.
Senator, could I please respond to that?
Of course.
So Senator, I just want to be clear. It provided us no additional authority that doesn't involve collecting intelligence on foreigners that are outside of the United States of America.
Fine. Director Patel, a question for you. In 2023, your predecessor testified that, and I quote, "To my knowledge, we do not currently purchase commercial database information that includes location data derived from internet advertising." Is that the case still? And if so, can you commit this morning to not buying Americans' location data?
Thank you. The FBI uses all tools, Senator, thank you for the question, to do our mission. We do purchase commercially available information that's consistent with the Constitution and the laws under the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, and it has led to some valuable intelligence for us to be utilized with our private and partner sectors.
So you're saying that the agency will buy Americans' location data. I believe that that's what you've said in kind of intelligence lingo, and I just want to say, as we start this debate, doing that without a warrant is an outrageous end run around the Fourth Amendment. It's particularly dangerous given the use of artificial intelligence to comb through massive amounts of private information. This is Exhibit A for why Congress needs to pass our bipartisan, bicameral bill, the Government Surveillance Reform Act. I have time, I believe, for one more question. Director Patel, you 3 weeks ago indicated you were dissatisfied about having your phone records subpoenaed. Do you think the government ought to get a court order to collect phone records?
Senator, in my experience, the government does get court orders to obtain phone records.
One last question. General Adams, for you, in 2021, your agency confirmed that it had purchased and searched domestic location data. It is still your agency's position that you can buy Americans' location data without a warrant? And if so, are you still doing it?
Senator, thanks for the question. With regards to commercially available information and publicly available information, the purchases that my agency makes is in alignment with the Constitution and protects U.S. persons' information.
But you're buying location data, correct? I mean, we've now had that referred to twice, and I don't think there's any question that you're doing it.
All of the purchasing of commercially available information by the agency is passed through legal channels and is in complete compliance with laws.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
General Hartman, I want to give you a chance to answer more specifically what Senator Wyden said. You did answer it indirectly. Does anything in Section 702 give the government the authority to target any American with a cable box or a Wi-Fi router?
Chairman, nothing in 702 gives us the authority to target an American with a cable router or a Wi-Fi device.
Thank you. And I would observe about commercially available data that the keywords are commercially available. If any other person can buy it and the FBI can buy it and it helps them locate a depraved child molester or savage cartel leader, I would certainly hope the FBI is doing anything they can to keep Americans safe. It's not much different from longstanding Supreme Court precedent that, for instance, says law enforcement can go through trash that you put on the side of the curb because you no longer have a privacy interest in it. Senator Cornyn.
Thank you all for your service to our country and the people you represent. We are in debt to all of you. I want to ask you, Director Ratcliffe, yesterday, the head of the National Counterterrorism Center resigned, saying that Iran did not represent an imminent threat to the United States. Is there anything to indicate that Iran had ceased in its nuclear ambitions or in its desire to continue to build ballistic missiles capable of threatening American troops and allies in the Middle East?
Senator, no. In fact, the intelligence reflects the contrary.
So you disagree with Mr. Kent?
I do.
I would think any fair-minded assessment of the situation, even based on open sources, would reflect the danger Iran poses, the regime poses to the United States. Isn't it true they've basically been at war with the West since 1979 during the Iranian Revolution and have American blood on their hands?
That's absolutely correct. I think Iran has been a constant threat to the United States for an extended period of time and posed an immediate threat at this time.
The threat assessment says that al-Qaeda and ISIS maintain the intent to launch operations targeting the U.S., but it's most likely to occur through U.S.-based lone offenders. I want to ask you, Director Patel, it seems like there's been a raft of incidents recently. On March the 1st in Austin, Texas, where I live, a lone gunman wearing a sweatshirt saying "Property of Allah," and who the T-shirt he wore underneath had an Iranian flag, killed 3 innocent people and injured 12 more. And then we know in Virginia, the Old Dominion shooting, somebody who unbelievably was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison for attempting to support ISIS, but then was released only to commit another terrorist attack. We all are familiar with what's happened in Michigan, in New York, and I applaud the important role that the FBI has played in stopping some terrorist attacks, but obviously the FBI can't be everywhere all the time. Would you please talk about your cooperation and collaboration with Homeland Security investigation?
How was your year? Complicated. Oh, your side jobs. I need more of me just to get by.
Senator, absolutely. It is essential that the FBI cooperates with the entire interagency. But as to your question about DHS specifically, what we have stood up around the country are 59 Homeland Security task forces in 59 separate locations.
These are joint terrorism task forces?
Essentially, the JTTF model was expanded. So the FBI owns 56 joint terrorism task forces in each of our field offices. On top of that, we have 59 HSTFs, which are co-led by the FBI and DHS. And what that allows us to do is things like we did down in New Orleans just over the holiday period, where we surged for a 6-week period of time, and where we dropped the murder rate by double-digit points, and also was the first time that Mardi Gras in its entire history had not one homicide. So when you bring the powers of the Homeland Security folks, DHS, and the FBI together, this is the purpose of it, to get after not just the terrorism threat, but the violence and the criminal activity in our cities. And that's why we're in 59 cities across the country, and it's working in places like Memphis and every other city we have it.
Are you aware of the fact that Homeland Security investigation is a major directorate within Immigration and Customs Enforcement?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And are you aware that Senate Democrats have uniformly voted not to fund the Department of Homeland Security, including Homeland Security investigations, TSA, FEMA, and other functions of the Department of Homeland Security?
Senator, I'm aware that employees of DHS are 1 month without pay.
They're not being paid, right?
Yes, sir.
And we were all seeing what's happening at airports where people are having to wait hours at a time because of the fact that these TSA agents are overburdened. But what I wanted to focus on with you is the refusal to fund the functions of the Department of Homeland Security, including Homeland Security investigations, making Americans less safe?
Absolutely.
So give us an example of some of the cooperation that you all have engaged in with, the FBI has engaged in with the Homeland Security investigations. I'm looking at an article here that talks about the 190,000 Afghan nationals that were admitted to the United States, literally unvetted, and there are examples of individuals within that 190,000 who have committed terrorist attacks against the United States and against American citizens. Is that the sort of thing that you are investigating with HSI?
Senator, that's one of the many things we're investigating with HSI, DHS, CBP, ICE.
Give me some other examples of the collaboration on what other topics, including in addition to terrorism attacks.
What we're allowed to do with our DHS partners, Senator, is enable their massive workforce to supplement ours. And what they're allowed to do is share intelligence on things that you just talked about the 100,000+ illegals that came in from Afghanistan during the Afghanistan withdrawal. Unfortunately, they weren't vetted thoroughly. So what we're doing is going back with our DHS partners and vetting absolutely every single one of them to the best that we can. But unfortunately, we're not able to go out into the country and find every single one of these individuals. But we need more than 12,000 FBI agents to do that job, which is why we are utilizing the 100,000 or so 1811s at the Department of Homeland Security to give us the information they have from their immigration records, from their travel records, from their travel logs overseas and within the country. And what we're able to do is remove these individuals off the streets in every single state across the country, to include violent gang members, to include Trende Aragua, to include ISIS-affiliated individuals, to include Al-Qaeda-related affiliated individuals. And hopefully we do it before and not after, like the tragedy that we witnessed in Washington, D.C., where an individual from Afghanistan was allowed to enter into our country and shot multiple members of our uniformed military service.
Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do need to point out, in response to some of the previous comments, twice in the last 2 weeks, as recently as last Thursday, Senator Patty Murray, the Appropriations Committee, put a bill on the floor that would have fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, and the Coast Guard for the rest of the year, leaving the focus on the dispute that we have with the conduct of ICE as separately. So inexplicably to me, that bill was blocked by my Republican colleagues. It would have, as I say, fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, Coast Guard, and then focus the attention on the situation with ICE. So I just want to be clear on who's blocking funding for those 4 agencies. I'd like to ask Ms. Gabbard and Director Ratcliffe, Director, both of you, were either of you in the room, or your designees, when the President was making the final decision about taking this action against Iran on February 27th, 28th? Was there an intelligence committee, intelligence community present in those deliberations? Mr. Ratcliffe, your response?
Senator King, I'm probably in dozens and dozens of briefings with the President. I don't know if there was a single meeting where there was a single time where a decision was made.
Were those dozens of meetings right during the lead up to this war? I know you've met many times, but I'm talking about it in the 2 weeks or so before the decision to go into Iran was made.
Again, countless meetings with the President.
During that period?
During that period.
Director Gabbard, were you present in those discussions?
Likewise, yes.
The reason I'm asking the question is there seems to be a discrepancy between what the Intelligence Community has reported over the years and what the President has said in terms of of this action. For example, Senator Wyden read the report from a year ago that strikes against neighboring states and action to close the Strait of Hormuz was predicted by the intelligence community. And yet the President says nobody knew. And my question is, did you tell him? Anybody want to answer that question?
Senator, I'll answer the question. So with regard to briefings, the President gets briefings constantly about intelligence. Now, the comments that you talked about, I had not heard, but what I can tell you is that Iran had specific plans to hit U.S. interests in energy sites across the region, and that's why the Department of War and the Department of State took measures for force protection and personnel protection in advance of Operation Epic Fury. I think that's what's most important.
Any predictions to the President about the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm sorry, I've been trying to let it play through, but I have to kind of call BS on that answer because, I mean, if that was, they just don't do that. You know, I'm not saying that they haven't killed Americans, you know, throughout the years, but, you know, I was pointing that out to somebody the other day. They don't just come and blow things up in America. They haven't. Like, they have never done that. We go over there and blow things up, you know? It's unfortunate, but I mean, that's what it is. So, and every time we do it, because we're told that they were about to blow us up. I mean, and that's what Ratcliffe just said. They were about to blow up U.S. assets. And that's the reason we did this. That's just, I don't know how many times that can fly.
All you got to do is look at a map and you'll see that the vulnerability of the Strait of Hormuz. Was that part of the briefing, Director Gabbard?
I think the Director Ratcliffe made the point here is that this has long been an assessment of the IC, that Iran would likely hold the Strait of Hormuz as leverage.
And my question is, was that communicated to the President in the lead up to this action?
And it's because of that long-standing assessment that the IC has continued to report that the Department of War took the preemptive planning measures that it did.
Well, they've stated that they did not plan for the Strait of Hormuz. The President said, who knew that was going to happen? Anyway, let's move on. Does the President take a daily brief from the intelligence community? This is a yes or no question, I think.
Yeah, the President, I would say, Senator, in my estimation, on average, I brief the President of the United States on intelligence probably on average 10 to 15 times a week, where I have conversations with him about specific discrete issues. Sometimes there are dedicated sessions that last hours in length. Sometimes I'm briefing him on specific issues, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. But I would say on average, my interactions where I'm briefing the President on important national security matters happens probably on average 10 to 15 times per week.
Thank you. Could you update us on the intelligence on Russian intelligence sharing with Iran in the current conflict? What do we know?
Senator, if there is that sharing going on, that would be an answer that would be appropriate for a closed session.
Well, it's been in the public press. This is open source that it's occurring. Is it occurring?
Again, if it is occurring, that would be an answer appropriate for a closed session. What I can tell you is that according to the Department of War, any support that Iran may be receiving is not inhibiting their operational effects.
Okay, that's sort of the first cousin of a yes, I guess. According to intelligence analysis, can regime change or the elimination of the estimated 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium be accomplished without boots on the ground?
Senator, the discussion about the Iranian nuclear capability, we intend in the closed session to talk about that in great deal. With regards to revealing any information about the ability to do that, I would have to defer that to closed session.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Finally, there was very little, if anything, in the report, in the assessment about climate change, and that's been in past reports. There is a lot of discussion about migration. The estimates are that climate migrants, because of the changes in the climate and the atmosphere, and particularly in the center equatorial area of the Earth, will range from 200 million to 1 billion people by 2050. Do you believe that is a national security threat that should be addressed? The Syrian refugees were about 6 million, and they upset the politics of Europe for several years. We're talking about 200 million to 1 billion people on the move. I believe that's something we should be discussing and that the intelligence community should be assessing. Director Gabbard?
Yes, Senator, there are a number of drivers of things like migration. It would be an extensive and voluminous annual threat assessment if we included every single one. This annual threat assessment is focused, again, on the priorities laid out by the President's national security strategy and on the effects that we can take action, operational action, to protect U.S. interests.
Well, I would suggest combating climate change is something we can take action on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the matter of media reports about Russian or Chinese collaboration with Iran, I would point out that the media is not a classification authority. And that kind of story, whether true or not, might be better suited for the FBI to investigate on whether there's been unlawful disclosures of classified information. I would also say it sounds like something Russia and China would do. Communist Russia used to do it during the Cold War, and Communist China has always done stuff like that. On the Patty Murray legislation, not only would it have defunded ICE and CBP, it would have also defunded Homeland Security investigations, which do critical work on our streets to protect our communities from financial crimes, from predators, from transnational gangs as well. So while we would all like to see the TSA and the Coast Guard and other critical parts of Homeland Security as well, we do not want to defund the police, this time the immigration police. Senator Moran.
Chairman, thank you. I believe that it's in the U.S.'s national interest, our security interest, for Ukraine to be successful in defeating the Russian invasion. I'm concerned with the consequences of Operation Epic Fury on that ability of Ukraine to succeed in defending its borders. And General Adams, in broad terms, not necessarily, not classified terms, what are the consequences to the supply chain, to the capability of the United States to supply NATO allies and Ukraine as a result of Operation Epic Fury? My question is that usual problem of how do we do both? Are we doing both? Is U.S. support maintained or diminished for Ukraine as a result of Epic Fury?
Senator, thank you for that question, and we do continue to, beyond Epic Fury, observe what is happening across the world in crises like Russia and Ukraine. Unfortunately for the situation there now, just based on the force composition and the delta between the Russian forces and the Ukrainian forces, the advantage is to the Russians. As we get into the classified hearing, we can talk a little more specifically about the items with regards to supply chain and with regards to the information that the Defense Intelligence Agency collects. We look at the foreign threat and what their capabilities are from a multi-int perspective. We look a little bit less at friendly capabilities. Now I would defer questions with regards to U.S. supply chain limitations with regards to logistics and the effort that the Secretary of War is having with regards to trying to boost the U.S. Defense Industrial Base. I would defer those to the Department to discuss.
Well, General, please be prepared for the classified session for me to continue to pursue this. I mean, our supply chain issues are not classified in the sense that every hearing I'm in as a defense appropriator has officials from the Department of Defense testifying about the need for further assistance. And really, I'm asking for the facts of what has happened as a result of Operation Fury, Epic Fury, in the last few weeks in our supply to Ukraine and our NATO allies who are supplying Ukraine.
Yes, sir. The department is executing a comprehensive, in fact, the SecWar has gone around the nation to boost the defense industrial base. We know for a fact that we have to increase our defense industrial base capability. Its impact based on the munitions expended during Epic Fury will be an impact, but we need to boost it. The efforts are underway to boost it, and sir.
Well, I'm interested in helping accomplish that goal. Director Ratcliffe, perhaps along the same line, I assume let me first of all compliment you on your public service. I appreciate you. And that's not my usual town hall meeting when I get a compliment from somebody who then follows it with a but. I am interested in being of help, and in regard to your conversations in preparation for Epic Fury, I'd be interested in knowing if the consequences to our abilities to defend the United States against Russia or China or other adversaries was taken into account. How was that diminished or increased by Operation Epic Fury? And particularly in this instance, about what it means, was the conversation had about what it means to our ability to help Ukraine defend itself? U.S. support for Ukraine includes military and other assistance, but also we've undertaken economic sanctions against Russia for their invasion of Ukraine. And Epic Fury has caused a significant increase in oil prices. And the
brand kits and pre-populated brand templates allow for fast content creation and swap in local product images and add
$150 million per day additional military and other assistance, but also we've undertaken economic sanctions against Russia for their invasion of Ukraine. And Epic Fury has caused a significant increase in oil prices, and the administration has waived sanctions against Russian oil companies, which are reported to say that Russia is receiving $150 million per day additional dollars as a result of the waiver. What can you tell me about our plans or your understanding of what's transpiring as a result of Operation Epic Fury in regard to those oil revenues that are now being generated in favor of Russia and the lifting of the sanctions, at least for a temporary period of time?
Senator, thanks for the compliment, I think. I'll start with a couple things. What I would tell you is the same military and intelligence professionals who delivered, not just for the administration, but for the American people, a flawless intelligence picture and flawless military operations in Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Absolute Resolve are the same folks involved with Operation Epic Fury. And so I hope that provides you some measure of comfort with regard to how detailed, how thoughtful the approach was to the current operation. And that's why I think that to mischaracterize it as it is being done in the media is a disservice to the folks involved in what is a very specific campaign that is different than the two that I mentioned before. It's why the president came out and said, this isn't over in a matter of hours, this is a 4 to 6 week campaign, and that it would come at some cost, because the goal of the president and the administration is to address a 47-year problem, the most destabilizing force in the Middle East for the last 47 years, one that has frankly been watered, fed, and nurtured by policies of prior administrations that has allowed them to become the threat that they have. So I say all of that sort of in context to understanding that we have to address that, but at the same time, to your point on what's going on with regard to Russia and Ukraine, and you mentioned the oil issue. Sometimes policymakers have to take steps that, while they may benefit adversaries like Russia or China, do so because they also think it will benefit U.S. citizens, and in this case with respect to keeping the economy on track and keeping oil prices low. So what I can tell you is the intelligence is thoughtfully considered, and I think that policymakers have taken that and I'm confident that we can walk and chew gum at the same time, pursue objectives in the Middle East, and provide support with regard to the conflict in Russia and the Russian aggression in Ukraine.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Mr. Director Ratcliffe, you just described the specific campaign that the president is engaged in, the country's engaged in with respect to Iran. I think the campaign has been one, in my view, without a specific rationale for the American people. 19 days into President Trump's unauthorized war with Iran, and by which I mean there has been no congressional approval, at least 13 American service members are dead and many others are injured. Yet President Trump has offered no credible justification for an imminent threat, no clear goals, no strategy or timeline. His message keeps changing, I think, in really damaging ways. President Trump said Iran's nuclear facilities had been, quote, totally obliterated in June 2025. But when he launched this latest war, he said we need to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat of those totally obliterated nuclear facilities. President Trump has threatened to seize Iranian oil and demanded our allies reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He said that I'm demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory because it's their territory. It's the place from which they get their energy. By the way, he wasn't just asking for our allies to protect or to bail them out in the Straits of Hormuz. He was asking China to bail them out in the Straits of Hormuz. And then he said maybe we shouldn't even be here at all because we don't need it. We have a lot of oil. And he said we do not need the help of anyone. President Trump has declared we've won the war. We won it in the first hour. But then he said we're not leaving until the job is finished. He said that there is practically nothing left to bomb, but then threatened to bomb Iran again, quote, just for fun. I think words that probably have never come out of a military leader in the history of the United States of America. It shouldn't come out of the mouth of a civilian leader. President Trump said he will end the war when I feel it in my bones. And any time I want to end it, it will end. But, Director, the war is not ending. It is escalating with thousands of U.S. Marines reportedly sailing toward Iran on an unclear mission, a mission that's become less clear over days, not more clear. Our airstrikes wiped out Iran's missiles and supreme leader. Nobody here, and certainly me, is shedding a tear for him. But the Iranian people now live under martial law. And by the way, no surprise to our intelligence agencies that that's the case. And the first of a puppet leader who's chosen by the IRGC. No surprise that to anybody on the Intelligence Committee. Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz and is holding the global economy hostage. No surprise to anybody who knows anything about U.S. intelligence, launching drones at our embassies and military bases. No surprise. The president is surprised. Nobody who has looked at our intelligence is surprised. Iran's nuclear program is damaged, to be sure, but it still has a uranium stockpile. We heard today from the DNI at the very beginning of this conversation that the regime is in place and they are going to rebuild their military capabilities, the ones that we are destroying right now. The question I think is raised, Director, about your specific engagement is whether it will become a perpetual war, because what Iran will do is exactly what they have always done, and which the DNI is saying they will do again. In its briefings to the committee, the Intelligence Committee has been clear-eyed about what would happen in the Straits of Hormuz, has been clear-eyed about whether or not our military bases, our embassies, and our personnel in the region would be placed at risk and in harm's way, even though the administration did very little to protect them. I know, Director Radcliffe, that you warned President Trump that if Israel assassinated the supreme leader, the IRGC would replace him with potentially a harder line puppet. In fact, I think what was clear is that the likelihood was that it would be a hard line puppet. Do you disagree with that characterization of the intelligence?
To that specific question, what we knew was, first of all, I guess I have to address up front, so much of what you related in there, the difference between political rhetoric versus...
Not political rhetoric. I'm quoting the President of the United States.
Political rhetoric versus military...
Director, I'll ask
difference between that and military and intelligence execution. But here's the most important thing. You mischaracterized this as saying there aren't clearly defined goals. The defined goals are very clear. Degrade and destroy the missile inventory and drone inventory, delay and degrade the military industrial base and factories that produce that, degrade and destroy the IRGC Navy that could control the Strait. These are all defined goals that were set out specifically. The premise of the question is that...
time back, Mr. Chairman. I can't get a word in edgewise. He won't answer the question, and then he's taken a minute of my time.
You're both big boys. You can handle it yourself.
Okay, well, Director, I agree that you are, and I appreciate what you're saying. My point is not what your characterization of the war is. My point is what the characterization, the Commander-in-Chief. I'm not asking you anymore, Mr. Director. I'm sorry, because I'm out of time because of how you use the time. The complete lack of clarity should matter to everybody. President Trump, most of all, he is the person that got elected on the criticism that we had fought 2 wars in the Middle East that had lasted for 20 years. And now we're hearing the testimony is to get their ballistic missiles, to not even get to the nuclear stuff, we're going to have to be in a perpetual war with Iran. And I don't think that's where the American people are on this. This is a serious threat. This is a serious threat to us and to Israel. The question is how to handle it. And President Trump said, we are not the policemen of the world. He ran on that. And now he's turned us into the world's policeman, into its jury, into its judge, into its executioner. And just because we have the most advanced military in the world, it doesn't mean that we should be in a perpetual war all around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to maybe follow up a little bit this same line of questioning, but I want to do it in a little bit different manner. I've had the opportunity, like all of the other members on this committee, to see the threats that we discuss regularly in the classified settings. I also, sitting on the Armed Services Committee, have the opportunity to see what our capabilities are and what we have to do in order to respond to those threats. Director Ratcliffe, let me just begin. I think it's been very clear from the beginning that even though there were supposedly diplomatic activities going on, behind the scenes it was very clear, and I just ask if you would disagree or agree with me on this, it was very clear that Iran, while they were talking, they had no intentions of following through diplomatically with eliminating any of their nuclear aspirations, correct?
Senator, that's correct, and in the classified session we can go into detail, but you've characterized it right. Diplomatically, they were saying one thing. The intelligence was reflecting quite the contrary.
Okay. Second of all, with regard to the capabilities, earlier in the 12-day war, a lot of their defensive capabilities had been taken out. Their air defenses had been taken out. The use of our aircraft in that area was safer because those defensive capabilities, most of them had been significantly reduced, meaning our young men and women who are flying those aircraft were safer. Is it fair to say that they were rebuilding their defensive capabilities as well at that time?
Yes. So I'll just comment on that. That so much is being made. Any characterization that Operation Midnight Hammer was anything but a wild success is wildly inaccurate. As a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, at the time of that, in the preceding 4 years, as is well documented and admitted to by the Iranians, they enriched uranium at least 440 kilograms at 60% for use that could be used for weapons grade to deliver a nuclear weapon. As a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, we sit here today with Iran having exactly the same amount of enriched uranium to 60%, meaning they have been unwilling and incapable of enriching uranium to 60% as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer.
Okay, and let me go on because I think this is an important part of this. You also have to have a way of delivering a weapon. It's fair to say that they have short-term and intermediate-range ballistic missile availability today. Were they building additional short-range and mid-range ballistic missiles?
Yes.
Were they continuing to develop them?
Continuing to develop them and at rates that were alarming.
And what about our ability to respond to those? We have very good defensive capabilities, but it takes time for us to build our defensive capabilities. Were they building their offensive capabilities while they were negotiating with us at a faster rate than we could build defensive capabilities?
Yes.
Were they continuing to work at and deliver additional resources to terrorist organizations that were affiliated with them in the region?
Yes.
So in other words, while they were supposedly diplomatically working with us during that entire time, they were continuing with regard to their nuclear intentions. They were building additional missile systems to deliver or conventional weapon systems to threaten their neighbors. Their defensive capabilities were going to be increased, making our young men and women at risk when at some point in the future we would have to basically go in and clean the mess up. I think there was an opportunity here, and I think the President made the right choice when he decided at this time that simply for our advantage and for the young men and women that have to go in and do this, that this was a safer time, if there ever is such a thing as a safer time, but the right time for our nation to respond to this threat. Is that an appropriate way of putting it, sir?
I agree with that.
Thank you. I think the President made the right choice. It is never a good time for a war. But at some point, you've got to look at what your best possibilities are for protecting those young men and women who are in harm's way. Let me move on for just a minute. Director Ratcliffe, let me just ask you this, because there's been a discussion, and we've never been able to talk about this in an unclassified setting, and I recognize it's sensitive, but 60 Minutes, there's been a report about Havana syndrome and about individuals who are within the agency and within State Departments that have actually had significant illnesses, some attributed, they believe, to outside sources. I don't think we have been able to, in an unclassified setting, at least acknowledge that we take these issues seriously. Is there anything you can share in this unclassified setting to assure the people of the State Department and your agency that this is not something which is being ignored?
Thanks for the question. I can. I appreciate the opportunity to address that. Yes, we have to be careful about what we can say, and we can go into further detail in the classified session. But this is something that when I became the director, as you're aware, Senator, there are disparate opinions across the IC about what the cause of these AHIs may or may not be.
Otherwise known as Havana syndrome.
Well, Havana syndrome, yeah, or
AHI.
and the question of whether or not they could be the result of a directed energy weapon from a foreign adversary. So when you, having been the DNI, understanding the role of the DNI is to coordinate across the IC when there are disparate opinions among agencies. Director Gabbard and I had a conversation where she agreed that she would undertake a comprehensive review of that issue across the IC to make sure that it is getting the attention that it deserves. And I know that she has undertaken that and will be able to brief you in further detail in the classified session.
Thank you. And one last thought, this is only a comment, but to General Hartman, your time working with you on the Cyber Security Subcommittee of the Armed Services Committee.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today to all of our witnesses. So for more than a decade, the United States has tried to make a pivot to Asia in its national defense strategy in order to confront significant threats from China. For years, administrations of both parties have identified China as the top threat facing our country and worked to build relationships across Asia and deter Chinese aggression. At the same time, we have bolstered our European allies and asked them to contribute more to their defense to deter Russia. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, would you agree that China and Russia are our primary geopolitical rivals? Director Gabbard.
Yes, they are our primary strategic competitors.
Thank you. Director Ratcliffe?
I would agree with that, although I don't think they're equal in terms of the threats that they pose.
Thank you. So that brings us to the war with Iran. So this has created one of the largest ever supply shocks to the global oil supply, which has sent gas prices skyrocketing for Americans. But not everybody is losing. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe, is it accurate that Russia has gained billions of dollars in additional oil revenue due to price spikes as a result of the war and loosened sanctions? Director Gabbard.
That is what has been reported. I'd defer to the Director of Secretary of Treasury and Energy on that front for details.
Director Ratcliffe.
Yeah, I'm not an economist, not going to try and do those calculations. But as I talked about earlier, sometimes there are decisions made that will benefit adversaries at the same time policymakers think that it will benefit the American people.
It's clear, I think we'd all agree that sanctions were loosened, and that means more money into the coffers of Vladimir Putin. Would you agree that if he has more funding, he is likely to put that to his war effort against Ukraine? Director Gabbard.
I would defer to an actual intelligence assessment on what they would believe his intentions are.
Director Ratcliffe?
Yeah, I wouldn't speculate on that.
Wouldn't speculate? Okay. Okay. And is it accurate that China is continuing to receive preferential oil flows from Iran despite the conflict as Iran allows its own tankers to transit the strait? Director Gabbard? I'm going to go back and forth between the two of you.
There has been some reporting of China, India, and other countries being able to move their tankers through the strait. However, it is unclear the volume or the measure of that.
Okay, so it sounds like it's accurate. Thank you. I'm going to move on. Director Gabbard, you tweeted yesterday that President Trump concluded there was an imminent threat and made a decision to attack Iran after carefully reviewing all of the information before him. I think the country deserves to know what the information was. I'm going to ask a series of questions and just want a yes or no. We don't need any explanation, just yes or no, starting with, were you asked, I'm not asking if you did brief this, were you asked to brief on whether Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not going to comment on what the president did or didn't ask me on any topic.
I'm not asking if you briefed it. I'm just asking if there was a request.
I understand
by the White House. Director Ratcliffe, were you asked to brief on whether Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz?
the briefings to the president of the White House typically don't come at the request of the White House. So typically when we get intelligence that we want the president to be aware of, the intelligence community brings that to the president.
Did you produce the analysis for the Straits of Hormuz?
There has been and continues to be analysis with respect to that.
Were you asked to brief on how our adversaries and allies would respond to the war in Iran? I imagine I'll get the same answer. So it's just to point out here, it's challenging to forget about actually what was in the brief for a second. We're having a hard time finding out not only if you briefed the president on something, but even if the White House asked if they could be briefed on something or if analysis was produced. So I just want to point out here, this is about 6 days.
Can I comment on
Yes.
that?
Yes.
I go back to the point. It's the same approach that we took to the prior operations, which to your credit, Senator, you have praised the intelligence and military communities in Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Absolute Resolve. It's the same approach and the same professionals in terms of how they approached this particular operation.
We're trying to figure out if the president knew what the downside was of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. And I'm having a hard time finding out whether the White House asked or whether there was a brief, whether the president knew. Did he know this was going to happen, or did he just disregard it? And I just want to point out something that was released about 6 days ago. This is a fundraising email from the president of the United States. And in this email here, where there's multiple links to donate money, it says, as a national security briefing member, you'll receive my private...
With 14 NARI awards in 2024 and 20...
Why are these always like the commercials are at the worst times? I'll take it back a second.
Professionals in terms of how they approached this particular operation.
We're trying to figure out if the president knew what the downside was of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. And I'm having a hard time finding out whether the White House asked or whether there was a brief, whether the president knew. Did he know this was going to happen, or did he just disregard it? And I just want to point out something that was released about 6 days ago. This is a fundraising email from the president of the United States. And in this email here, where there's multiple links to donate money, it says, as a national security briefing member, you'll receive my private national security briefings. Director Gabbard or Director Radcliffe, do you think the public should be able to, supporters of the president should be able to pay and receive his private national security briefings? I assume these are briefings, Director Radcliffe, that you provide to the president that is now going to be provided to somebody who makes a
regardless
donation.
of what that I don't know what that document is, but regardless of what it says, it didn't happen.
Oh, no, this is new.
But what I'm telling you is that the Hatch Act would prevent me from an apolitical role from engaging in that. I'm not aware that anything like that happened.
Yeah, this says unfiltered updates. So, Director Gabbard, do you have any comment on whether unfiltered updates of private national security briefings should be made to individuals that donate to the president?
I'm not familiar with that document, and
It's been made very public 6 days ago. We'll get you a copy here, because I agree with you, Director Ratcliffe, that the Hatch Act should prohibit this type of conduct. Thank you.
Senator Langford joins us from what I gather is a very exciting confirmation hearing for Senator Mullen.
It is, actually. For all of you, thank you. Thank you for the time that you give to the country to be able to serve, for your families and the sacrifice that you make to be able to do this, and all the professionals that work around you. Please pass on our gratitude to them, because they work incredibly hard and difficult tasks in this. I want to talk about something that's a little closer to home on this. A lot of Oklahomans that I talk to, and quite frankly, folks even outside the state on it, when they think about threats, they, as strange as this may sound to those of us that deal with missiles and ballistics, they think about the threat to their family and to their income and to who they are. And a lot of it is international scammers that are now reaching into the United States to be able to gather data or to be able to steal money from them. AI has accelerated this dramatically, and I know the Worldwide Threats has mentioned this and some of the challenges that we face on it. But the challenge is getting bigger. FBI had noted that in 2024, it was almost $17 billion that was assumed lost to scammers, a lot of those internationals. Some estimates are as high as $50 billion on it. AI continues to be able to accelerate the capabilities on it. OpenAI even noted now that they're putting online ads saying, if you've been scammed, here's a way to recover your money. And that is actually a scam. It's taking them to a fake FBI page where they can then turn in and to say, if you've been scammed, here's how the FBI is going to actually come help you to recover it. But even that page is fake, and they're going to be able to steal their information. This is accelerating at a pace that's pretty dramatic with the use of AI on this. Director Patel, I know that you guys are on it. I know that there's multiple entities on it, but this is a big challenge. And a lot of Americans are very, very concerned about the threat to their families. They may have their parents that are more vulnerable at this time and being targeted. How do we take some of this on to be able to confront what's happening online, to be able to attack people and to be able to scam them?
Thank you, Senator. And it's with any other high priority operation that the FBI runs, whether it's CI/CT or we're talking about scamming and scam centers here. One, you have to drown and get online with your online covert employees and platforms, and we've increased funding. And we've also, what we've done strategically is move people out of Washington, D.C. on the intel analyst front and the support staff front to places like Oklahoma. Actually, every single state across the country has received a plus up because of that. And what we've created is the Internet Crime Complaint Center, the IC3, which I know you're familiar with and reference. So what we're doing on the homeland is going out into the streets of America, on the online platforms in America, and shutting down those networks and shutting down the capability of AI to interfere. But I think the bigger term project, what we're doing overseas, that's the key to this. Right. The scam center compounds are largely located in Cambodia and Burma and on the Thai border. I've already engaged with the premiers of each and every one of those countries. We've done so to switch off access to the internet with those governments to make sure that those compounds, they're literal compounds that are being built, and we can get into that in the classified center, that are fleecing Americans and senior citizens all the way from Southeast Asia because they are backed by the CCP to build those compounds because they know it's going to hurt everyday Americans. So us, which we have successfully already eliminated and scuttled, numerous compounds in Cambodia and Burma and Thailand, is the big picture, the big part of the lift overseas. What we're going to do is go into those countries and shut down every single scam center compound.
Which is very helpful, and every American is thinking about this and talking about it. Director Patel, I'm going to stay with you. The counter-narcotics work has been phenomenal in the past year and a half. The amount of methamphetamine and fentanyl that have been seized coming across our border has been dramatic, and that has a real effect to what's actually coming at families in my state on it. What I'm interested in is, how are you partnering with local law enforcement to continue to accelerate this process? What does that look like for FBI?
Absolutely, Senator. The counter-narcotic mission can't be complete without state and local law enforcement. So we are embedding more task force officers across the country on the specific counter-narcotics mission. We've also stood up with our interagency partners in Tucson, Arizona, the Southern Border Intelligence Center, specifically on the counter-narcotic mission, so that we can utilize the Department of War and interagency capabilities on the law enforcement front. That's why we seized enough fentanyl in 2025 to kill 178 million Americans. That's a 31% increase year over year. And here's a statistic that everybody should be proud of. Opioid overdose deaths from last year dropped 20 points. 20 points from across the country. And in Oklahoma specifically, Senator, we seized enough kilograms of cocaine to include a 232% increase in the state of Oklahoma alone, and enough fentanyl to kill 500,000 Oklahomans. We can't do that unless we have great police partnerships, which has been a priority of mine, which is why I've embedded police officers here at headquarters from around the country to make sure we have that connectivity. And I've shortened the task force officer onboarding pipeline from 1 to 2 years to 90 days. We need them.
Yeah, we do. Director Ratcliffe, the annual threat assessment highlights this year the Muslim Brotherhood in particular, and calls out some of their financial and material support on this. That may be surprising to some folks here, but it's not surprising to folks all across the Middle East in the threat that the Muslim Brotherhood continues to pose to so many governments and entities across the world on that. How is the Muslim Brotherhood financing itself and its acts of terrorism? And is there something that we need to do here to be able to make sure that we're protecting Americans in the threat?
Senator, I think with regard to the Muslim Brotherhood abroad, you know, we view that just as we do other proxies across the Middle East, the Houthis and other groups. And I can relate to you that the CIA is very focused on the counterterrorism front. You weren't here before. Right. I said in the classified portion I would get into the CIA's success with regard to groups like the Muslim Brotherhood in a classified setting, where I can share with you the impact that we're having. But and across the board with regard to terrorist groups and our counterterrorism activities, I can publicly characterize it as saying we've accomplished more in the last year than in the 4 years of the prior administration combined. So hopefully it gives you some measure of comfort about how we're approaching things and the effectiveness that we've had in the last year in that regard. And I'll look forward to getting into detail in the classified portion.
Look forward to that. Thank you.
Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The Washington Post reported earlier this week, in their words, the U.S. intelligence assessments say Iran's regime likely to remain in place for now, weakened but more hardline, with the powerful Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps security forces exerting greater control. Director Gabbard, do you stand by that reported intelligence community assessment?
I don't stand by any leaked so-called intelligence to the media. I do stand by the intelligence community's assessment that was included in the annual threat assessment that speaks directly to this issue, that as of this moment, the regime maintains power within Iran, even though they are vastly degraded on almost every front.
Do you think that the killing of the Ayatollah and his wife and other family members and key people contributed to the picking of a hardline successor?
Senator, the intelligence community's assessment has pointed to a number of different scenarios that went into play with the selection of the successor. The details of that we can discuss in a closed hearing with regard to the intelligence reporting.
Is the regime in Iran now trying to promote the deceased Ayatollah as a martyr who should be followed, and does that help them consolidate support?
Senator, the Iranians are certainly using that as a call to action. The effects of that from an intelligence standpoint remain to be seen.
There is a tradition in Shia, though, to honor martyrs. One of their greatest celebrations is the martyrdom of the grandson of Muhammad. Is that correct?
That's right.
So we might have played into their cultural biases erroneously. General Adams, what conditions the USS would need to be present to make the regime collapse or necessitate, excuse my voice, unconditional surrender? And can it be done with air power alone?
Senator, we have at the Defense Intelligence Agency put together a number of scenarios coordinated across the IC with regards to what we would forecast the future would be. There are 4 specific goals that we've been told to track and analyze with regards to the goals of the U.S. effort. They've been articulated earlier in the hearing, so I won't hammer on those. But with regards to the collapse of the regime, specific perpetuation, like what would precipitate that, we would like to, I would prefer to talk about that in the classified hearing.
Well, I understand, but there's a very basic question here. Will air power alone be able to destroy this regime, given the culture, the politics, the temperament of these people? The Iraq-Iran war lasted for 8 years with 1 million casualties. Do you think air power alone will do it?
Senator, the capabilities that our joint force brings to bear can accomplish many missions. To forecast exactly what can and can't accomplish this goal, I prefer not to guess or prognosticate on that.
Well, I'll recognize your professional position. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff recently stated that Russian leaders told Trump on a call that they were not sharing intelligence with Iran. Witkoff said, quote, "We can take them at their word." Director Gabbard and Radcliffe, do you take President Putin at his word?
I'll go ahead and answer. No, I don't take Vladimir Putin at his word.
Are they providing intelligence to the Iranians?
Well, we talked about this before.
Yes, sir.
In the classified session, what we can go into is that the Iranians are requesting intelligence assistance from Russia, from China, and from other adversaries of the United States, and whether or not those countries are is something we can talk about in the classified portion.
But you've made an assessment. You've analyzed traffic communications, and you can.
I know the answer and happy to discuss that with you in the classified portion.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. One of the aspects of this is the collateral effects, particularly in Russia and Ukraine. We were just talking about Russia probably or possibly providing intelligence, maybe interfering or inflicting casualties on our forces. Russia is also benefiting from the lifting of sanctions on their ability to sell oil throughout the world. I heard one estimate of a $20 billion surge in their potential revenues. Ukraine, on the other hand, is facing perhaps a disrupted supply chain of missiles and other equipment because they're being devoted to this operation. So, General Adams, can you just give me your impression of the effect of the battle on Russia and Ukraine at the moment, of this battle?
Well, from our collections, the effect of the epic fury on the Russian-Ukrainian battle has been indirect, not direct. We do track very carefully what benefits or, as you alluded to, the collateral effects of what we're doing and how it impacts. There is a lot of, from both the Russians and the Chinese, observations of what we're doing and figuring out what they can learn from that. So I think that's a collateral effect as we expose what the joint force displays on the battlefield. I think we can talk in a little more detail as we move to the classified session, some of the things that we're collecting specifically about what those effects are.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Before I ask you a few questions, I want to call everyone's attention again to this fundraising email signed by the President that Senator Kelly mentioned earlier, in which the President of the United States invites his campaign donors to, quote, claim your spot, join now to receive private national security briefings to his political donors, featuring a photo of the president at a dignified transfer ceremony with a flag-draped coffin of an American service member killed in action returning to their family. And the American people need to know that the President of the United States is fundraising for his political campaign and his PAC using images of American service members killed in action, and it's a disgrace. Now, Director Gabbard, I'd like to reground this in your core responsibilities. Under the law, you are responsible for providing national intelligence to the President, correct?
Yes.
And to the heads of executive branch departments and agencies, yes?
Yes.
And to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and senior military commanders?
Across the IC, yes.
And to the Senate and the House and relevant committees, correct?
Yes.
And the law states that the national intelligence you provide to Congress, quote, should be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations, correct?
Yes.
And you noted in your opening statement you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats,
That's right.
correct? That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
And the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
And
this
he
is the
made that
worldwide. This is the
determination.
worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there had been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the
Here's the
president
problem.
based on a volume
No,
of
it is
information
precisely
that he receives.
it is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing where, as you noted in your opening testimony, quote, you represent the IC's assessment of threats. You are here to represent the IC's assessment of threats. That's a quote from your own opening statement. And so my question is, as you're here to present the IC's assessment of threats, was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Once again, Senator, the intelligence community has provided the inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
You won't answer the question.
It is the nature of the imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection and volume
You're here
of
to be
information and
timely.
intelligence that he is provided with.
You're here to be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
Exactly what I'm doing.
No, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee would contradict a statement from the White House. Let me ask you about your presence in Fulton County on January 28th of this year. You were present at the FBI's raid on the Fulton County Elections Office on January 28th, correct?
I was present for part of the FBI exercising a warrant approved by a municipal judge.
Yes,
to
and the
obtain
FBI was there executing,
investigation.
the FBI was there executing that warrant to seize ballots and materials associated with the 2020 election, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that members of this committee have already opened inquiries into your election-related activities?
Yes.
And are you aware that your general counsel and deputy general counsel have already provided testimony to this committee regarding those activities?
Yes.
On February 2nd, you sent a letter to Senator Warner regarding your presence at the raid. Was that letter accurate?
I don't recall the exact date, but if I sent a letter that had my signature, it was accurate.
You stated in the letter that your presence at the raid was, quote, requested by the president, correct?
Yes.
When did the president request your presence at the raid?
The day of the raid, the warrant execution commencing.
The day of the raid.
Yes.
He called you on the phone?
I'm not going to disclose how the message was delivered, but it was a request from the president and his administration to go and help oversee this warrant being executed along with the deputy director of the FBI.
Is it your role
and
to
thank
oversee?
the FBI agents who were conducting
Is it
this
your
warrant.
role to oversee the execution of criminal warrants?
It is my role, based on statute that Congress has passed, to have oversight over election security, to include counterintelligence.
But you said you oversaw the raid, correct? You just testified you oversaw the raid?
Portions of it.
Okay. Did you handle any ballots or election-related materials?
No.
You were inside an FBI evidence truck, correct? You were photographed inside an FBI evidence truck.
It was an empty truck, yes.
The president stated, quote, you looked at
Senator's time has
votes that
expired.
wanted to be checked out.
The
Is that
senator's
accurate?
time is expired.
Did you look at votes as the president
Senator
stated?
Ossoff, your time has expired.
You respond
can
for the
have
record?
her. No, she cannot respond
No,
because
for the record, will the director please respond for the record to that question is my
I'm happy
question.
to respond to questions for the record.
Thank you, Director Gabbard.
Thank you. Vice Chairman?
I just want to, not going to go back to this issue. I'm sure we'll address in the
TurboTax locations are now open in your neighborhood.
reporting, including a major story in the Wall
Was delivered, but it was a request from the president and his administration to go and help oversee the truck, yes.
The president stated, quote, you looked at
Senator's time has
votes that
expired.
wanted to be checked out.
The
Is that
senator's
accurate?
time is expired.
Did you look at votes as the president
Senator
stated?
Ossoff, your time has expired.
You respond
can
for the
have
record?
her. No, she cannot respond
No,
because
for the record, will the director please respond for the record to that question is my
I'm happy
question.
to respond to questions for the record.
Thank you, Director Gabbard.
Thank you. Vice Chairman?
I just want to, not going to go back to this issue. I'm sure we'll address in the closed setting, but I am very disappointed. This is the only one time a year the public gets to hear from you guys in this kind of setting. And the fact that we have repeated public reporting, including a major story in the Wall Street Journal today about China and Russia assisting Iran, which seems obvious and evident, and none of you would confirm that publicly, I think doesn't give the American people the full challenges of this war.
I would add what I said earlier, that the media is not a classification authority, but certainly sounds like something Russia and China would do and that have done for decades in the past to Americans. To wrap up a little business here before we adjourn the open session, we will reconvene in 30 minutes in our usual location for the closed session. That's at 12:56 promptly. I do want to note for the record that Senator Young cannot join us. He is at Dover Air Force Base for the dignified transfer of remains for one of our fallen heroes, a Hoosier. And I would invite everyone to join Senator Young in praying for the family and friends of that soldier and all the soldiers who have given their life in the defense of our freedom and security. General Hartman, I want to again acknowledge you, given your impending retirement, since this is your last appearance for the committee. I'm sure you hope, and I'm sure that the thing you'll miss most about your long career in uniform is testifying before Congress. I remind members that questions for the record will be due by the close of business on Friday, March 20, and the audience will remain seated for a moment so that our witnesses and members may exit and proceed promptly to the closed session. This open session is adjourned.
Excuse me, can we ask a question? How do we know? They haven't said. So I have a question that I'm posing, which is just had a 2.5-hour hearing with Tulsi Gabbard, the head of the CIA, the head of the FBI, and all the senators, Democrat and Republicans. Not once did the word Israel. Not once did the word Israel. And we're talking about global threats. I want to know, is this a war in Iran for Israel? Is this a war for Israel? And Senator Cotton, isn't it a global threat that the U.S. continues to support Israel? Israel dragged us into this unprovoked war. Israel is taking us down a disastrous, catastrophic road in the Middle East where the nations of the Gulf are being blown up, where Iran is being blown up in an unprovoked war, where Israel continues its genocide in Gaza, where Israel continues terrorizing people in the West Bank.
Wow, wait. I wonder who it is that is asking those questions. Where am I going to get that clip? I want to see the full thing.
Where Israel is destroying southern Lebanon. When you talk about global threats and you don't mention Israel, why is that? Is that because this entire administration and Democrats and Republicans have been bought by...
Very interesting there. Well, Channel 4 here. Yeah, C-SPAN cut the feed. No joke. Bummer. Okay, so let's see. She said Warren. She said Senator Warren, so let's see. No, Warner. What am I saying? Warren. Wait. It is Warren, right? No, yeah, that's Pocahontas. Let's see if I can find that interview. Whoever that was asking him. No, I don't see it. Let's see if I can find it on X. It says, wow, Senator Mark Warner has shown himself to be a liar and intellectually twisted, intentionally misstating facts, omitting key facts with logic as straight as a coiled snake. But I'm confused here. Isn't that what she said? Who is she talking to? Why is Tucker still over here talking? I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to go to the end. I'm pretty sure that's who she was asking. Oh, the commercials.
Respond
You
for
can
the
have her.
record.
No, she cannot respond because
American people the full challenges of this war.
I would add what I said earlier, that the media is not a classification authority, but certainly sounds like something Russia and China would do, and they have done for decades in the past to Americans. To wrap up a little business here before we adjourn the open session, we will reconvene in 30 minutes in our usual location for the closed session. That's at 12:56 promptly. I do want to note for the record that Senator Young cannot join us. He is at Dover Air Force Base for the dignified transfer of remains for one of our fallen heroes, a Hoosier. And I would invite everyone to join Senator Young in praying for the family and friends of that soldier and all the soldiers who have given their life in the defense of our freedom and security. General Hartman, I want to again acknowledge you, given your impending retirement, since this is your last appearance for the committee. I'm sure you hope, and I'm sure that the thing you'll miss most about your long career in uniform is testifying before Congress. I remind members that questions for the record will be due by the close of business on Friday, March 20, and the audience will remain seated for a moment so that our witnesses and members may exit and proceed promptly to the closed session. This open session is adjourned.
Okay, now let's see. Questions from the public.
How do we know they haven't said? So I have a question that I'm posing, which is kind of 24-hour hearing with Tulsi Gabbard, the head of the CIA, the head of the FBI, and all the senators, Democrat and Republicans. Not once did the word Israel come up. Not once did the word Israel come up. And we're talking about global threats. I want to know, is this a war in Iran for Israel? Is this a war for Israel? And Senator Cotton, isn't it a global threat that the U.S. continues to support Israel? Israel dragged us into this unprovoked war. Israel is taking us down a disastrous, catastrophic road in the Middle East where the nations of the Gulf are being blown up, where Iran is being blown up in an unprovoked war, where Israel continues its genocide in Gaza, where Israel continues terrorizing people in the West Bank, where Israel is destroying southern Lebanon. When you talk about global threats and you don't mention Israel, why is that? Is that because this entire administration and Democrats and Republicans have been bought by
Okay, so she said Senator Cotton. So, before I really look on YouTube, I think that it is, it's always easier to get the newest, fastest news on X. I mean, it's just real. If you want real news, that's the fastest way to get it. So, let's see, the latest comment with Senator Cotton is Tom Cotton, the best Israeli senator? Maybe. Let's see. Grok, how much in financial contributions and donations did Senator Tom Cotton receive from any pro-Israel lobbies or groups? Wow. According to OpenSecrets.org, the latest FEC data for 2019 to 2024, so that's a little old, 146,900, so 147,000 from the pro-Israel sector, 140,439 from individuals, 6,500 from PACs, and the pro-Israel America PAC, 33,550, track APAC, career federal totals. So track APAC says that Senator Cotton has received 875,867. So $876,000 direct from pro-Israel PACs and 2,087,088 really. So over $2 million from affiliated individual donors for a total of right at $3 million in total support. $0 in independent expenditures listed for Cotton. That's public record. And that's insane. And it explains a lot, too, about his line of questions today. And, yeah, just the whole thing. So what is this? Will any of these senators have the courage to ask why we went to war in Iran? Well, now we know since we just watched it. Not many of them had a lot to say. I mean, they had a lot to say, but it sounded like a lot of bullshit, really. So it says, we know it won't be my senator, John Cotton. No, it didn't say Cotton. Told y'all I'm blind. It's John Corman, because he's too busy kissing Trump's ass. Well, I mean, that's most of them, though, right? That's the whole problem. It's just one big circle. Well, Trump's asked to try to get an endorsement he thinks will save him. It won't. That's a lot of them, too, you know? But I guess they're finding out that the endorsement isn't worth what it used to be. But still, I want to see. See, I wasn't as familiar with Cotton. This is, I'd have to throw both Cotton and my senator. And they're talking about Holly in that group. But somewhere, somebody, whoever that was trying to Senator Cotton, you know, this is a bullshit bill. I don't want that. I want the interview. Oh, people are looking up all kinds of things on Asking Grok. Based on verified public records, he married in 2014. Being gay, really? Somebody asked Grok if Senator Cotton was gay. Senator Cotton, please encourage Leader Thune to enforce the talk. Well, I mean, the filibuster thing for Save America Act or whatever it is, the SAVE Act, is something totally different too. Maybe joins Fox and Friends, so that's just what we want. I can look up interview, but whoever posts it, whoever that was asking the questions, more than likely isn't. What is this? His pregnant wife walked out of the. What is this? No. Well, I'm not going to spend any more time on that. What is this? Oh.
There is a lot about the job actually that fun that I.
So I guess BB turned up while we were watching that.
Is that the only reason that we know that he's alive is because of Twitter. He's having to offer these proof of lives, and I think it's completely embarrassing. I think it's completely humiliating for Israel. I want to show you this latest one because it's especially atrocious. I don't think I've ever seen someone so servile, so brown-nosing.
Wait, is this the one from yesterday where he pulls out the I have a punch card where BB pulls out his hit list?
Bootlicking cuck of a little bit. As Mike Huckabee is in this clip, he literally thanks Netanyahu for not assassinating him. That's where we're at. So watch this.
Mr. Prime Minister, I wanted you to know the president asked me to come and make sure you were okay.
Yes, Mike.
Even that question's kind of revealing. Like the president of the United States had to come and check on you. Are you okay? You're getting hit pretty hard over there in Tel Aviv. We weren't sure if you were still around, you know?
Yes, I'm alive.
I checked. He has to say it. The fact that he has to say it.
That, and I'm happy to see that, but he wanted to make sure because, you know, you guys get along too well.
I know, and we shake hands with 5 fingers in each hand, you know, but I
He's even calling attention to the AI slop that he's been showing us.
have to tell you, I'm alive, but I have this card.
Oh.
And, yeah, don't read it. So it's a punch card.
Look at that. He's just like, this is such a power play for Netanyahu. Look what I can do to one of your esteemed politicians, Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I erased 2 names on the punch cards, and you see how many more to go on this batch.
You know what the good news is? My name is not on the punch card.
Your name is on the list of the good guys.
Thank you.
And
Good boy, good boy. Yeah, I saw that one. But, you know, I'm not going down the Epstein rabbit hole right now. So I want to see. Let's look it up this way. "37 minutes ago, yeah. We watched it already now. So let's see. They did like a question and answer. Yeah, that's what we were watching. NBC. They said, what? Questions about Israel? Beep. No interviews with anybody. Well, I mean, I guess they were going maybe after the closed door part, right? Hopefully there'll be some interviews. What is this? Oh, they're just gonna show the same thing. I don't want to watch it. Now, oh, what is this? Uh-huh.
Fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step.
On the contrary, I would actually love to live in a country where we.
So why did the Young Turks just post this an hour ago? If it says it was from March 4th.
We have a great president.
I must be missing something. Let's see.
And I can help make the president look good. But we unfortunately don't live in that kind of country. We live in a country that is ruled by a leader that has his balls firmly grasped by a foreign leader. And so as a result, the US has been dragged into a war against Iran that has quickly escalated into a regional war. Things have already gotten out of control. The US is low on missile interceptors, which is pretty disastrous considering the fact that the interceptors are far more expensive and difficult to make compared to.
Yeah, I don't know why they were replaying that old clip, but this one caught my attention. So we've got Ben Shapiro crashes out on Joe Kent. Well, who would have saw that coming, right? Iran live updates. Iran orders evacuation of, let's see what this is. And then I can't add to queue. I keep forgetting I'm not signed in. But where, oh, where? Yeah, we saw Trump threaten, or I did. Trump threatens to leave NATO. That's
Latest on the war in Iran. Overnight, Iran and Israel unleashed a new series of attacks on each other.
The Iranian forces struck in the heart of Tel Aviv, while Israeli forces say they took out 2 more top Iranian leaders. Meanwhile, President Trump is continuing to criticize allies for their lack of help. ABC's James Longman has the latest from Iraq.
Iran launching a deadly new wave of attacks across the region overnight. Multiple cluster munitions were intercepted over Tel Aviv in Israel, but one hit the home of a couple in their 70s, killing them both. Our Tom Sufi Burridge is there.
You can see the apartment that was hit, a couple in their 70s killed here in what was a major barrage on Israel overnight.
In Lebanon, Israel's campaign against Hezbollah intensifying, where more than 900 people have now been killed. The IDF demolished this entire building in central Beirut. Air emergency personnel searching the rubble for survivors. Israel gave the alert to evacuate an hour earlier, but that came at 4 in the morning. In Iraq, militia loyal to Iran unleashed yet another attack on the U.S. embassy, the most serious since the war began. Flames could be seen inside the compound in Baghdad. A huge gun used to shoot drones out of the sky. And as the White House struggles to get Allied help to open the crucial Strait of Hormuz, U.S. aircraft dropped multiple 5,000-pound bunker busters along the coastline. The strait, which is a critical trade route for the world's energy supply, has been closed for 18 days, causing turmoil for global markets, sending the price of oil skyrocketing. President Trump lashed out at NATO members who were not consulted before the conflict began for not helping to reopen the strait. They insist it's not NATO's war.
I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake.
The president then saying he doesn't need their help after all.
We don't need too much help, and we don't need any help, actually.
This as the U.S. grapples with damage to its weaponry, losing over a dozen unmanned MQ-9 Reaper drones to Iranian fire in the 2.5 weeks since Operation Epic Fury began, each drone costing millions of dollars. And overnight, the International Atomic Energy Agency says Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant was hit by a projectile. Iran says there's not been damage to the plant or any injuries, but the agency is calling for maximum restraint in order to prevent the risk of a nuclear accident. And these dramatic images from Tehran, raging flames in the streets. Videos circulating online show the Israelis turning their focus to local regime targets. The IDF says they've hit dozens of police checkpoints and vehicles in Tehran. Along with security chief Ali Larijani, Israel killed the commander of Iran's feared religious militia, the Basij, Gholam Reza Soleimani. He oversaw the brutal crackdown in January that left nearly 7,000 people dead.
James Longman, ABC News in Iraq.
Doesn't all the deaths, I mean, and civilian deaths, these people, I've seen more civilians dying.
It appears that we've now entered a new phase of the U.S.-Israeli assault on Iran, a operation, a campaign that's almost 3 weeks old, with an attack claimed so far by Israel on a major gas field in Iran. This has incensed the Iranians, whose official media are now publishing lists of energy sites in neighboring Gulf Arab countries in what appears to be a clear telegraphing of a threat to strike those in retaliation. This has had the makings of an energy war for several days now, with Iranian attacks on energy facilities in some of its neighboring Gulf Arab countries. It appears now that this is officially a back and forth energy war, and the Iranians are prepared to escalate further.
And that is why we're seeing oil prices elevated, with Brent now above $109 a barrel. Of course, the Strait of Hormuz and whether it can be cleared so that oil shipments can go through is critical to the price of oil prices. So where are we with that? I know the president wants support and has not gotten it in trying to clear that waterway.
Indeed, and to judge from his most recent comments in Washington yesterday, he's pretty much written off many of America's traditional allies in disappointment, in scorn, and it would appear that the U.S. is going to figure out a way to do this itself. We did have signaling from the UAE that it, while a small power, nonetheless powerful by regional standards, might pitch in more actively to help with the Hormuz situation. Israel has also said it will. Obviously, it's a full partner in this war from the outset. The question is, what could it do? It doesn't have a blue water navy. It's on the other side of the region. It has been carrying out long-range aerial strikes and presumably covert activity. Not clear how that could be brought to bear in the Hormuz crisis. What we had overnight was an American airstrike, a 5,000-pound bunker buster bomb dropped, the U.S. says, on a site used to store missiles near there, presumably a site the Americans believe was going to be used to threaten shipping or to fire on ships in the Hormuz. It would appear that the Americans are now adapting their tactics, presumably focusing military firepower on that part of the world in the hope of destroying or deterring the Iranians from harassing ships.
Dan, you mentioned the Israelis, their strike on that Iranian field as an escalation. I assume that when Israel makes such a bold and aggressive move that they have the support and the agreement by the U.S. government and military. Do we know that to be a fact?
It's certainly something that's been stated routinely by the Israelis during this war and by the Americans. They described friendly fire, but it's also a function of geography. The Israelis are functioning from a very small country 1,000 miles to the west. The Americans have bases in the Gulf and a major naval contingent in Gulf waters. So they're coming from different directions. They also have different priorities. Policy issues as well. The Americans, for example, said from the outset that they were interested in destroying the Iranian Navy in order to reduce threats to shipping. This wasn't something explicitly in the Israeli target set at any point during the war. But there's no question they're very closely coordinated. I think it's clear and a given that the Israelis would have cleared this in advance with the Americans, not least as about 10 days ago there was an Israeli strike on what Israel said was fuel depots used by the IRGC near Tehran. That sent up a spectacular fireball into the skies of the Iranian capital. It spooked oil traders, the energy markets.
Yeah.
It appears there was a reproach from the Americans over that. So I think definitely just by that experience, the Israelis would have exercised extra caution in what appears to be a resumption or a turning to Iranian energy targets.
Very quick.
Well, I guess we'll see.
If you're trying to stay lean and jacked,
I mean, some of these things you won't really know right now.
Sagar and Crystal covered this yesterday. Obviously, one of the highest-ranking intelligence officials in the Trump.
Now, this is Breaking Points. The channel is Breaking Points. They released this 17 minutes ago. It's already got 15,000 views on YouTube alone. Not bad, huh?
Administration Joe Kent resigned with a letter. We're learning more and more. We're getting the postmortems, as Ryan mentioned earlier in the show, about what exactly went on behind the scenes as Joe Kent, who was in charge of counterterrorism work close to Tulsi Gabbard, he posts his resignation letter yesterday, delivers it to the president. Apparently, behind the scenes, J.D. Vance had told him on Monday to just think about it. Just think a little bit about this, because they had a conversation when Joe Kent said he was going to resign. Trump gets asked about this in the Oval Office yesterday. After the news breaks, this is C1.
Your director of national counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you talk?
well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it.
So in his resignation letter, Kent said he did not believe Iran posed an imminent threat. You may remember Tulsi Gabbard herself testified in Congress, what was that, last April, Ryan, before Midnight Hammer, that Iran was not building nuclear weapons. Tulsi Gabbard is actually set again to testify in front of Senate Intel today around 10 a.m., so we'll be getting more from that.
Well, we just watched that, but they just posted this 19 minutes ago. How much editing do they do?
But this is Tulsi Gabbard's statement. We'll put this up on the screen. Donald Trump was overwhelmingly elected by the American people to be our president and commander-in-chief. As our commander-in-chief, he is responsible for determining what is and is not an imminent threat and whether or not to take action he deems necessary to protect the safety and security of our troops, the American people, and our country. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence, provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islam, it's not hard to see Tulsi Gabbard is hardly embracing the claim herself that Iran posed an imminent threat. I saw Glenn slamming this as cowardly. I think Sagar did as well. You know, to be honest, I have a totally different take on this, which is basically that I think it's good there are remaining people in the Trump administration who, when these decisions are coming across the transom, they're skeptical. And I would imagine that both Tulsi Gabbard and J.D. Vance were privately skeptical. If it's the case that they were not skeptical, that's a problem. That's significant. If they were sniveling and saying, oh yes, this intelligence does appear to show an imminent threat, and that's what they were advising Donald Trump because they could tell that's what he wanted behind the scenes, that's terrible. I think it was a brave decision from Joe Kent too. So I don't know what's happening behind the scenes.
The problem with, on the Tulsi point though is there's no evidence that she has any influence in there. So
she's been apparently cut out of briefings.
Right. So if you're, and Kent probably was too, so if the argument for staying in is that you're going to sell your soul and like debase yourself, but internally you're going to be able to make the argument, that's one thing. But if you're also cut out of the process, like, you know, Sagar probably has more influence in there than Tulsi at this point.
Well, they would replace her with a total stooge at some point. So if I had to, do I think it's a profile encourage? Likely not. I'm not saying that, but I also am not clamoring for some ceremonial resignation, though I think what Joe Kent did in specifically citing his disagreement being over the question of an imminent threat was brave as well. So I'm not coming down.
And also Israel. I mean, although he's going to catch a lot of flack because when you question the government of Israel, you're a neo-Nazi anti-Semite, according to what Alan Dershowitz posted on X. But
hard on either side of it, but I also just don't think it's the worst thing in the world to still have somebody who may be, we have a chance that she's being skeptical behind the scenes. Whoever her replacement would be, I'm sure that's not true at all. Now,
but a second one, the last thing Tulsi has to do to me is that's the only power she has left is to make a principled resignation.
Yeah.
Because then you'd have two back to back, which would tell the public something more than just the one.
Yeah, and she's testifying in front of Congress today, which by the time this airs, what I said may age
Maybe
poorly.
She's saving it for there, and she's going to just go full worth and resign right there in front of Congress.
But what I just said may age very poorly in the next hour, because she's probably going to go to Congress today and agree that there was an imminent threat in some way.
Well, I don't think she really did that. I don't know what anybody else thinks about what we just watched Tulsi say, but I don't think she did that. I do think that she kept reiterating, it's not up to them to decide if it's an imminent threat worth going to war for. Although I think it really is. It's their job to gather the intelligence and present it to Trump, right? I get what she's saying. Ultimately, he has the power of war when there's an imminent threat, though. So, but I know she never said, yeah, I advised him that there's an imminent threat. And she never said no. I told him I didn't think there was one. She just kept saying, we gather all the intel and we provide it to Trump and, he makes the decision.
Or another, even though she didn't in her statement after Joe Kent. So
probably right.
Yeah, it may age poorly in just an hour.
Nobody's ever lost money.
The one who dies with the most toys.
On Tulsi to cave.
It's the reports yesterday were coming out of places like Fox News, where people were just citing anonymous administration officials. Did you see this happening all day? Anonymous administration officials were saying that Kent was, quote, a leaker, a known leaker.
They leaked that he was a leaker.
Incredible stuff. And it was getting passed on seriously by people who are otherwise skeptical of the media, but are generally supportive of Trump's war, being like, see, this is, Kent had to go, Kent had to go. And it's like, maybe apply a little bit of skepticism to anonymous leaks about someone else being a leaker. But that, yeah, I saw Fox News had that yesterday. Other news outlets had that yesterday. Just completely ridiculous stuff all around.
Ben Shapiro, not a fan of Joe Kent's resignation letter. Let's roll C3.
Joe Kent quit his job at the National Counterterrorism Center and issued a scathing letter designed to undermine President Trump. The letter is deeply, deeply conspiratorial. It states openly that, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Now, that is conspiracy trash. It's also kind of strange since President Trump has said that it's conspiracy trash. So apparently, Trump is so deeply, deeply enthralled to those strange, powerful American lobbies. We're not going to say it, that he apparently has been so bamboozled by them that he's still under the impression that he's his own man. But here's the thing. President Trump is his own man. He makes his own decisions. And as per our usual arrangement, Trump's critics are cowards who are simply unwilling to acknowledge that Trump is the one making the call. But Joe Kent continued, quote, early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pre-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. Again, the idea here seems to be that President Trump is a moron, misled into war by nefarious Israelis and unnamed influential members of the American media. Don't say it, don't say it. Again, apparently, President Trump has no agency and no thoughts. Kent's letter is replete with this conspiratorial idiocy, including, as we just saw, the idea that it was Israel that forced the original Iraq war, an idea totally and utterly unsupportable by any evidence, given the fact that the actual prime minister of Israel at the time, Ariel Sharon, opposed the Iraq war. This stuff is brain rot. Now listen, we should all be thankful for Joe Kent's long and honorable military service. We can also be glad that he's leaving, since his ideology is the same as that of Tucker Carlson, the guy who says that the war is disgusting and evil and who has been busy sexting with the mullahs. Tucker Carlson calls Kent a personal friend and, quote, the bravest man I know. Frankly, I think that it is a good thing that Kent is not in this position. We cannot have a director of counterterrorism who is somehow advocating preemptive surrender to the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism in the middle of a war.
In that letter, Kent also talked about his wife being killed, and let me read exactly from the letter, quote, in a war manufactured by Israel, and his wife was killed in an ISIS bombing in 2019 in Syria. So Kent really going all the way in. I would argue there's more evidence to say that Israel fueled the Syrian civil war than there is that they drove us to war in Iraq. We had our own motivations to go to war in Iraq, but there were plenty of other reasons that Syria descended into civil war that weren't Israel, though Israel certainly did, fuel it and benefit from it, and then annihilate the Syrian military after al-Shara took over, etc. But it is interesting that he's laying everything on Israel there. Like this is pretty hard. This is pretty maximalist take.
Yeah. Well, but then at the same time, to dismiss it as entirely conspiracy trash, it's in basically like the same level of CIA intentionally calling things conspiracy theories when you have the President of the United States, the Secretary of State, the Speaker of the House saying, we struck when we did because of Israel. That is just the plain fact. They said that. They have, of course, fleshed the point out by saying it was the precipitating factor of the when it happened. That was the reason for the exact time. And so, yes, there's nuance to it, but they literally said that. And so to claim that what Kent is building here in the argument is just conspiracy trash.
BrandSmart has the lowest prices year-round with unbeatable savings.
Completely ridiculous. Now, I've said before, like, I think we should put plenty of the blame on ourselves, because there are a whole lot of people here in the United States, whether because they support Israel or they have other reasons for wanting to take down Iran. They want to take down Iran. They've been wanting to do this for decades. We didn't just do this because of Israel, but it would be, the actual conspiracy theory would be to say that the actions of Israel had nothing to do with when we attacked.
Yeah, and I feel like what's a little bit of what's going on here, you tell me, on the right, is they're new to this kind of anti-war posture, and they're kind of feeling their way around it, and Israel is something that they can hold on to and feel stable in their criticism of the U.S. war efforts, and so it's just kind of simpler to say Israel made us do all of these things, rather than looking in Medusa's face and staring it down and saying, oh, no, like, yes, they're along for the ride, but they're a client. And the U.S. itself is quite capable of driving all of these, horrific adventures without Israel. Is Israel gladly along for the ride and instigating at times? No doubt about it. But to put all of the blame over there feels like a way to kind of wash ourselves of some of the responsibility.
Well, I think the anti-war left comes to its position from an a generally like anti-imperialist and often, especially the modern left, anti-American, anti-Western perspective, whereas the anti-war right comes at it from a pro-American perspective over and over again, and that's where the people like
it's gonna be hard as you learn more.
It's a different square to circle. Yeah. That's where the people like Ben Shapiro are used to dismissing everybody who's anti-war as anti-American. And so that's how, Tucker Carlson's constantly called an America hater.
Right.
Or Joe Kent, probably, even though he served his country, his wife died for this country, is going to be called an America hater too. People on the anti-war left in the 60s.
Well, considering that, again, considering they're criticizing Israel, which is a government, by the way, they're also going to be called Nazis, anti-Semites.
70s, who many people were veterans, got used to being called anti-American. In some cases, they would legitimately qualify as anti-American, but from the right, I think that's a good point, Ryan. It's coming at it from different angles, but to
so
just
they're like, I'm not anti-American, I'm anti-Israel.
You have a scapegoat.
Don't blame the king, blame his advisors. Don't blame Trump, blame his advisors.
You have a scapegoat, absolutely. And in some cases, is that genuinely not just a trope, but like actually anti-Semitic? Yeah, of course it is. I don't think it's anti-Semitic from Joe Kent, although he's been accused of that plenty of times. He had a big falling out with Nick Fuentes. I think they had a call about whether Fuentes would back him in that congressional race, and
he didn't.
No, and they've Kent is absolutely no fan of Fuentes and has spoken out against that sort of thing, but. He's pretty hardcore and like the dissident right, put it that way. So that's an interesting. I think that's probably true, Ryan. That
I've seen people pull up some of his old tweets, and he was very, very pro-Israel. So I'm not so sure that it's that. And that would just make it even weirder, though, if they're calling him an anti-Semite now, because he was pro-Israel. Oh, sorry. I was reading what you said in the chat. Scheduling the attack on Purim on our calendar and then not succeeding. Well, yeah. How tragic is that? If you go through all that planning and then you don't get the job done.
if you are if you're coming to this anti-war position from a pro-American perspective, you're looking for scapegoats.
And none of this is to excuse or say that Israel's advice here or Israel's role here is innocent. It's not to say that at all. It's to say that we might be elevating them beyond what they deserve. Not in this case, though.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think Trump deserves blame for going along with this, but Israel drove this war. Like this one, certainly compared to Iraq and Syria, you could say that I think they were a driving force of it.
Yeah. Yeah. But then you're getting into semantics, and that's the thing where it's like, this is where the conspiracy theory label is frustrating, because it's ultimately labeling a semantic debate a conspiracy theory. It's elevating something that is a question of like, is Joe Kent literally saying the only reason for this war, it didn't have anything to do with Donald Trump? He's not saying that. He's saying that Israel played a major role in pushing us into this war, and he's using what he would probably argue is persuasive language from his perspective to make the point. But it's not completely, like when you have the Secretary of State on tape saying what the Secretary of State said, it's not a conspiracy theory at that point to say that they were part of what drove the war. And so maybe what you want is for him to use more careful language. That's the criticism that Ryan just made, and it's entirely fair. But to go and call it a conspiracy theory, that's actually, I mean, again, that's the conspiracy theory.
Right, and it's tricky because he's right about this one. And so, and this is the one that we're in right now.
He's right about, right.
He's correct about this one.
Yeah.
Anyway, Cuba's electrical grid collapsing as Trump says that he's going to do whatever he wants with it. Stick around for that.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get...
Crazy work. Okay, so they're not the most entertaining bunch. What does it say? New angle of the moment. The building collapses.
Crispy, golden coconut shrimp goodness.
After 9 hours of commercials. New angle shows the moment the building collapses after Israeli airstrike in Beirut.
Dirty, untreated.
Nico, ورايا نيكو ورايا
يجيبوا بديل انه انا صاحب الجنود بنزل 70 89 انت وفيت يلا حبيبي يلا باي يلا ننزل يلا حبيبي باي ماشي انا بحكيك لا يبشروا له قد ايه بدك اقول له؟ قد ايه انت بدك؟ قد ما اكون عندي سيف خليك عندك سيف بتخليك ويل كول يو
Welcome back. New overnight, Israel hitting targets in Beirut, announcing it has killed Iran's intelligence minister in a precision strike. Fox is being told he was responsible for overseeing Iran's entire global terrorist apparatus, including sleeper cells. The U.S., meanwhile, using 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs overnight to take out Iranian missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM confirming and signaling more strikes are on the way, vowing to wipe out any threats to the United States and her allies. The president writing on Truth Social this morning, I wonder what would happen if we finished off what's left of the Iranian terror state and let the countries that use it, we don't, be responsible for the so-called Strait. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast. A Department of War official confirming the supplemental defense request will include funding to support multi-year missile production deals. Lawmakers confirming my reporting that the package could be upwards of $50 billion. Joining me now is Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy. Senator, it's great to have you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. How would you assess the war so far, and what is your reaction to the Defense Department needing to have a supplemental package of $50 billion plus at this point?
The goals were to destroy the Iranian ability to produce a nuclear weapon and their ability to deliver it. Clearly destroying missile sites is part of that. These missile sites were targeting boats, ships off the Straits of Hormuz, but still destroying missile sites in general is helping to achieve that goal. It appears that we're getting there. The enriched uranium is another issue. The $50 billion that's going to be brought to us, of course you want to look at it. You always want to make sure there's not something in there that shouldn't be. On the other hand, I think the Senate is going to support the president as he is in the middle of this. We've got to support our troops, and this will be understood as supporting our troops.
In terms of your role on the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, what do you want to see done in terms of loosening up the Strait of Hormuz to limit the spikes in oil and gas right now?
Clearly, this is more about how do we manage worldwide gasoline prices, oil prices, including in the United States. We can do things to expedite permitting in the United States. We can have a permitting reform bill which allows pipelines to be built more quickly. We should support our allies as they do the same. The oil coming out of Venezuela comes to Louisiana. I'm familiar with how our refineries are built to handle that. Let's get as much of that oil out of Venezuela as we can, but in the meantime, bump up our own production.
Well, it's a great point that you make, given the executive orders that President Trump has come out with in terms of the energy capacity in America. Are you expecting to codify those executive orders with regard to permitting beyond what's in the big, beautiful bill?
Yeah, so permitting is a big issue, and of course we need Democrats to support it. But I think they might, maybe. I mean, if President Trump says turn on the air conditioner on a hot summer day, they're going to say heck no. But maybe on permitting they will, and if we can get that done, then we can begin to unleash America's natural resources. By the way, Maria, that creates jobs, and not only does it put more oil and gas out there, more electrons out there, but it also creates jobs. So I'm hoping Democrats would support that.
Well, Senator, you've got a lot on your plate, including clearing a major procedural hurdle, voting to open debate on the Save America Act. This is a priority for President Trump, of course, and it's triggered days of a marathon debate showdown. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says he's pessimistic that the Democrats will do anything about it and add to the 60 votes needed to pass the voter legislation. Where do we stand, and do you believe this will ever reach the president's desk?
I don't know that. 73% of Democratic voters support it. About 80 or 70%, 83% of Americans in general support it. If Americans weigh in with those Democratic senators, ask them to vote for the common sense legislation that it just asks that you show an ID when you vote. I mean, you show an ID when you get on the airplane.
Right.
You show an ID when you buy a gun. That's a constitutional right. Why shouldn't you just have to show an ID when you vote?
So are
now,
you gonna,
if they weigh in with those Democratic
filibuster?
senators, we'll get them on board.
I'm sorry, pardon me, sir. Are you going to have a talking filibuster to get your colleagues on the record in terms of why they're not supporting this?
I don't know that. I've been for a talking filibuster since I was elected to the Senate, so I'm all for that. So whether or not my colleagues agree, I don't have a whip count. I can't tell you that yet.
Well, look, I don't know how you're going to get the Democrats to agree when they can't even agree to open the Department of Homeland Security, and we are in the middle of a war. The White House sending a letter outlining changes to the Department of Homeland Security to help reach a deal with Democrats and end this 33-day shutdown. It includes expanding ICE body camera use, increasing congressional oversight of DHS detention facilities. We will, of course, hear the Senate hold the confirmation hearing for Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin coming in, President Trump's choice to lead DHS. What are you expecting there? Will he get confirmed?
Yeah, I think Markwayne will get confirmed. Right now, we need leadership. You pointed out the Iranian cyber attackers are already coming at us. And so we need leadership in that department. And so I think Markwayne will get through, and Markwayne will do a good job.
I'm with Harris Faulkner this morning, and we've been talking about that so far. Harris, jump in here.
Well, thank you very much. Senator, good to see you this morning. Look, I want to go to something that happened last night. The GOP chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mike McCall, said U.S. boots on the ground in Iran would be a game change and would need congressional approval. Democrat Senator Fetterman has said recently U.S. boots on the ground in Iran would be a red line. Where are you on this issue?
Yeah, I think the president has been clear that he does not put it this way. The president does not want forever wars. He has said that very clearly. Boots on the ground suggest to the American people that it is the beginning of a war like we had in Iraq and Afghanistan. So I think the president has to come to the American people and make a real case if he wants to do something along those lines.
And to get that
Technically, you
uranium
say when
out,
there's
that's
boots
why
on-
they've said that they would put boots on the ground, because you want to be able to get to that uranium.
Yeah, so getting to that uranium may require like a lot of boots on the ground. And now you're starting to talk about a lot of casualties. I'm not sure the president has made the case convincingly to the American people. He needs to do that.
Senator, it's great to have you this morning. We so appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Bill Cassidy.
Taxes.
I was just looking to see if there was, I know that they were going to be in there now, or I was just looking to see if they were out of the closed door part of the hearing yet. They're not.
Are ripping Donald Trump to shreds like.
Yeah, well. Well, this is Tucker. This is Tucker. So, what does this say? JD wasn't expecting this. But I think I watched this Keith Edwards guy before, and he's not very, what's the word that I'm looking for? Objective. He's not very objective, in my opinion. I don't know. But I don't think I watched him but once or twice. What is this? Trump used a secret weapon on Iran. Bunkers crushed. Well, I think most of us knew from the 12-day war we had that capability. So how controversial is it to watch Tucker today? What does it say? This is their red line. Tucker doubles down.
Why do you think so many TV news anchors, the mainstream media, are so comfortable right now sort of repeating the government lines in real time without any sort of checks on it whatsoever? No one's really questioning how this war ends. What is the goal? What is the end game? The embedded sort of Pentagon media that is, now inside the Pentagon. I call it like access journalism, which just infuriates the hell out of me, because it's like the Fox Newses of the world, the MSNBCs, the NBCs, or whatever, that want to have interviews with high-profile members of the administration. And so the only way to really do that, of course, is to just kiss their ass and to not ask the tough questions, and so to have them on a regular basis in that capacity. But no one's really asking the tough questions about how this thing ends. What is the timetable for getting out of this? What does the off-ramp look like? There's, to me, total media malpractice. What do you see?
I mean, it's there, because you worked there for so long. It's a lot of things. One is just shallowness. These are people who know that their jobs are a lot less significant than viewers imagine they are. They're just reading some script. Right. And so it's kind of exciting to be talking about something big and historically important like a war, and you have no sense what that actually looks like. No one's ever actually seen a war. Those who have are a little less anxious to talk like that, but most of these people haven't. Some of them are not super geniuses. A lot of them are pretty nice, but they just don't know what they're talking about. The other factor is they know it's the red line. That's the red line. Like you could get on TV, there's so much like pretending that the red line is about race. And like, if I got on TV and said, actually, black people commit an awful lot of crimes, that I'd be fired. It's like, not really, actually. Not really. Nobody really cares. If you get on TV and say something like, why are we supporting Ukraine in a war against Putin? Like, why should we be enemies with Putin? Woo! Right. Like, the war stuff's not a joke. That's what they really, really care about. And I just know that from extensive experience. Then the question is, well, why is that the one thing they really care about? Why was Rupert Murdoch on the phone with Trump constantly for the past year begging him to start a war with Iran, which he was? And why are his media outlets, the New York Post, the Wall Street Journal, and then most obviously Fox News, relentlessly pushing for this? And I mean pushing in a monochromatic way. Like there was one person whose name I don't want to mention because I don't want to hurt this person, who asked one question like, really, is this really a good idea? And that person's never addressed the topic again. They're very serious about this question. And the question is like, why is that? Why is this your red line? Killing people in faraway countries.
I don't really know the answer. And I've spent a lot more time than most people pondering this. I know a lot of people involved, or most of them, and I still don't really get it. And I feel like there's a spiritual element to this. Like, killing other people makes you feel godlike. I do think that. I mean, watch Lindsey Graham, and you can tell it's like his psyche shattered by sodomy. He just like, he's desperate to get the power that fills you when you know you're taking human life. I really think that.
Yeah, it's the same. I just want to follow up with that, which is like Mark Levin. Like, if I were still working at Fox, and if I had gone on social media and said, "Hey, we need to kill the head of a foreign country," and I repeated it loudly in all capital letters on a regular basis, if I said, kill this person, kill that person, I have a feeling I would have received a phone call from the powers that be at Fox and said, "I'm sorry, either knock it off or you're fired." But for Mark Levin, who's on the payroll, it doesn't matter, and just amplified. I don't understand that.
Well, it's more than that too, because I mean, Mark Levin, whatever you think of him, is talentless and was never successful in television at all. And Hannity got him that job on the weekends. It never rated. It doesn't rate now. Nobody watched it just because he's not good at TV. And which is fine, but he's not. And everyone knows that. Professional TV people look at Mark Levin, they're like, "No, you're not getting a show, sorry." And yet he has, through partly force of will, but also other forces that I'm not sure I can identify, come to define the network. Like, I don't have a TV, as you said, but I'm fascinated by this question. He's apparently all over the channel all the time. That was not true when we worked there. You wouldn't put Mark Levin on your show. Why would you do that? Hannity did. Levin has some weird control over Hannity. I'd love to know more about that, but I don't. But he's on other people's shows. And I just think it's amazing. They're basically hurting their own business in order to promote this war. That's a pretty powerful statement.
Yeah. That is a great point. He is like a pawn shop. He's like a pawn shop salesman. Like, if you look at him, you'd think, "Oh, that guy runs a pawn shop." He doesn't have a TV show. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, and he's angry and unpleasant and unattractive, and he's not super articulate actually or interesting. It's like, I can think of a lot of, like, you work in TV, you know what a good host is. That guy's the opposite. He's just not good. Even if I agreed with him, I'd say that.
Yeah. But why don't we look at it from the other end, too? Because Fox News, for whatever reason, is going full force into this war. Last summer, we were watching when bombs were hitting Tel Aviv, and Harris Faulkner said, Iran is doing this because they want to eradicate all Jews from the planet. And I was like, what a stupid thing to say. No context that Israel had fired first. That's their line. It's completely ignorant. But the radical left is aligned with this war, too. And I just really wonder how this happens. Now, I read Rachel Maddow's first book, Drift, and it is a condemnation of forever wars and a reminder of the human cost. Now, fast forward 10 years later, and
who would buy a book by Rachel Maddow? Really?
And she publishes
We are gardeners.
Even scarier, I'm now learning Rachel Maddow has 2 books, at least. That's nuts.
is a condemnation of the anti-war movement during World War II, and she lumps in mothers like me who don't want their kids drafted with Nazis. How does that happen? I know you knew her at one time. I just really don't understand how 10 years goes by and you are warning about the dangers of endless war, and then all of a sudden you're warning about the dangers of anti-war movements. What do you think happens to someone when they gain power in the media that would switch your brain so drastically?
Tribalism. That's what did it. And that's the point of whipping up tribalism, because it short circuits people's brains. I watched this with Naomi Wolf, who I love, who's like a great person, and I agree with her on everything, except this. And all of a sudden she's calling me an anti-Semite and texting me, "Why are you an anti-Semite?" And I'm like, I actually hate anti-Semitism, so I'm not an anti-Semite. Yes, you are. And it's because people get terrified that their group is going to be hurt. And, I get it. I'm not even judging it, but I'm saying this is the fruit of a long-term strategy to make people feel insecure and afraid on the basis of group identity, because they're much easier to control when they're terrified. And I saw this exact same thing when I covered black politics 30 years ago, covered Al Sharpton, who I really liked, actually, funny guy, but totally unqualified for anything. He's a criminal. And he would travel around with Al Sharpton, and no one in poor black neighborhoods, a lot of them were like, this guy's a total fraud. But they would never say that to like a white person, because the feeling was he's a fraud, but we're under attack. Therefore, we have to stick together and not criticize a guy who calls himself our leader. By the way, you see this a little bit with whites, rural whites and Trump, just being honest. I mean, I actually technically am a rural white. I'm white. I live in a rural area. I campaigned for Trump, voted for him. But we just have to be honest that tribalism, which is to say the stoking of primordial fears that my group is going to get killed by that group, makes us much more obedient to our leaders and much more likely to stick together on the basis of tribal identification, and much less interested in like reasoned argument or appeals to the common good. It's just a fact. And I think you're seeing that in part now. And I think I do.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the reasons they're telling you that we're on the verge of pogroms.
Where do you think this goes politically? Like, what does the country look like? We've got midterms this fall. 2 years from then, we have a presidential election. Clearly, there's going to be a realignment. The neocons have intentionally blown up the Trump coalition. They hated it from day one because it was, quote, America first, which obviously precludes putting Israel first. So they wanted to destroy the coalition. They have. Where do things land, given those facts?
You're already seeing this major transformation actually well on its way, if not coming soon to its conclusion in the Democratic Party, where it's becoming almost untenable for candidates in the Democratic Party, including incumbents, to run, especially in primaries, if they're too supportive of Israel, if they accept AIPAC money. This transformation is close to complete. That is not going to be reversed. And what made the Israel lobby so powerful for so long was that it was more than anything else bipartisan, unfailingly bipartisan. It wasn't one party or the other. Netanyahu kind of destroyed that, but there was still a lot of pro-Israel support in the Democratic Party. That's gone. And I think if I were Israel and I were, Israel firster in the United States, primarily concerned with the standing of that country in the United States, the thing that would alarm me the most is that this is now happening on the right. I can't imagine a 2028 primary campaign in the Republican Party that does not prominently feature this question. And I also can't imagine that there's not going to be somebody like a major candidate who's not purposely occupying that lane of saying, we were told that we weren't going to have any more foreign wars or foreign attachments. One of the major problems is Israel. We don't hate Israel. We don't have anything against it. We just need to stop being responsible for funding it and fighting wars for it. And I think that's going to have a lot of appeal. So it's always going to take the DC establishment very long. I don't know if Susan Collins is like walking around. She promised she was going to only serve 2 terms. I think she's seeking her 7th. And somebody went up to her and said, what about all these dead people in Gaza that you paid for? And she kind of just stumbled into her car, very dazed because of her age. And she just uttered this cliche, I'm pro-Israel. And so you have this older establishment generation that's never going to change. It's programmed in their brain. But you see the trend so clearly, not just in the Democratic Party, but in the Republican Party, where this issue is transforming and not slowly, but rapidly.
Well, this is why the neocons so hated Charlie Kirk, because he saw this happening. And I remember you and I did an interview at my house this summer, and you explained a lot of your views on this topic, on Israel, and were immediately, they leaked a tape to try to embarrass you. And one of the very first people to defend you in a heartfelt way was Charlie Kirk. And I was actually made me emotional watching it, because it was.
IntelliMix room kits from Shure. Let's get your whole team together.
I've looked back at some of the Charlie Kirk clips from last year with Iran, and we all know what he'd have been saying if he was here and able to speak on the situation. I mean, I don't care what Netanyahu wants to tell you. I think Charlie Kirk would have supported, of course, he supports Israel's right to exist, but he was very America first in the fact that I don't think he wanted them so entangled in our politics either. And he had just kind of caught on to how bad it really was, I think.
And it was so not what you expect, and he did it at actual personal. It was so not what you expect, and he did it at actual personal cost to do this. But he really meant it because he could see that you and he, while you have differences, were basically seeing the same picture of the future of America, which is like, let's help the country. And they hated that. I never forget that as long as I live.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie and I have had a lot. Charlie was a super interesting,
yes,
independent, subtle thinker. And I know everybody on the left, if you say anything good about Charlie Kirk, they're immediately going to get enraged. I don't really care at all. I think we are missing, like, not just emotionally, but very substantively and in a very compelling way, the presence of Charlie Kirk when it comes to this war and related issues. And, I mean, he was very supportive of the Snowden reporting and free speech. We had a lot of that in common, but also this question, and I talked to him as he was evolving. And, one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen, Tucker, was, for a long time, Charlie Kirk was very pro-Israel. And he obviously started questioning that in all sorts of ways, to the point that he was refusing to deplatform you, even if it meant the loss of donors that in the millions of dollars who didn't want anybody questioning Israel or criticizing Israel on the stage. And he went out in interviews, including on his own show, and a big one with Megyn Kelly, where they both said, what is going on here? Like, we need to start questioning this, but they try and make it so that you can't, because you'll have your reputation destroyed, because they will call you anti-Semites. And one of the things Megyn said that I really think was observant and perceptive was that Charlie represented younger conservatives, 18 to 32 or whatever the age group was. And overwhelmingly, they are turned against Israel. And he couldn't just be this hardcore fanatical pro-Israel champion. He had to acknowledge that the debate was opening and had to open that debate. And when he did, he himself started not abandoning Israel, not becoming anti-Israel at all, right, but clearly being skeptical of U.S. support for it. And I will never forget that within seconds or minutes after he died, Benjamin Netanyahu was all over American media for, that day, for hours, and then for days after, on every network he could find, talking about how Charlie was the most stalwart, devoted Israel loyalist that the United States has ever produced. And that was a very strange development, but it was also a very propagandistic one to try and prevent people from remembering that even Charlie Kirk was having serious second thoughts about the whole Israel issue.
Well, he defended you. Really, at a moment where he did not need to say a word about that. You're traditionally a very famous man of the left. So it's not like he was not pandering to his own audience. Obviously, he was enraging his donors. They were already enraged with him. But there was just no reason for him to do that other than heartfelt conviction.
Principle. Yeah.
And I felt that was one of the bravest things I have ever seen in American politics. It was basically ignored. But I just want to say that out loud, because that revealed who he was. Like, in a moment, you could just stay silent and just not say anything. He stopped and said, I just want to say, Glenn Greenwald, while we disagree on some things, we have different orientations, he is a good man. And this is a political hit on him. And that was about Israel. I mean, I think that's why that hit happened, is because of Israel. But whatever the cause, he did that. And that tells you everything about what he was thinking at the time and why he was so hated by the neocons. And to see them get up and be like, oh, here's my best friend. Okay. Not true.
Yeah. This topic for so long, Tucker, has relied on a climate of intimidation and bullying and coercion. And it's not just that you get criticized. I can show you hundreds of cases of people being fired before October 7th in the United States for stepping out of line in Israel, or losing funding, or all sorts of other ramifications. And most people, if they're being, I guess, self-interested or pragmatic, may be well advised to avoid it, because they just figure, oh, I have a lot of other issues and problems, I don't need this one. And the fact that Charlie not only was doing it with Israel before that happened with me, but on the day that it happened, stood up and so emphatically defended me and implied some of the problems or the causes that probably led to it. I remember seeing that, and I was really moved as well.
Oh, it made me emotional. I'm not even connected to it.
Yeah.
Just was friends with both of you. So most home security systems are built like the cable internet. They're tied to one.
Okay, well, what a clip that was. I was just looking. I still don't see any interviews. I expected to see a lot of interviews after the hearing. Oh, not her again. Okay, let's see here. I might actually have to search again. This is from Secretary Marco Rubio. What does this say? The United States congratulates Argentina as it begins its presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. At a time of rising Holocaust distortion and denial, IHRA's leadership is vital. We commend President Mali's commitment to sharing truth and honoring survivors. So, in the midst of everything going on in the world with the wars, Secretary of State Marco Rubio wanted to take time out today to congratulate Argentina on forming an International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Well, Faith Merrill. This is why I always proudly support Nick Fuentes. I constantly get asked, why would I support someone who hates women or is evil? I show them clips like this, where he's genuinely so kind. Nick is so incredibly smart and kind, and I will never disavow him. Love you. Well, I can't say I would never disavow anybody, but
God, filthy, disgusting things are being.
Minerals mixed race aborted fetus grow percent $20. Remember when you defended Orville?
Why? Can we seriously leave Faith Merrill alone? Don't make me simp. I'm not trying to simp, but she is a nice girl. She's a fan of the show. It's not really funny. Okay? It's one thing saying like women in general are idiots or whatever, even if you want to talk about some woman that's actually some degenerate. But, I mean, who would want to be a part of this? You're like a young girl. You're just trying to be a part of politics or whatever, and filthy, disgusting things are being said about you constantly. So now you're making me be that guy. I don't want to be that guy, but you're making me be that guy.
Tel Aviv defense and minerals mixed race aborted fetus grow percent $20. Remember when you defended?
well, that was just silliness. What? What is this? We all need to come together to defeat the system which hates us all. Oh, this ought to be good.
Right, look.
Wait, what is this? Is he a dinosaur? Is he the Statue of Liberty? What is this hoodie? Oh, here we go.
Bro, I'm gonna keep it real. We must bring together niggas and rednecks across this country so that we can transform it. Niggas in the hood and niggas in trailer parks live the same exact life. All niggas is poor. White niggas, Mexican niggas, Asian niggas. Niggas is fucking poor. Niggas is fucking struggling. They do not want niggas who's struggling to come together. It's simple as that. You have to do what they don't want. I mean, are we revolutionaries or are we following rules? The hood got gangs, rural America got biker crews and shit. Different cultures, same material conditions. Niggas in the hood and hillbillies must understand that they are fighting the same enemy. Corporations, landlords, politicians, the goddamn police. Once niggas realize this, America will literally change overnight. Niggas spend a long time fucking around and then all of a sudden niggas find out. We must connect the hood and the farm. Rural America produces our food. Hella land. They produce raw resources shit niggas need. And the hood is where the population center is and the labor. The hood is where the shit is getting used, where the shit is getting turned into shit, and where the shit is getting bought and consumed. These communities build direct connection with each other.
Wait a minute. Now, if I would have said the hood, look, we got to bring the fields and the people together, and the hood is where the labor is for the fields. Now, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that I can't say what he said.
Other, instead of being divided by race, instead of letting multi-conglomerate corporations do it for us, we could create our own supply chain, could create our own logistics, our own power. The system survives by isolating us. Talking about real deal, real life niggas from the hood gotta go to the farms and meet people. Niggas from the farms gotta go to the hood and meet people. We need to know each other. They want us to be scared of each other. Every American just...
Wait, but I thought we fought to segregate people from each other. What are we doing? Or wait, to desegregate. I don't know what he wants. He wants us to take the hood to the fields.
wants a better life. Our beliefs are all fucked up because the system is all fucked up and it wants you to be all fucked up. We have to first give each other grace for being fucked up, and then we have to unfuck ourselves. Now, it is the job of the revolutionary to help guide and strategize this unfuckery. This means we must create connections between separate communities. This means we must come into communities and organize them. This means we must help people identify their real, true enemy. We cannot be in our fucking books all day. We have to go outside and we have to fucking talk to people. This can literally look like finding a farm, making a connection there, and then saying, you know what, I will have niggas from the hood come here and help you out on the farm, and then
Wait a minute. No, I'm not even gonna.
people who are on the farm, you can go to the hood, you can connect to a store, and then you can sell your shit. Simple as that. Niggas from the hood coming to the farm, learning, training, learning how to shoot guns, learning how to defend themselves, learning how to defend their community.
Now wait, he said farm. Now he's talking about learning how to shoot guns.
Niggas from the farm coming to the hood and experiencing the hood, connecting to the hood.
Wait, I don't know many farmers that are gonna be down with going to the hood and experiencing the hood. Now, some farmers might be willing to let you come from the hood to work on the farm, but I don't think they're going to want to give you a gun. I don't think they're going to want to hang out in the hood. But I get the premise. His heart's in the right place, I think.
And understanding the hood. Every division between us is fucking fake. We have to overcome these.
Yeah, I think his heart's in the right place. That's what matters, right? Now, let's see. Oh, is that Laura Loomer? Is that real?
Or February or May of 2025. So the timeline goes like this. In February of 2020 or February or May of 2025, Laura Loomer writes this article: Obama holdover Nathaniel Swanson must be removed from the State Department's Iran negotiating team. Obama holdover Nathan Swanson still shapes Iran policy. Trump must remove him to protect America first foreign policy. As President Trump prepares to steer America's foreign policy into a bold new era, a troubling relic of the Obama administration lingers in the State Department. Nathaniel Nate Swanson, this unelected bureaucrat entrenched at the State Department since the 2010s, played a key role in shaping Obama's Iran policy. Policy President Trump has rightfully criticized as weak and dangerous. So Laura Loomer writes an article about Nate Swanson saying he's an Obama holdover, he's not trustworthy, he's got to be gotten rid of. The Trump administration obeys her, listens to her, takes those orders and directions, fires Nate Swanson, fires the one guy that was telling them about the retaliation Iran would mount. Laura Loomer got the one guy fired that could have prevented this quagmire by providing accurate information about the scale and strategy with which Iran would respond to an attack. It's like Laura Loomer is responsible for this war in Iran, is what I'm saying.
Single-handedly? Okay.
Question and answer that happened with Peter Doocy yesterday. Doocy said, quote, you said they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. You were shocked. We were shocked. Are you surprised that nobody briefed you ahead of time that that might be their retaliation? Trump said nobody. No. The greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit. Nobody did. Absolutely nobody. Here's the problem, though. 4 days before the...
Well, as we know, anybody that's been watching the stream on any of these platforms with me for the last little bit, we just finished up a little while ago watching the testimony from these experts that Peter was probably asking Trump about in the Oval Office the other day. When was that? Anyway, Tulsi and Cash Patel, and they were asked over and over, and they said over and over, all of them. And what's his name? Ratcliffe. They all said the same thing, didn't they? Over and over that, or I know Tulsi kept reiterating it even, that it's been known, it's always been known that there was a threat that they would shut down the strait. If you did anything to Iran, Iran's threatened.
by which Iran will absolutely retaliate and escalate and shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this was written for Foreign Affairs, published 4 days before the Iran war started. Nate Swanson was previously a member of the Iranian negotiating team for America, and he was actually in the State Department providing briefings to the president about potential war with Iran. So you have a guy, Nate Swanson. He's in the State Department, in the Iran negotiation team. 4 days before the attack, he publishes a story detailing exactly how Iran will escalate, will shut down the Strait of Hormuz, that it was no question about it. So why wasn't his advice listened to? Because he was kicked out of the State Department. He was fired from the State Department. Why? Because he was Loomered. Because Laura Loomer got him fired. So the timeline goes like this. In February of 2020, or February or May of 2025, Laura Loomer writes this article: Obama holdover Nathaniel Swanson must be removed from the State Department's Iran negotiating team. Obama holdover Nathan Swanson still shapes Iran policy. Trump must remove him to protect America First foreign policy. As President Trump prepares to steer America's foreign policy into a bold new era, a troubling relic of the Obama administration lingers in the State Department. Nathaniel Nate Swanson, this unelected bureaucrat, entrenched at the State Department since the 2010s, played a key role in shaping Obama's Iran policy. Policy President Trump has rightfully criticized as weak and dangerous. So Laura Loomer writes an article about Nate Swanson saying he's an Obama holdover, he's not trustworthy, he's got to be gotten rid of. The Trump administration obeys her, listens to her, takes those orders and directions, fires Nate Swanson, fires the one guy that was telling them about the retaliation Iran would mount. Laura Loomer got the one guy fired that could have prevented this quagmire by providing accurate information about the scale and strategy with which Iran would respond to an attack. It's like Laura Loomer is responsible for this war in Iran, is what I'm saying. And the reason she wrote the article getting rid of Nate Swanson is because he was providing accurate information.
Well, you know, Rex, you might be right that nobody bothered to tell Trump, but even if that was true, don't you think that he would ask somebody, even if they weren't telling him, you know, because I keep wanting to think, like, maybe they really are keeping him in this, like, vacuum, right? He's in this information bubble where he's being fed, like, Mark Levin and Laura Loomer, Fox News, you know, Sean Hannity. He's only listening to people like that and people like Lindsey Graham. But then, wouldn't you ask? Wouldn't you say, like, hey, where's that Tulsi chick? Where's that Tulsi chick that seemed pretty well informed that I was bragging on? I don't know. You would think. You would think you would ask, that's all. And yeah, I don't know where Alex is. Maybe Alex Jones will pop up on here in a minute. But I had to click on it because I saw Laura Loomer's face there. I think that was her real face. That might have been AI. Anyway, I just had to see. It says Laura Loomer's responsible for the war. It's kind of believable.
Because she knew, or they knew, everybody knew that Iran would fight back and attack. And you had to get rid of the people that would actually tell Trump that, tell him the truth, and prevent him from making, ill-advised choices when it comes to Iran. You get rid of that guy. You provide Trump with inaccurate information. He makes choices on the basis of that inaccurate information. And now, 2 weeks after the war started, it was supposed to be 48 hours. It's still going on with no signs of stopping. It looks like we're staging troops to go in. We're bombing Karg Island. We're destroying all of the oil infrastructure in the region. And Trump looks around and says, where were my experts who could have told me Iran would have responded like this? Well, Trump, you had them. You had at least one. His name was Nathaniel Swanson. He told you exactly what would happen 4 days before you launched the attack. Only you fired him because Laura Loomer wanted you to. So that's where we're at. And just to finish off, I think this whole thing can be summed up in this headline from Washington Post. Israel urges Iranians to revolt, but privately assesses they'll be slaughtered. Israeli officials told U.S. counterparts they hope for an uprising, even though it would lead to a massacre, according to a State Department cable review by the Post. See, you could sort of transpose this by saying Israel urges Americans, and instead of revolt, to go to war with Iran, but privately assess they'll be slaughtered. Yeah, you should totally go to war. I mean, these people are totally going to get slaughtered. What type of people do this?
Look at how she's looking at him. Why is she all pressed up against him like that? What is this Monica Lewinsky looking situation? Is that even Trump on the right? When was that? What does that look? I don't know if I've ever seen that stupid look on his face. It's weird. Where are they? When was that? That's weird. It does. Looks like a cardboard cutout or something. It's weird. And then the one on the left is just, I don't know. I guess it's the same day. Looks like, ugh. She's looking at him in such a. I can't tell if he's looking at her, but the way she's all pressed up on him. What you mean you got him on speed dial to have people fired? Questions. I have questions. Okay. Enough of that. What is this? I was one of the biggest advocates for MAGA. We all know where this is going. I've seen a lot of these lately. I traveled more last year than all of my life combined, going around to various events promoting Trump, but I have to say I'm disappointed. With that, I scrutinized Trump and the admin heavily. I didn't leave MAGA. I'm just not down for believing in a 5G chess conspiracy or that everything he does is right, which makes people think that I left MAGA. Yeah, well, that's a lot of people right now. And hey, leave what Trump says is MAGA. That's up for debate, right? Up for interpretation.
Your
right
job
now.
depends on reliable tools.
Holy. Yeah, that's up for interpretation. I still don't see any clips coming out. I mean, where are all the clips interviewing like Tulsi and Kash Patel? Oh, no. Tucker, we're being set up. Well, I hope not.
kind of dealing with the fog of war, trying to figure it out themselves, have said that they don't think prices will come back down to the 60s anytime soon. Do you? Is that in your forecast?
Oh, you know, if you look at futures markets, they've got them going down into the 60s again by the fall, and I think that's relatively
I think 75 was what the WTI was for the December contract yesterday.
If it were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about, you know, if that continued, what we would have to do about that. But that's like really the last of our concerns right now.
Last of our concerns right now, consumer pain, not a big deal. We can manage. That was the director of National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett. And you'll be shocked to find that this loathsome clown cares very little about American consumers, and even insists that the economy isn't on fire now that we've been dragged into a war on behalf of Israel. Cenk, your 2 cents? You went to business school. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that when 20% of the world's oil is blocked, that oil prices are going to go up. You don't have to go to Wharton to know about supply and demand. And Hassett knows that too, but he accidentally told the truth. We don't really care about Americans.
That's right. That's right.
And Anna, what were the 2 major things that Trump ran on? Getting control of inflation.
Right.
And
affordability.
Yep. And being anti-war. How's that working out for us?
Not so great, not so great. Now, here's more cope from a very wealthy Kevin Hassett.
When you math out the possibilities within your own group about the economy and this impact here, and you say it's going to end sometime soon, what does that look like? Do you say 10 days is one version, 30 days is another, 60 days is another, or are you on a different timeline completely?
What the president has said, which is that it's a 4 to 6 week program, and we're ahead of schedule, and we're in the 3rd week. And so then you could say, call that a base case. The U.S. economy is fundamentally sound, and that if it were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about, you know, if that continued, what we would have to do about that. But that's like really the last of our concerns right now, because we're very confident that this thing is going ahead of schedule.
What does that mean, ahead of schedule? Like, what does that mean? Honestly.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump, when asked, how do we know when the war is over? He said, I'll know it in my bones.
Okay, yeah. This is
what standard is that? What goal is that? So wait. Do we need to do regime change? Do we need to knock out every ballistic missile? Well, it's a mystery. It's Donald Trump's bones will decide it. So don't worry, we're right on schedule. Schedule for what?
I've heard those bones have spurs.
Yeah, you got to watch out for those spurs. Could be on either foot. Okay, I know. God knows you don't want to go to war.
We live in hell. We live in hell. We live in hell.
So real quick, look, Baghdad Bob was this hilarious spokesperson for the Iraqi government after we launched the war. And he would say, we are slaughtering the Americans. The Americans are not here. And there'd be an American tank behind him in the video, okay? And he would say, oh, the Americans, they're not dropping bombs. Those are pencils. He'd just make up like hilarious lies. And that's what Hassett sounds like here. Oh no, the economy's doing great. Oil prices, what do you mean oil prices are great? It's gone up 25% since the war started.
More
right?
than that.
So, oh no, the economy crashing will eventually help the economy grow. No, it won't. It just means it's crashing. This is Baghdad Bob on steroids.
Absolutely. Now, before we get to what's actually happening with the oil markets, I do want to help you guys understand why Kevin Hassett is not really all that concerned. It goes beyond providing cover for a failing administration. He also happens to live in a completely different world from the vast majority of Americans. So when he hears that there's going to be some consumer pain, he doesn't really understand what it's like to be an ordinary American worker who's struggling economically because we got dragged into a war we shouldn't be involved in. So with that in mind, let's take a look at this. I looked at his public disclosures, something you have to do if you're working for the administration. ProPublica makes it easy to find these disclosures, so I got this information from ProPublica. Now, his reported assets are anywhere between $6.1 million and $25 million. And the reason why there's such a disparity there is because when they do their disclosures, they can give you like a ballpark amount that they've invested in certain companies and stocks and things like that. But he was also earning some pretty nice money in the form of salaries and speaking fees up until he joined the Trump administration, the second term, of course, including a nearly $200,000 salary at Affinity Partners, in addition to a $234,000 salary from the Milken Foundation. Then you also have a $275,000, by the way, this was money he was earning simultaneously, $275,000 salary from Stanford University, $80,000 from the National Review Institute, $100,000 speaking fee from Citibank. Those are just a few examples. But when it comes to the reality of our economic situation right now, if you're an ordinary American, you're already feeling it. But let me give you the exact details. So the price of Brent crude, the global benchmark for oil, rose about 2% to around $102 a barrel on Tuesday. In just one day, it rose 2%. On Monday, it settled at just over $100 a barrel after retreating. Prior to the war, it was $70 a barrel. Gasoline prices increased to $3.79 a gallon, which sounds like a bargain here in California, but we're talking about the national average, right? But that does mark the highest price since October of 2023, and that's according to AAA. The overnight increase, about 7 cents a gallon on average, means the cost for drivers has increased 27% since the start of the US-Israeli war with Iran. And if you need diesel, you're in bad shape, because diesel prices, which have increased even more quickly than regular gas, climbed to $5.04 a gallon on Tuesday, AAA said, up 34% since the start of the war. So again, the price of, oil per barrel was $70 prior to the war kicking off, and now we're at $102 per barrel. Explain to me how the economy is going great and it's not really affecting, the war's not really affecting us.
So I'm going to go a little further than you, Anna, because some of those organizations that he works for, not all of them, but some of them, will give him even more money for starting a war with Israel. So everyone who was participated in destroying the American economy, but helping Israel to start a war, is going to get greatly rewarded afterwards. Don't forget, Noble Mobile saving you a ton of money. So a lot of people are signing up now and beginning to realize, what the hell, why am I paying so much to doing projection? He's like, what do you mean? That's why he's always smiling on TV. He's like, what do you mean? After I leave here, I'm gonna be so rich, even richer than I already am. The economy's great for me. Oh my God, the Israel First crowd has a lot of money, and now I'm gonna get a lot of that myself. Oh, you guys are suffering because your bills are up 25%? Who cares? You're just Americans. You're not even Israelis.
Actually, Cenk, the way that you described it right now, it seems extreme, right? Like no one's actually saying it that bluntly, except for one general on Fox Business. Why don't we take a look?
So tasty, it could give Medusa a good hair day.
Now, surely not. Surely they're over-exaggerating or taking it out of context.
We cannot accept several weeks of oil prices maybe being higher than what they should be to take Iran off the map as a predator in the Middle East for decades to come. Is that what we're really saying? That we're so preoccupied?
But I thought we did that when we did the 12-day war.
With that we're not willing to make that kind of a sacrifice here? I think not. I mean, I think we got to open our eyes, get a little clear-eyed about what is really happening here. And if we fall prey to walking away on this prematurely over oil prices.
Discount pagers? No, thank you. No, thank you on the pagers, please.
We've just given Iran a win. They certainly want that.
Well, that's a great point.
They gave, and this is for real, you could look, they gave Trump a golden pager. There's no way I'd have taken it, but well, is it real gold? No, see, no.
So that was General Jack Keane, and as we were playing that video, our stage manager kept saying yes. meaning we're not willing to accept the higher oil prices just to go to war with Iran. And I happen to agree with that perspective.
So he's saying, look, this war, the Israelis wanted it.
Yeah.
And if it causes pain for Americans, you're not Israelis.
Isn't it worth it?
I mean, it's worth it for Israel and for all the people paying me. And if you don't know, Jack Keane, of course, almost all the retired generals, including him, we covered him in a different episode, take money from defense contractors. So I don't know if Israel's his like thing. He's mainly getting paid by the defense contractors, and so they literally make a killing when these wars start. They make billions upon billions of dollars, and they grease corrupt ex-generals like General Keane, who's very happy to drive American soldiers into war and have them die so that he can make more money as a defense contractor. Now, does Fox News tell you that he's a defense contractor? Does NBC or ABC or CNN tell you when they bring on defense contractors who are retired generals? They literally never tell you. They never tell their audience, this guy's profiting from the deaths of American soldiers. That's why he's saying, what's the big deal about your stupid gas prices? Besides, we're all millionaires, so gas prices don't affect us at all.
The final thing I'll say is, aside from how devastating this has already been for the economy, and it's only going to get worse the longer this war goes on, you have to also consider the fact that our government right now is looking to pass legislation to provide supplemental funding for the war against Iran to the tune of $100 billion. Now, there is still this.
The supplemental funding, though, is not like a stimulus, right, for our super high gas prices, or the fact that everything that has to be transported, which is like everything, is going to go up. I mean, I think they mean that's for the military.
Pesky little legislative filibuster in the Senate, which would require 60 votes in order to pass it. So Republicans are thinking about passing it through reconciliation, where it would pass through simple majority. It's just that they would have to cut funding, $100 billion in funding from our budget in other areas, meaning you, my fellow taxpayers, will experience cuts in programs that benefit Americans in order to ship $100 billion over to the Middle East to fight Israel's war with Iran.
And who's that going to help? It's going to help Israel and the defense contractors that General Keane works for. Oh, look at that. And it's going to help all the politicians who get bribed through campaign contributions from Israel. Wow, look at that. Everyone in Washington is going to get very wealthy off this war, and the rest of us are forced to pay for it because none of our representatives represent us, and the national media is in league with the bad guys and lies to you on a regular basis to sheep herd you into wars we don't need because they're all going to get rich off of it.
Well, I mean, that sounds about right. I just can't believe I'm not seeing any. What is this? Personally, I wouldn't want to be on the same side as this guy. It's Alan Dershowitz.
Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get out of jail free.
Oh, he's talking about Jeffrey Epstein. He was Jeffrey Epstein's attorney, right?
Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get out of jail free card. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all.
Hang on a second. You mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a pedophile?
That's right. Telling me that he worked for the Mossad.
Isn't it crazy? And it's crazy, just said it out loud. What is this? Break-in. In a stunning moment, CNN was just forced to report that What? I don't even want to read it. That Donald Trump has 100% MAGA approval. What are they calling MAGA in this poll? I'm curious. 100% wow. The kicker, the share of voters who call themselves MAGA is the same as when he won in 2024. You don't have to be a genius to know you can't go higher than 100%, is the quote. Oh, we'll listen to it. But Oh.
And this is one of those, because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump.
Wait a minute. Didn't they just sell CNN? Didn't they just sell CNN to like some big Zionist pro-Israel, the Ellisons or somebody? Is that what's happening here? Because I almost I almost wondered, like, wait, I mean, CNN's not usually exactly pro-Trump, but this might explain it.
And this is one of those, because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%, 100%. If you are a member of MAGA and the GOP, you approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know you can't go higher than 100%. He is the 1972 Miami Dolphins. Now, there are some Republicans who disapprove of Donald John Trump, but they are not members of the Make America Great Again movement. The bottom line is this: if you are a member of MAGA, you approve of Donald Trump.
It's interesting, though, because there have been a couple.
Oh, hold on. If you approve of the war, then you're MAGA. What kind of? Oh yeah, take me away from here, right away, right away. What is this? I'm canceling my premium subscription due to the censorship and constant shadow banning of my posts. Well, this criminal claimed in a September 2025 video that he would control Elon, and now we have censorship on X. Well, I just thought I mean, you always have some bit, but yeah, it has gotten a little worse lately. I didn't know if they were just being more careful. Not so much to control that Elon's trying to control the narrative as it is, we're in the middle of like a war. But let's see, what is he saying here?
What's the other one that's most important? X. X. Exactly. Very good. And, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot. And I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now. We have one. What's the other one that's most important?
Well, yeah, but I will say this, it's true. Like right now I've got a shadow ban. I mean, if I showed you my analytics, I asked Grok the other day, it does. It kills your posts like 80% or something. This isn't right. Right here, impressions. What does that say? Down 62%, engagement 68%. I mean, because nobody can see what you're posting. So, what does it say? We want MAGA anymore because the Zionist mask fell off? Yeah, something like that. Sounds about right. I mean, that doesn't mean people are going to be conservative, but wouldn't they keep telling you, well, you're not MAGA if you don't want to, blow up schools full of kids because Israel gave America bad intel, supposedly. Whatever the case, I'm just tired of hearing it. And then when Trump says, if you don't support Mark Levin, you're not MAGA. Okay. So what does this say? If you're a big fan of Tucker Carlson, let me know so I can follow you. Who is this? What are we talking about? Okay. Today, they're denouncing Joe Kent. Last week it was Tucker. The week before it was Candace. Before that it was Margie Taylor Greene. Before that it was Massey. The Israel First crowd will have you denouncing your own mother by next week. Well, seems to be that way. What is this? If there is a draft, oh no.
I'm telling you right now, if there's a draft, I will refuse to fight. I'm not dying for this country. I'm not dying to pay 40% taxes to a bunch of pedophiles, people that eat children, disgusting fucks that think they run the world. I won't do it. Throw me in fucking jail, label me a felon. I don't give a shit if it's a fucking felony to say that I'm not going to fight in this war. There's going to be a boots on the ground invasion in Iran, and there will likely be a draft. But the draft will not be successful if we all say no. So either I stick my neck out and die, or we all stick our necks out together and we're fine. I guess we'll see what happens. Call me a felon, ban my account, fuck off. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, I was seeing people post all kinds of things about how to avoid a draft. You know, getting crazy. Swastika tattoos could keep you from being able to enlist, which would also mean it could keep you from being drafted. What is this? Might be the one Mark Levin show I'd watch. What? Oh, it's a post from Mark. It says, Joe Kent, I would like to interview. Oh, Lord. I would like to interview you on my radio show either tomorrow or Friday or one day next week for a full hour. I don't know how to reach you. Have your people call my people. Who does Mark Levin think he is, really? He didn't ask you if he'd be interested. Just have your people call my people. We'll do it this day. Joe Kent says, sure, let's go. Yeah, I agree. I would watch that. I would watch that. But why do I feel like Mark Levin's face, they couldn't be in the same room, I know that. Because I don't think that he's got the anger management to be able to hold down like a face, carry on a face-to-face conversation. Just doesn't seem. So here's the guy that's running for governor where I live. What's he talking about?
Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States of America. Let's apply that same framework to North Korea. North Korea is a dangerous country, but does not pose an imminent threat to the United States of America. Take it from Director Gabbard's words herself on March 25th, 2025, when she told Congressional Committee in the building behind me that there's no evidence that Iran has or is building a nuclear weapon. Take the words of Carolyn Levitt just 2 weeks ago when she called out ABC's report about imminent threats from Iran on the homeland. There was no evidence, she said, of that either. So where is the intelligence? Where is the intelligence to justify this conflict? Where is the imminent threat that the Iranians posed to us for us to be spending $1 billion a day bombing Iran?
Well, actually, they say between $1 billion and $2 billion, and then I heard last night between between 1 and 2.1. I don't know. It's a lot of money. I mean, $1 billion a day is crazy enough. So what is this? I really hate those people who follow you back and then immediately unfollow. What kind of flex is that? I don't know. I hope I've not done that. No. We follow each other. Let's see. What is this? Matt Gates. What's he talking about? I haven't
All
heard
right,
from
so you see
him.
what's happening in the world. We've covered war, we've covered judges that are activists and keeping illegal aliens here, and then all the fraud that we've been talking about impacting the US dollar. With all of these things happening, people are wondering where they can find a safe harbor for their assets. If you just are holding on to the dollar, you're holding on to an instrument that is going to be subjected to this type of fraud, that is going to be frittered away in all types of misadventures. It's important to have assets in your portfolio that historically act as a store of value during uncertain times. If you think these times are uncertain, then you
Yo, I was really watching a gold commercial for Matt Gaetz. That's what's happening here. What? What is going on? What is that? Battle lines are being drawn? Well, Mark, what? Mark Slapinski. He says, remember, I'm not suicidal. I have friends and family in Toronto. If anything happens to me, Mossad did it. I don't know who he is, but somebody remember that. Chandler. Who? I don't know who this is either. What does it say? Christian, family man. Yeah, I don't know who that is. He says, I'm a Christian, a veteran of the Afghanistan war, and have gone into public life to continue serving my community. You're a very vile man, as evident by your response. You should reach out and establish a relationship with Christ, Mark. Can you imagine? It will change your life. Mark Levin, who says, you're a lying bastard. He's such a nice guy. I mean, it's a bit much. So, Lauren Boebert posted Trump's Truth Social post. It's illegally used against me and many others. They spied on my campaign. Yeah, that's true. So, it's funny how when you're the one being spied on, you think something's really wrong and you're against it. And like when they're gonna spy on, say, Tucker Carlson because he wants to interview somebody in the government, even if it looks shifty, okay? But supposedly he wanted to interview somebody in the government in Iran, so they're spying on him and they've pulled all his text messages and that's okay. When they were spying on Trump and when they were spying on the people in Congress, it wasn't okay. It's crazy how that works. What is this?
I mean, this state is covered in strip clubs. It's silly to say, like, oh, we're gonna have morals now.
He calls this a sin tax. Yeah. Do you view what you're doing as sinful?
At the end of the day, who are you to judge sin?
Florida's OnlyFans women are speaking out.
A Florida politician trying to start beef with me for clout.
James Fishback, a Republican primary candidate for governor here, wants to bring in what he calls a 50% sin tax
on whatever you so-called earn via that online degeneracy platform.
Do you think for the voters of Florida that OnlyFans is really a major issue?
We don't want our women in Florida to feel as if the only way they can make a living is by selling nude images or videos on the internet to complete strangers. My view is really simple. If OnlyFans did not exist in Florida, we would be better off for it.
I honestly disagree. I think that it's great. It just has created so many opportunities for me, and I'm so thankful to even be here.
Sophie Rain, a Florida native, is one of the world's biggest OnlyFans stars. And how much money have you made now?
I have just hit $100 million.
$100 million.
Mm-hmm.
Anya Lacey says her success on OnlyFans has allowed her to buy.
Whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. $100 million. $100 million. And how old is she? Like 19?
Buy what she wants now and to save for the future.
Make America great again.
Her journey to OnlyFans began on TikTok.
I started doing TikTok live.
And what would you do on the lives?
Well, I started building Legos. And then I would do like fun things, like people really like to see me in costumes. And then I started getting mass DMs from people, like mass DMs. Do you have an OF? Are you starting an OF?
And how quickly did your OnlyFans grow?
Oh, it was pretty big. Even that first day, I mean, I made like more money than I thought I would.
As St. Paul reminds us in Ephesians chapter 6.
Fishback is the underdog here, going up against a Trump-endorsed candidate in the Republican primary, but his events are attracting crowds of young men.
I've dealt with OnlyFans girls, I'll be honest. I've talked to women who have done these promiscuous activities, and there's no way that I would ever marry them.
Okay. I just have one serious question. Could a cartoon chick make some money on OnlyFans? I'm in Florida, but for $100 million, James Fishback could take half the money with a sin tax. I'd be okay with $50 million if the cartoon chick here can do all the work.
And most men wouldn't marry these types of women.
I'm actually way less bothered by satanic cults than I am by OnlyFans.
And Fishback's proposals are playing well in some places online.
And I don't know why the guy who runs OnlyFans is not in prison, like right now. If you're turning like a huge percentage of America's young women into prostitutes, you're a criminal.
The men who spend their money, their time, their resources, I'm not letting them off the hook either. I think they are just as complicit by handing over money to see these nude images. We'd be better off without OnlyFans.
Do strip clubs make Florida better?
No.
But you're not going to put a 50% tax on them.
Just wait on it. I will not tolerate cultural filth and moral degeneracy in my state.
There's a lot of talk about like crisis of masculinity in the US and
Oh yeah, I think men are women now. Men want to be princesses. The biggest problem is like male loneliness and men kind of falling out of men's groups.
people view you as part of that problem because, you know, they say, well, porn and OnlyFans, you are selling these men a fantasy that if you weren't doing that, they might get up off their asses and go out to the bar.
So I think it goes back to your responsibility as a creator. A lot of the way I do things is I try and talk to them, but also lead them in a direction where they will talk to other women, and have the courage to get out and go do other things.
Why would she encourage them to, well, I mean, you know, I guess she's making plenty of money either way. What? Anita Bryant campaigned on the same moral platform in the 70s? I'm not familiar with who that is. I'm old, but not old enough to remember that. Did it work? Out of curiosity. What is this? When my bill, HB 1159, gets signed by Ron DeSantis. Oh, here we
law
go.
enforcement to incidents.
We're getting a lot of Florida news today.
This case today involving Blake McInnes of Sanford, it started from a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We appreciate the center's continued efforts to investigate and alert our law enforcement to incidents where we might have child predators on the loose. Here, FDLE got the tip. I want to thank the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and all of our investigators and prosecutors again for working around the clock every single day to take these cases very seriously. This tip led them to Mr. McInnes' house, and what law enforcement saw when they arrived left them speechless. They entered into a house of horrors where this individual had decorated with little girls' underwear, toys, a room dedicated for a little girl, sex dolls, which are illegal under Florida law, and ultimately they found thousands of files of both actual child pornography as well as AI child pornography. He's looking at 53 charges for possession of child sexual abuse material, CSAM.
Holy. Now, a lot of states will play around with that, but Florida, that's one thing I can say. I mean, when it comes to that, they're pretty strict. And, you know, we've got the death penalty now, so these chomos, if it's somebody that's 12 or under, I think it's 12 or under, it might just say under 12. Anyhow, they can actually just zap them so that we don't have to pay to feed them and house them forever.
46 charges for AI-generated CSAM, and a charge for the possession of a childlike sex doll. Why do we care about?
He's probably going to say, why do they care about the AI? Maybe. That would, I was about to say, this is going to sound bad, but I would rather these sickos be living it out in some cartoon fantasy You know, if they're gonna make it cartoon AI fake, where I guess the thing is though, then it's gonna end up leading to who knows? I don't know. You have to think like that to know, and thankfully, I don't.
Some of these things, if it's a doll or it's AI, it's not an actual kid. I think it's important to remember this is just a stepping stone for these depraved individuals. It starts as a doll and a house decorated with toys and animals and sex toys and unicorns. That's where it starts. And then they go online and they start talking to little kids. Oftentimes they pretend to be little kids themselves. They use fake
Wait, Jude lived in a house decorated with unicorns and toys and weird.
photographs. They solicit information, imagery, in many cases, ultimately physical encounters and abuse. So we have to take this seriously. There's a reason why these childlike sex dolls are illegal under Florida law. Because we have to nip these evil villains in the bud.
I've never heard of that.
Finger on our little kids.
I agree. I never knew there was such a thing as a child. That's just sick. Illegal in Florida. Why would you even make that period? What the hell are we even talking about? You take down the company making it. There's an idea. What is this? A FedEx truck gets caught in heavy traffic. Oh no, they looted the FedEx truck. What? What a. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Oh my. They don't even know what they're stealing. Are they going to open a box and it's going to be like somebody's grandma's dirty quilt? That's just bizarre. Oh, here's a California fraud story. This is already community noted. Incorrectly states that 4 inspector reports showed no children present. There were children recorded as present. Haven't we been down this road with this daycare, Nick Shirley, and like, what was it? Where'd he go? He didn't go to New York. Tyler did. He went to Little Somalia, Minnesota.
This is the sound of hospice money. Could you just answer the question, what's the need for a 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA? Do you have the paperwork to enroll a little boy by the name of Joey?
You don't know what's going on.
Well, it says there's 14 children enrolled here on the state of California. That there is $6,000 per beneficiary. Can you give us any explanation? Where can we open a hospice at? Get a Maybach just like you.
California may have the largest amount of fraud in the country, as California is the state with the highest taxes and collects more money than any other state in America. It is filled with fraud. California's version of Medicaid, called Medi-Cal, has more than doubled since 2022 from $108 billion to a proposed $222 billion in 2026. Their population, however, has not grown exponentially. However, their spending has. There has been 1,000% increase in hospice care in the Los Angeles County. In fact, 1 out of every $10 of home health care in America is spent.
Yeah, all this is pretty easy to figure out. All they had to do was look.
Spent in Los Angeles.
So I have to admit that it was kind of aggravating to see the way that they blew him up. The administration kind of like pumped him up on when he went into Somalia. I say Somalia, into Minnesota. That was kind of aggravating to watch the way that they just blew him up when other independent reporters were there before him. And so, but now everywhere they go, Maine, right? They found the same thing. So now we can clearly see the pattern.
On top of that, their government-funded daycare programs are filled with violations. While they continue to give money to these fraudsters, it is estimated that the fraud in California could be in the hundreds of billions of dollars. In this video, we'll be going face to face with these fraudsters, confronting them as they defraud the American taxpayer out of millions and billions of dollars as they live their lives in luxury, driving around luxurious cars that cost more than $100,000 that you actually paid for. Let's start first by
$250,000
going to these
SUV.
daycares filled with violations that still continue to receive money from the government.
So this is the location of the daycare. It's in the middle of this shopping plaza. A lot of the buildings are closed down or boarded up and have been graffitied. And then you also have just a big...
Yeah, 100 million would be bad enough, but that one said it was 200 and, I mean, what? 100 million. Yeah, I missed that.
dumpster right here with all this garbage, and then the daycare is right there. We're gonna go in right now.
We actually have a homeless person there too.
Oh.
You see that?
There's actually somebody sleeping here right now. Hello? You all right? Yeah. And so there is a homeless man who's sleeping right next to the daycare.
He's starting to call him a
sleeping
bum.
right here, and the daycare is right there. This does not look like a place where you'd want to bring your child, and it does not look suitable.
Your child's.
And set the code to be a place where children are enrolled. So
Well, the bars make it look real safe, don't they? The bars on all the windows and doors. I'm sure that guy was just sleeping on the job. He was security.
they do have some children here. How many do they usually say they have, or what's the story with the children?
The last few visits from the state have said that they have 39 enrolled.
And right now we're seeing about 5 children.
Yes.
They are enrolling right now. It says Medina Learning Center is now enrolling, so let's see if little Joey can lear a little bit here at Medina. Do you have the paperwork to enroll a little boy by the name of Joey? Yes, we'd like to enroll little Joey into daycare.
They have as their backup facility the UMI Learning Center, and the UMI Learning Center was convicted in federal court in 2024 of having 150 ghost kids. So I want to find out what the affiliation is and why this facility is listed as the backup.
Ghost kids.
Yeah, can I get the paperwork to enroll a child?
Yes, I can.
Great.
What do you think about daycares being used for fraudulent business?
Wait, this guy looks Somali too. And why is he wearing a blue medical mask? What's happening? Anyway, is it just me? He looks like he fled little Somalia in Minnesota and came to California to open up a daycare behind these bars here.
Businesses to receive money from the government to say they're enrolling 39 children, 89 children, and for millions of dollars be going towards these facilities. What do you think about that as you do work in a daycare?
No, it does happen. I've seen it, like, elsewhere. I've seen it.
Elsewhere, like when I lived in Minnesota and had a daycare.
Been listening to the news. So it does happen. From time to time.
Thank you.
The card that they gave us, this is the licensee, the person who owns it.
And that's so far been the only thing they've been able to give us as to how to enroll a child. And then in the back corner of this parking lot appears to be the playground. Here's a bunch of garbage, and then right here appears to be the playground. Some strange things are happening outside this daycare. Whether or not it's fraudulent, there is a lot of suspicious activity taking place. This right here is Hayden Sarah.
I mean, at least they had kids there. I'll give them that. They said they saw like 5 kids. At least there was kids there. At least there's a fence around some playground equipment. Like when he went to the one in Minnesota, no, it was rough. It was really rough in Minnesota.
Family childcare. This is a daycare right here. Apparently they have 14 children enrolled. Tell us a little bit more about this daycare right here.
Okay, now see, if they suppose they have 14 kids, they go up there, there's 0 kids, no outdoor play places, no anything, no signage, then yeah, that's different. But at least the other people had some kids. That's a good sign.
We're in the middle of the hills here in San Diego.
So, according to state records, when inspectors arrived here, there were 14 kids enrolled but 0 present. And then this place was also cited for having missing children's records and also not having a facility roster.
It's kind of weird that there's this daycare in the middle of a neighborhood.
You
Hello?
have to, I was naked, okay?
No, you weren't.
I can sue you. I was like, I wasn't dressed up. I'm Muslim.
Either way, can we enroll a child into the daycare?
You don't know what's going on.
Well, it says there's 14 children enrolled here on the state of California.
Right.
It says there's 14 children enrolled here.
You don't care.
I do care. Then where are the children?
You don't care.
Where are the children at?
It's not enough, Minnesota. You come here.
Where are the children at? Where are the children at, ma'am?
Oh, yeah, she says it's not enough Minnesota. She also has a little touch of Somalian accent there.
All right, so what she's doing is she's making a video right now. She's gonna send it out all to all the other daycares. But at the end of the day, enrolled for 14 children, no children here, and this is from the state of California. We're not targeting Somalian population. We're just going after daycares, and it just so happens to be that all the daycares, they are Somalian so far. Where are the children at, ma'am? 14 children. Would you like to make a statement as to where the children are?
You don't care where is my children are.
Ma'am, we would not be here if we weren't asking you.
You don't care. You don't care.
What do you mean we don't care? This is why we're here.
Care. And don't record me. You don't care.
This is why we're here to ask about these daycares.
Ask me who you are. Who you are.
My name's Nick Shirley. You already know that.
Shirley, I know, but you a trouble man.
How are we making trouble? You're causing trouble.
Let me call 911.
We just want to know where the children are.
No, I'm calling 911.
For what?
To you.
For what?
You come my house.
We haven't done anything.
I don't know.
The problem with these daycares is that they receive money through a program called CalWorks, but as you see, there are no children actually there. These fraudsters are simply enrolling children on paper to receive government subsidies. Even after the state visits these daycares and confirms there are no children actually there, the government and the state continue to give these daycares money. Now let's go to another daycare.
Once again, we have another daycare, but this daycare is right here inside of this home, and let's see if there's any children here. They do say they have 7 enrolled. The state has said that there is 0 when they arrive. Is this Habubu Family Child Care? Yeah,
That's where I'm sending my kid, to Habubu Family Child Care, with another iron door. I mean, look at this. How much money have they gotten? How much? Oh.
I'm wondering if we could enroll a child into the daycare here.
We know you. You need to get up from here because there is trespassing. You see the time we have trespassing?
And can I speak with somebody on the sidewalk? Would you just like to speak with somebody? Yes, sir.
Hide the sign, please.
Yes, we're right here. Can we talk to you really quick, sir?
Talk to you.
Can I come talk to you, please? All right, so right now the current situation is we have some people yelling through the Ring doorbell cam. A man came out, started yelling, and then we also have this car recording us as well. But we just want to ask for some clarification for the American people.
4 different visits, the state inspectors have shown up. There's kids enrolled anywhere from 7 kids and up, and every single time the state has showed up, 0.
0 children.
That's the state of California.
We're just asking for some clarification. They won't even answer any of our questions.
So essentially, a house just like this is receiving money from government subsidies without actually running a daycare. Meanwhile, they get money from the government as they run their fake daycares. Now let's go to another one that's even more concerning, as kids are left all alone.
Now we're at the Jama Shukri Family Childcare. This place is not in a shopping plaza. It's not anywhere near any place that looks like a place where a daycare would be. In fact, it's actually in one of these apartments right here.
Well, I don't think that's that abnormal, right? There's a lot of people that do home daycare. I mean, because he points that out when he goes to houses, or a lot of places that get, like, it's not really a grant. People that accept, like, state vouchers for daycare, they can be home daycares. So they're listed as a daycare and they're getting funds for that. And they're actually babysitting, for the funds. They do it from home up to a certain number of kids. I don't think that's that weird. But some of these places, yeah, they're talking about kids alone. Whoa there. I mean, like when you call 911, let's see.
So they're able to have daycares inside apartment buildings?
Yes, so I've come across many of these. Some of these are on the third story of an apartment complex. It's only 1 bedroom, and yet the capacity is for 8 kids.
We just arrived at the daycare. We have 2 kids out here. I don't know if they're members of the daycare. There's no oversight right here. Can we talk to your teacher? Is your teacher there? So this is the first child we've ever encountered at one of these daycares. There's 2 kids out here right now, and we're gonna see if we can talk to the
Licensee. It is, according to this paperwork, Shukri Jama.
Can we talk to the adult?
He's not here.
Not here.
Yeah.
So you guys all by yourself?
Yeah. Knock on the door.
No one's here.
No one is here. No one is not here.
Okay, so you guys are all by yourself?
Okay. I can see by myself.
Daycare, and there's no adult anywhere. What is going on?
And the crazy thing is, California allocates $6 billion to childcare and daycare facilities just like these, and there are over 39,000 facilities in the state.
Yeah, I know that daycare is probably on the lowest ring here because then, he was showing the medical scams, and several of them have been doing reports on that. Like, not just hospice, like they were talking about earlier, but just all the different home health, everything. And then the real estate, like you mentioned. And then I see the Section 8 and the vouchers and the government housing grants and loans. And I'm thinking I went about all this the wrong way, the long way, the hard way.
The California Department of Social Services even found an error rate of over 1.6% in their own audits. And to be very conservative, it is safe to say there's upwards of $100 million in fraud lost each and every single year. And now let's head over to where there's so much fraud you're going to lose your mind. Let's head over
I
to
bet that
Van
is
Nuys,
conservative.
where there's home health care and hospice fraud literally everywhere.
With the fraud here, California ranks the highest for Medicare, Medicaid, Medi-Cal, whatever you want to call it. They spend the most amount of money per state, and here in LA, 1 out of every $10 that goes towards home health care in the United States goes to a business here in LA. Right now we're in Van Nuys. This location has tons of hospice centers, home health care centers, and right now we are going to Gardens of Angels Hospice. They billed $4.8 million per beneficiary. They charged $5,807 with 28.6 claims per patient and only 2 codes, which means 2 services were provided. And inside of this same location, there's also Blossom Hospice, and they received $3.4 million with $6,000 per beneficiary at $927 per claim and only 1 code, which means they only provided 1 service. And it looks like there's about 15 more hospice centers inside this one plaza we're going to right now. We have all the information with us. In some of these places, it doesn't even look like they've been registered with the CMS, which is the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. 7 of the 4 entities have 0 SMS data, possibly shell registrations, shell companies. And it's rumored that these are Armenian Russian gangs, Armenian Russian mafia. So we're gonna be going in there and we're just gonna ask them, what's the need for all this hospice? Is there that many people dying here in LA where they need to be spending millions and millions of dollars on this hospice care? All right, right now we're looking for Garden of Angels Hospice. All these buildings are all hospice.
That place, hospice, oh Lord. Dr. Kevorkian and me, I don't want to do it that way. That looks like a rundown, like, crack hotel in the hood.
Centers. Let's see if we can find Garden of Angels. This is the Angels of Haven Hospice Care. We have Angels of Valley Hospice. Hello, how are you? Good. We were looking for Guardian of Angels Hospice, but this one will probably do Angels of Valley Hospice. We were wondering if we could get some information to check our grandma into hospice.
Your grandma?
Yeah.
Which hospice is she enrolled in?
We would love to maybe see if it's possible to get her in here to Angels of Valley.
We have to get a hospital referral. Yeah.
Hospital referral. Okay, how many people do you guys have with you guys?
It's irrelevant.
Irrelevant? Oh, okay.
Where are you guys from?
Where am I from? I'm from here. We're just looking for a spot for our grandma.
Yeah, no, we're doing
We only do referrals from hospital.
Okay.
We don't just walk in and take patients.
Yeah, because we're seeing like, we got Garden of Angels, Blossom Hospice here.
I don't know who they are, but this is Angels of Valley.
Okay, well, we'll keep looking for Guardian of Angels then.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know.
So they say they only take it from hospitals, which could be a valid response. Let's go see if we can find Guardian of Angels. This place is just filled with hospice centers and home health care centers. You have one right here, 7-star home health care, and then up here you have Miracle Healing Hospice. So this hospice location, Miracle Healing Hospice.
Wait a minute. Healing hospice. Healing hospice. $1 million. Alrighty then.
2023, they charged $1.3 million, and per beneficiary, it was $32,000 for 38 beneficiaries. Per beneficiary, that comes out to $32,935. Let's see if Grandma could check herself into this one. I'm just trying to be a good grandson. When we're knocking the door, no one's coming. We look inside the window. Empty building. In 2023, this place received $1.3 million.
Not a single piece of furniture.
No.
Well, that's a long time ago. Maybe they upgraded their building. I'm just saying. Not in room 222.
Nothing.
Insane. This is insane.
Okay, well, since we can't go to Miracle, let's see if we can get SX Home Health. It says they're open Monday through Friday from 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m.
It's getting really hard to find grandma the healthcare she needs these days.
It really is, isn't it? We got SX Home Healthcare. They're not open, so it's all right because you can go to Alpha Omega Ventana Hospice Inc.
Not only are these shell.
Look, that's as bad as the Leering Center sign. Look at this door. Like, what is that? Did they use, honestly, what it looks like is they started to write it with some kind of marker or paint it, and then they used electrical tape. Or maybe they used electrical tape and then painted around it. I don't know what that is.
Companies, these are shell buildings. It's like somebody took a motel building and turned it into 100 fraudulent organizations. I don't.
We got a nice Mercedes down there. 3 nice Mercedes down there. 3
This place
Teslas.
might even double as like a illegitimate car lot. Like, are they selling a car right now?
Grandma's not going to Alpha and Omega, so maybe she can go to Serene Touch Home Healthcare.
Oh.
Says they're open Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's 1 p.m. right now. Let's see if they're hiring. Perfect. This one's open. Hello.
And once again, it was completely empty and nobody was there. We went to the next door because it was another hospice.
Here we have another location. We got St. Michelle, HHCI, Home Healthcare Inc. Hello? No one's here? Hello, sir.
How can I help you?
Yes. Well, we were originally looking for some hospice for our grandma, and then it turns out that all these locations are hospice and home health care locations, and a lot of these.
Looking for hospice for who?
Grandma.
For Dr. Oz?
Yeah, for Dr. Oz.
Yeah?
Yeah, for our grandma.
Yeah?
It'd be
for grandma?
It'd be pretty
Take
good.
Dr. Oz to take his grandma and go to the other buildings and find the hospice. You know, this is stupid. You can record me.
Why can't I record you?
You cannot.
Oh, okay. Well, we were looking for Guardian of Angels.
Well, did you see any Garden of Angels on the doors?
Nope, but they received and billed $4.8 million.
Well, it's their problem.
But we do have yours, actually.
Mine?
Yeah, yours is a KMD, right?
Yes.
So we do have yours, and there are a lot of these.
How many millions did I need?
We don't have your official number because it wasn't posted on the CMS website or on their data set.
And you're from where?
My name's Nick Shirley. They actually made like all this information in the data public for everyone to see what was going on in our country because so much corruption's happening.
Yes.
But it doesn't look like we could find any of your information from the CMS data set, but we do have you here. So is that concerning that your information wasn't reported to CMS?
What information?
To the CMS data set as far as the billing and how much money you guys receive from Medicare and Medicaid?
First, you have to research.
Oh, that's what we have right here.
No. It's a piece of paper.
Oh well, we went through all the data sets.
If you want to learn, I'll teach you how to get after the crooked people.
Okay, help us. We'd love for you to help us.
First, you have to research. Like you said the name, and you have a number, right?
Yes.
Then you come to my office. It's a brand new office, and you don't come to building like this, like FBI guys. Oh, we're gonna get the crooks.
Okay, well, can you tell us, for instance, Miracle over there?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the Miracle.
Well, you should because they're.
Why not?
You should because they're making people like you who have a real business apparently getting a bad rap. You realize that, right? For instance, they received $1.3 million. They're a shell company. There's nothing in there. It's completely empty, and they received $1.3 million. You should care.
What do you mean?
If you're in this industry, I'd be pissed if someone was stealing money, making me look bad if they were in my industry.
They don't look me bad because I'm not bad. You have anything against my agency? Let's go.
Well, we were asking.
Put my hands and.
We were just asking you questions, sir. Like, how come Miracle Healing Hospice right there? They received $32,000 per beneficiary, yet their building's completely empty.
Call the FBI, Department of Justice.
I'm just doing my job as a citizen to show people what's happening here in our country.
Well, I'm doing
because we're
my
all
job
paying a lot of money in taxes, and it turns out a lot of it's just going towards fraud.
Well, I'm very happy you're going to catch the fraud people. Honestly.
Yeah, me too.
But it doesn't look like bad. It doesn't make me bad because some people are doing bad stuff.
Yeah. So what's the need for a 1,000% increase in hospice here inside of LA, in California?
You're asking me?
Yeah, because you're in the industry, so we figured might as well ask you. Like, you obviously found it was a good business to start. You just started yours, right?
I started my business in 1997.
Okay, great. So how come you're seeing such an increase in hospice care here?
Maybe I don't know everybody likes the business. What could I say? I do this from 1997.
Good for you. And so since you've been in the industry for so long, why do you think we're seeing a 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA and in California?
I cannot answer that question because
looks like they're all running out of here. Everyone's heading out. We just got to answer some questions, and why can't?
Who's running out?
What? Look at all the people scattering out of here. They're all here just a minute ago.
It's strange, you know. There's over 80 people connected to one of these dormant motel rooms with no furniture, and they are, getting $30,000 per person. It's millions of dollars. We come and knock on the door. It's an abandoned shell company.
I don't say it's right, and I don't care about those people.
Could you just answer the question? What's the need for a 1,000% increase in hospice care here inside of LA, inside of California? You're in the industry, sir. You've known it. You know it better than me.
You're asking me? No, I don't.
You've been in it since 1997. You said.
Yeah, but I don't.
So what's the need for an increase?
Maybe there is a lot of old people already. I don't know what to say.
A lot of old people are dying.
You listen to Dr. Oz. Let me tell you like this.
He's a good doctor.
He's a fraud. He sell a lot of medication online. One of them, it's me. I bought.
Well, his information comes straight from the federal government, so I trust his more than yours.
Let me finish it. I bought his pills. I gained weight.
Well, you still look like you're pretty heavy, sir.
You look healthy to me.
Because of Dr. Oz.
Oh, you're fat because of Dr. Oz?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Sure.
Sir, how are you doing? This guy doesn't think there's any fraud going on.
First of all, not this guy. You have to respect me.
What's your name?
Doesn't matter.
All right. Well, this guy with no name. Well, you don't think there's any fraud?
My name. What's your name?
My name's Nick Shirley.
My name is John Boyagin.
Okay, great.
There is a lot of fraud going on, but it's not me. I don't give a who does what.
Yeah, we never said you were committing the fraud, sir.
Well, I'm here. I'm here, right? So I'm standing next to you.
Do you know where Guardian of Angels Hospice is? No idea. Oh, Angels of Peace. Cool. Hello. Well, could we just ask you guys some questions? We might be able to get you some business. Are you the head honcho here or what?
No, you're the head honcho. Get out of from here. Give me my phone.
Wait, I thought you don't know who these people were, though.
Give me my phone.
Alrighty. Light Angel.
Don't run. Come here.
Oh, oh, I'm running. Look at him. What?
Come here.
I'm right here. I'm right here, sir.
Come here.
What's going on?
Call 911.
For what?
Call 911.
For what? Sir, we're just asking questions, and if you want to answer them, you can answer them.
Call 911.
We're just looking for guardian of angels, hospice.
We're trying to take my
You're
grandma
American
into-
citizens,
Look,
right?
we're looking for guardian of angels.
You're American citizens, right?
Of course, are you?
Do you see any guardian of angels in here?
Not yet. We're looking.
Then get
for
out of
it.
here.
That's what we're looking for, sir.
There's like 100 doors. This is just one door.
Okay, get out of here then.
What's your problem with us asking people about simple questions about where our tax dollars are going?
I don't.
We're asking questions about where our taxes are going.
You're not asking, you're harassing people.
How are we harassing
you
people?
can't be two guys standing in here as the guardians and you're harassing people.
Yeah, because people want to kill me for exposing fraud here in the United States.
Why they want to kill you?
Fraudsters don't like being exposed.
Huh?
Why are you raising your voice if you have nothing to hide?
You think I'm hiding?
What are you so scared
You're
about me
accusing
coming
me?
around here for?
I'm not scared. I'm telling you don't harass
You're shaking.
people.
Why are you shaking?
Because I have a diabetes.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
But so...
I need your full names.
Oh, you want my full name? It's on the internet.
No, I don't go to internet. I'm too old.
Oh, okay.
What's your full names?
Sir, we're just asking you questions about...
What's your full names?
Oh, we just want hospice.
They told you the Garden of Angels in this building?
It's right here.
To check in my grandma.
Go look for it, bro. You see
That's
any
what we're
Garden
doing.
of Angels?
That's what we're doing. And you're getting mad at us.
No, you're going to hold the door.
We can't find it.
I can't find it.
So are all
Where's
the...
my grandma gonna go, man? They're taking in millions of dollars. I can't find the place. You know?
Well, what can I say? What can I
Okay,
do?
well, thank you, sir. Have a good day. So here in this parking lot, you do have some nice cars. You got a Tesla, a nice Mercedes, you got another Tesla, a nice Lexus, another Tesla, a really nice Mercedes right here as well, another Tesla, Audi, really nice cars.
A lot of Teslas.
A lot of really nice cars for
Hospice.
hospice. Must be very lucrative because a lot of these businesses, these doors right here have nothing on them. All the blinds are churned out. In places like Miracle up there, they have received $1.3 million, yet there's absolutely nothing inside. This is what you call welfare maxing. In Rise, you come out, you're welcomed by two nice BMWs, one right here, and inside of there, you have a whole plethora of Mercedes, Teslas, BMWs, you name it. But apparently, there's nothing fishy going on according to them.
We then headed to the next hospice compound in search of Hospice of Caring Hearts, which billed $2.5 million. However, when we arrived, it was nowhere to be found, but there was a bunch of new hospices that had popped up.
So this is how crazy this hospice fraud is here inside of California. You have all these businesses, they literally open up a business, they just put HFS Hospice Care Inc. They don't do anything with the storefront, and then you have another one right here, Relief Home Healthcare. Absolutely empty inside. And then you have another one, SKH Home Healthcare. They're just popping up everywhere. So this isn't some random thing that's happening here inside of California and Los Angeles in this Van Nuys area. Quite literally, we've been to 2 locations so far, and they're just popping up these home healthcare, these hospice centers, and they're not even doing anything to try and hide what they're doing. It's 1 p.m. right now. No one's working the front desk. Inside this location as well, you have absolutely nobody inside it. We're just wondering, we're coming through Van Nuys, how come there's so many of these home health care, these hospices that are popping up everywhere?
I have no idea. No.
What made you want to start yours?
This isn't mine, I just work here.
Okay, and how come you think there's such a sudden rise of all these hospices and home health cares?
I have no idea, honestly.
Pretty lucrative business, or?
I wouldn't say like that's that crazy.
Because there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I know.
The same building, but now on the backside you have Canestro Care Hospice Inc., Studio Care Hospice Inc., El Primero Home Health Care right there. And if you're looking for a massage to take a break from the hospice and everything, you can come right up here and get some sort of massage.
And this building right here is a perfect example of a dilapidated building that is now being used for a hospice, home health care, and adult daycare.
And this is the crazy thing that appears to be happening here in California. You can just start your own hospice. You have Advent Hospice right here. If you want to start your own home health care, you can just put up a white piece of paper and stick a logo onto it and say that's your home health care company. If you want to start an adult daycare, you can just get a building like this and receive money from the government. That's the crazy thing, is inside this one building, you have an adult day healthcare, you have a hospice, and then you have a home healthcare center operating all in one location. And why are tax dollars going towards all of these buildings? And they're quite literally everywhere. Everyone should be a bit suspicious about what's happening here. Inside of these parking lots too, you'll always find a super nice BMW, Mercedes, you name it, newest Audis. You always find the nicest cars outside of these healthcare and hospice centers.
We headed to the next suspicious hospice location, and what do we find?
A brand new Mercedes. Everywhere we go in this video, going around these hospice and home healthcare centers, there is a nice Mercedes or BMW. We have all-day hospice care, Health Elect Care, you have Edom Hospice, Lacar Home Health, and even back here, this is just one floor inside this building, you have Santa Rita Hospice. I don't know what the need is for all these hospice centers, but for instance, All Day Hospice back there, they billed $3.1 million, and per beneficiary, that was $6,000, 24 claims per patient with only 2 codes, which means 2 services and over 500 patients. And they started billing in April 2023 and accumulated $3.1 million in 19 months. So maybe if you want to get rich here inside the United States, come to LA, open up a hospice, because there's a 1,000% increase in hospices opening up here inside of California, and you can go ahead and become a millionaire. Could you just answer, for instance, we have some information right here that there is $6,000 per beneficiary and 24 claims per patient with only 2 codes. Can you give us any explanation? Okay, yeah, we just want to make sure, if you want anything to clarify, if you want to clarify anything. Okay. For this video, we really do want to give each and every single person the opportunity to answer just quite literally the facts. All this information is coming straight from the public databases, and if they refuse to answer simple questions about businesses they're operating, I think that says a lot about what's going on behind the scenes. Now we are here outside of Healthy Life Adult Daycare. This place, over the past few years, has billed $19.8 million alone. Now let's go see if I can enroll my grandma, because she needs some daycare. And this right here is the entrance of a building that's received over $19 million. So this is the location that's received over $19 million. Kind of crazy, right? They say that right here, right now we're here at 1:30. No adults are here. I wouldn't doubt that adults do come, but $19 million.
It's kind of like North Korea. It's like everything's set up, but there's no people. It's like for a show almost.
No, nobody's here already. You have to come back tomorrow.
And could we get like a brochure to enroll our grandma into this location?
I don't have anything.
Can anyone give us a brochure?
Angela, does somebody has information about here?
Don't think it's enough to say it's fraudulent, because you do see that it is operating. There were people working inside there. But the fact that there's just businesses like these popping around everywhere, and this is what they look like outside of a location that receives $19 million over the past few years, yet the building looks completely almost dismantled out here. And look, all they have to say that they are an adult day healthcare is that sign that says ADHC. And there was some people working inside of it. We have the phone number right here. Darren's gonna go ahead and give a phone call and see if somebody from inside answers. There are people inside right now. The phone's just ringing.
You can leave a message after the tone. This mailbox is full.
There you have it. They don't even have an inbox available to take in a voicemail. And another thing to take note of is Gavin Newsom right now in Poly Market. He is the leading nominee for the Democrats come 2028. All this fraud taking place, all this waste is taking place. Nobody really knows what's going on. I mean, look at this place. This adult daycare received $19 million, has billed the state of California over $19 million over the past few years. This is all taking place here. So that is something to think about come 2028 with Gavin Newsom leading the Democrats right now on Poly Market.
The way these hospices are able to enroll these people and collect money from Medicare and Medi-Cal here inside of California is they collect the Medicare numbers from individuals and then sign them up for hospice without them even knowing. I actually went and spoke with a professional inside of the medical industry to get her opinion on how this all works.
We're seeing all of these hospices pop up here. Why is hospice and home health care such a booming business right now?
I think it's become a trend of fraud. honestly has. Like, I heard about this about 5 years ago during COVID, that people were building hospices and selling them. It was like a business these people made. So it's an easy, I think, easy way to build Medicare with their people's beneficiary numbers that people can easily steal and even purchase and buy. They buy numbers from people and tell them, give me your Medicare beneficiary number and then we'll give you something in return.
And what does that mean, give you my beneficiary number?
So there's an ID that you have. Medicare gives you. Medicare is for anybody 65 and over. So they'll give you a Medicare ID number, and that number is what's used to bill Medicare.
So essentially, if they can get a number from somebody, it's almost like getting a credit card number, and then from there they can continue to bill and bill and bill and get that Medicare money.
Exactly. It's actually more beneficial than finding a credit card these days. Anybody can get a hospice license, actually. You don't need to be a physician. You don't need to be a doctor. You can apply and get a hospice license in the state of California. They bill, they take the Medicare numbers, they bill Medicare, the Medicare sends them a check right away. It's an easy process.
So an old person might be a bit naive to giving somebody their Medicare number,
Yes.
and without them even knowing, that's more valuable than giving them their credit card number.
Correct.
In fact, in LA, there's locations that will teach you how to open up your own hospice center. So I went there with a potential business partner to try and become a multi-millionaire in hospice.
We know that hospice is a very lucrative business, so I joined a business partner right here. His name's Darren, and we're here outside the Hospice Consultants, and we would like to start our own hospice today. We're just two young men who want to become millionaires here inside the United States, and it seems like the only way to do it nowadays is by committing fraud. So we're gonna go in and see if we can start our own hospice. Are you guys the Hospice Consultants?
Yes.
Oh, can we talk to you guys?
About?
I want to open my hospice.
You want to open a hospice?
Yeah.
Okay, what was your name?
My name's Nick, but I want to open up a hospice.
I understand, but we don't take care of that.
Can I get some information?
Do you want a number?
Yeah, or give me a flyer or something. And this is the Hospice Consultant.
Yes. Not only hospice and home health.
Alright, so they say they're open right now. They won't let us into the lobby. This is no way to conduct business. We are two entrepreneurs trying to open up our own hospice.
Soaked to the bone right now.
We were denied service by the potential fraudsters, and as we were leaving, one of the fraudsters started to leave from the back in a $200,000 Maybach.
And we have a Mercedes-Benz driving out. Where can we open a hospice at?
$261,000 car.
We'd like to open up a hospice. Get a Maybach just like you. So is this how I can get a Maybach by opening up my own hospice?
Now, after seeing all the wealth that is being created from these hospice centers, I headed back to the original location where we found over 15 hospices in one plaza. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a fluke that Armenian mafia members were running the show and that there weren't just randomly $100,000 cars the day I went by. And this time, it was even worse.
Sir, how are you? Good. So what do you think about all this hospice fraud? Sir, you're in the Cybertruck, driving away, taking money from old people. Yet he's just driving away in his Cybertruck, won't even answer any questions. Let's see, we have another rich person as well that's getting rich off this hospice. This guy's leaving as well. So the two people that walked out of Holy Angels, they're in a brand new Cybertruck and a new BMW. How lucrative of a business is hospice? I'm seeing a Cybertruck here in a nice BMW. It's good? Yeah, because it looks like, for instance, Guardian of Angels, that used to be here, $4.8 million they billed the state of California. And how many clients do you guys have?
Brother, do you have a badge? Do I need to answer your question?
I'm just curious.
It's not mine. I just work.
Yeah. You must be getting paid pretty well, right?
Bro, this is my parents, bro. Come on.
Do your parents run the hospice?
They don't work.
No. Who's that guy in the Cybertruck?
He's my uncle.
He's your uncle. So it's like a family business to own the hospices.
Not us.
But why was he walking out of the hospice then too?
Brother, can you leave me alone?
Like these hospices, there's nothing inside of them.
If it's not you guys, how come you're in the newest BMW and the newest Cybertruck?
Brother, because
I can only imagine what the guy who's in charge is
because of hospice, brother, leave me alone.
Just all the other hospices? Do you like taking care of old people? Like, are you the one going out visiting the hospice patients, sir? Uh-oh, he's gonna have to do another point turn.
Yeah, you guys are in my fucking way. Move.
Well, you could just go that way. What's the key to opening up a hospice if I wanted to open up one? Because you're in the family business of hospices. If I want to open my own? What do you do for work here?
Huh?
What do you do for work here?
Why?
Oh, we're just looking around. We're seeing all these hospices, so we're just curious.
Well, I don't know, man.
Word got out that I was inside of the plaza and all the fraudsters started hopping in their cars, leaving the scene.
Excuse me. Let's see if they can just answer our questions really quick. Hello, can we ask you a quick question? Driving out in a brand new M8. They can't get out that easy. How can I get an M8 as well? Should I open up a hospice? We're driving out in a brand new M8 BMW M8 competition. Listen to this thing. This is the sound of hospice money. And this is the guy who said he's fat because of Dr. Oz. His business is not open today. Seems like this mafia right here is naming all of their companies after the word angel. We have Angels of Valley Hospice. We have Angels of Haven, Angels of Peace, Light of Angels. Yet the BMWs, one right here, one right there, two brand new Mercedes over there. It just is unbelievable the amount of money that these people are making, and they're not even trying to hide it. Buying these luxury cars, each and every single person's wearing some sort of designer clothing as well. And this building looks like it used to be some sort of old motel that has turned into some cash grab, money grab for hospices here. Would you like to give any last statement about what's going on here? No. Nothing? No. Because it seems like it was pretty good family business. Another guy just pulled out in the M8 competition.
Good for them, bro. Why are you guys pocket watching, bro? Leave the fucking people alone.
Because this is taxpayers' dollars that are paying for all this stuff.
Okay. What the fuck is it? That ass just working, bro.
With taxpayers' dollars receiving money from Medicare, Medicaid, Medi-Cal, you name it. And it just seems like a lot of people are getting rich off of
I'm busy, bro. I have work.
the death of old people.
Okay.
What do you do for work here?
Bro.
It's sad to think about it. Here in the United States, we're literally being defrauded by people who are taking advantage of old people, young people in daycares, disabled people with autism clinics, and no one's doing anything to stop it. So I think it's time we stand up to these fraudsters and tell them, let them know, you are stealing from everyday American citizens. People can't afford homes, rents are expensive, their insurance is expensive, everything's getting more and more expensive, and if we don't...
Yep, he's right. Lots of fraud. We need to do better. People need to do better. Now, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream there. Snack time, all that good stuff. And I'll be back on after a while. I want to look and see what clips, any clips that I can come up with from any good ones and have them lined up this time from the Senate hearing today. If you're still here on any platform that you're not following the channel on, please do so that I can see you in the next one.